It's the fourth and final day of the IPO Masters here in the beautiful Crystal Cove in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. There were 936 entrants in this one, obliterating the 500k guarantee. Who will win? Well, some of the big stacks include Dinesh Zargaran, Candido Capello, and former EPT champion Kilidusau. On a personal note, I cannot wait to commentate on what will be a barnstorming day of poker. But I am going to have to wait, because right now I'm going to throw it over to James Dempsey and Andrew Headley in the booth.
And thank you very much, Mr. Lappin. It is, of course, myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley in the booth here for this, the Dolce Vita series, IPO Masters final day coverage. And we do have a, well, he said, a barnstorming day ahead. Coming back with 21 players still in action. Playing, of course, down to that champion. The winner walking away with $146,000. Right now, Andrew, everyone guaranteed $6,800.
Yep, coming into the sort of business end of things, Demps, in this one. 3 tables left. First feature table you can see on your screen, about to get underway. And yeah, as James said, shade under 7,000 locked up for everybody, right up to 146k for the win.
And there we go. Here is that feature table, noting, of course, the flags. We've got 3 Italians in the mix. It is the Dolce Vita. We've also seen a big Lebanese contingent here, headlined by Harut Ghazarian, who's impressed me so far in the coverage we've had of this one already. But look at this. It's the Turk, Bulet Celik, up top. He and Koze flying that flag at this feature table, pardon me, that is relatively well stacked. I mean, Celik, the chip leader here with 40 bigs, Juma the shortest with 20. So a lot can change here over the next couple of levels, right?
Yeah, great point. It's going to be interesting to see how the dynamics develop. You know, often in these spots, we might have 1 or 2 stacks that have really pulled away from the field, but it's fairly bunched, as you just referenced. You know, if Juma, the short stack, was to double Demps, he'd be up in the kind of table chip lead. Yeah. So people might have to play a little more carefully than if, you know, there was 1 big stack sort of smashing away.
Certainly is the way. Well, looks like play is almost ready to get back underway here. Now, point of note, we're joining them for the first time today, but they have been playing already. And I believe there was a redraw at the final 3 tables. So
okay,
they'll still be sort of feeling out the dynamics of this. But you'd imagine once you get out to 21 players in this tournament, you probably play with everyone or near enough by this point. So you should have some sort of baseline, right? Yeah,
normally you will have encountered, you know, at least, basically everyone that's at your table in some shape or form. So should have an idea, you know, about who's kind of the spicy candidates at the table, who's going to be a little on the tighter side, someone you might, you know, open into a bit wider.
Even if you haven't played with them as of yet, chances are you probably would have heard something. If there's been some crazy hand, it would have filled around with the Poker News updates, with the stream. You kind of have a clue somewhat. Right then.
Let's go.
There is Koze under the gun. Ace, deuce of hearts. Not going to play that, he says. Too early.
Yeah, pretty reasonable fold, I think, of all of the suited aces that we do elect often just get out of the way from under the gun. It is the ace deuce, and you know we reference this every time, don't we, Demps? 21 left, sort of things stacks a little cagey. People might tighten up a little, but there's normally someone who sticks their head above the parapet and starts going for it.
Oh, certainly is, and we know there's normally more than one person who does that at Merit.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of contenders, a lot of brave men. Canzonieri in the small King-9 suited. This is one that certainly is going to get played. Just a question of what fashion. He has Ghazarian behind, so the 2 big stacks at this table nestled next to each other. Well, 2 of the big stacks, I should say. You see Celik being the leader. But these 2 both playing effectively the same stack, just over 30 blinds.
Yeah, it's coming in with a raise, 2.5 big blinds.
Is this something we see more of at this sort of stage of a tournament? 21 left, ICMs.
I think definitely people are gonna, I think just naturally people will defend tighter. So you might, you know, decide to VPIP from the small blind with more raises than limps. It's that kind of awkward stack depth though. 30 big blinds can be tricky, as Ghazarian has a hand that would normally defend. Dempson, look at this. He's gone for the 3-bet instead, makes it $1 million.
This man impressed me yesterday, continues to do so today. Putting the pressure right back on Canzonieri at the start of this feature table. How'd you like that? You look down at King 9 suited first hand in the small. Feels pretty good. Everyone folds around. He gets to play this hand.
Go. And like, this is one of the problems, I guess, when you do open for a raise, is the type of hand class that if you do get 3-bet, kind of just have to fold unless, you know, pick up a very strong read that your opponent in the big blind is messing around. Very nicely done from Ghazarian. One of those pots, isn't it, where he really earned that one. These are the sort of delicate spots. Playing 30 big blinds deep with 20 left. Well done.
Monstrous prize pool. 937 players enter this, 100k chips apiece. So you start looking at these stacks of Dreamer, for example, 30 dreams he's in charge of. We're getting very deep.
30 dreams.
I always like to think how many people I've got my riffling.
Okay.
Big blind here is 1.5 starting stacks. It's like, how'd you like that?
Ooh, well, speaking of liking things, Santagostino, one of our Italian contingent, ace king of clubs in the cutoff. Just a shade over 20 bigs to start, Demps. And round 2, Koza, ace-4 offsuit in the big. Tricky spots to play. You know, you are facing a cutoff raise, which can be, of course, be a bit wider than from some of the earlier positions at the table. Tricky one. Kind of all options open. I think still, James, unlikely to fold this one. We could elect to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
I hear you. Seems to be popular at some sort of frequency, but this call seems like the most likely play.
Sure.
Just call, take a flop. Santagostino is going to attack those ace-high boards a lot. Obviously, whoa! How about this? He's going to attack this ace-high board, and he's going to do so straight into Koze's flopped full house. Good. Carnage. And what a dreamy flop if you're Santagostino, right? You're just ace-king. Not supposed to have credit for having an ace. Certainly not a big one. Raising from the cutoff. Betting here. Now, decision point surely rests upon this man. Does he elect to move things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these spots where we just have so much hand, right, that I think people feel inclined to just slow play this one. Like, we block the entire board.
Right, a lot easier to raise if you've just got a 4.
If you just have a naked 4, right? Of course.
Obviously not worried about spades, not worried about straight. You kind of don't mind your opponent perhaps catching some backdoor. And he does a little acting job there. And then makes the call.
Talent agent on the phone already.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the funny thing is, Santagostino is probably thinking, "Oh, great, he's got an ace." He could perceive an acting job as. Oh, what's he doing here? Is he rechecking the card?
He's going for the recheck.
We're getting the whole thing. I thought for a second he was going to reach there to lead, but no, he's doing the whole Hollywood. Now, problematic if this is the only time he does it. He's going to lead. Wow.
Okay.
A little stock take.
Oh.
Oh, wow. This is the sort of stuff I mean, in my mind, when you see people do all this and then check, it's like they're desperate for my opponent to check behind. I always feel like it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When they do all that and then check, it's like they're trying to get you to check behind.
Yeah, the old tank check and just sort of.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about betting.
Trying to buy a card.
You know, don't bluff me, be careful, I've got it. And like I say, Santagostino's feeling great about this.
Yeah, this is very, very problematic stuff.
Slides out a green chip, 500k the bet into 1.275. Now, Koze, does he continue to lay this trap again? Getting into character.
Yes.
I assume we just keep calling, because if our opponent's got an ace, they're going to value river if it's a good ace. And if they're bluffing, we'll let them bluff. He could maybe have picked up some outs now. Might backdoor a hand. And yeah, he does. Takes his time. makes the call. He's remaining consistent with this posture, at least. I'm always worried when people do this much sort of Hollywooding, but now Santagostino has left pot behind, has seen a great river to go for it all if he thinks his man's got an ace. And again, he's doing the whole counting down. Oh, this looks so good. At first, I thought this man looks like he's flopped a big hand. And now I'm thinking, right, this man's actually quite weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really see a universe where Santagostino doesn't go for value.
Is he going to lead?
Oh, he is leading, so this is...
Wow. Now, does Santagostino ever think, right, this is an ace and I'm going to go for it? Or is the chips behind just worth too much?
I think likely this is where we end up, and he is just counting out a call.
Right, he was praying to see a check and he was going to jam, right?
I think so.
Said he makes the call, sees an ace, but it's the 4 behind that causes all the damage. Santagostino, well, may feel a little sick about that one, but there are plenty of worlds where he would have busted.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just always go for the third street of value when check to, and as you said, certainly not out with the realms of possibility that he just sent it all in on the river. So an unfortunate one, but, you know, still has 1.1 million behind, which may not have been the case if Koza checks river. That was a new one for me, the old double stock take of the stack.
That was great. I loved it.
No, not something you see often.
I was here for it. Like I say, it started off maybe confirmation bias. I see you thought the boat, but the whole reacting on the flop made me think, oh, he's got a good strong hand here. But on turn, I was definitely thinking he's weak.
Turn, you believed it.
Yeah. And I could see he had a house.
Yeah. A great start for Koza here on our first feature table of the day.
No. We have a brief power outage.
A brief interlude.
I don't play.
Don't see your cards also. No action. I'm not moving, good.
Everyone's frozen. I promise you, they can see in there. It's not as dark as our screen. But
could you imagine just plunged into pure deathly darkness?
yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
I thought they couldn't see. I thought it was literally like...
Oh, there's like
dark.
backup lights and generator lights, of course.
Here we go.
There we go. Everything powering back on.
1.1.
1.1.
Action. Already going, was it? What, 1.1 was the question? Or he's asking about stacks behind. Okay.
Action.
We're back. Pascucci under the gun. Not going to play those 2 threes. Celik certainly won't be playing this one either. From +1. Let's look at him, our table chip leader. Santagostino, a man who could well have been out. Very unfortunate in the last hand played.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those spots that, you know, like if Koza raises flop, we probably get stacked.
Oh, for sure,
if he
right?
checks river, we likely put it in ourselves. So not the end of the world, even though it's a big body blow. Koza, here he comes again.
Yeah, Ghazarian, more than reasonable raise on the button, holding King 9. Koza waking up with 10s in the small. Now the table big stack, that's how things were. He just cool.
Interesting.
This, he's kind of like doesn't know what to do, perhaps, if he were to be 4-bet, so kind of wants to play it a little safer.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly one of these spots that in general, I think for, you know, 35 blinds against the button raise specifically as well, would just lean towards 3-bet calling. Although on the positive side, you do get to keep in some of the weak hands on the button. Like this, you know, 1 over, 1 under, and you might get a big blind squeeze or a call by a hand like Queen Deuce, which is very speculative behind.
Yeah, kind of a little surprised to see the Queen Deuce come in 3-way, but it has done so and flopped a piece. But I like your point there, actually, that Juma's got a nice stack that loves to squeeze from the big blind.
Yeah.
May well have done so with any kind of hand, as it is. He's doing the whole shtick again. Here we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see him lead here based on what we've just kind of witnessed the hand before. Yeah, here he comes.
And look at Ghazarian instantly just sort of gives a nod of approval. It's a big bet, 675. Now, decision for Juma. Peeled and has flopped the tiniest of pieces.
Yeah, part of the problem here, when we do call 3 ways with a hand as weak as Queen Deuce, going to get into some dicey spots post. I mean, I think player behind as well, James. You know, we don't close the action, even if we think our opponent is on some kind of a draw. I think we just have to get out of the way. He agrees. Great start for Koza. Do you find this style like tricky to play against? Right? Like if you're sitting in the big there, you know, playing devil's advocate, say we had a 5, it's going to be quite tough to give Koza like a premium pair, right? You just expect a 3-bet.
Most of the pairs are going to 3-bet from the small blind, so now you're leaning more towards maybe he's got some flush draw combinations.
Yeah, very tricky.
Of course, so even the queen deuce against all the bluffs, so the flush draws, well, we're
doing terribly, of course.
The ace X's that have got a gut shot and 2 overs, we're not doing great against. Just hard for him to continue.
Yeah, very easy lay down.
Deuce, which is kind of like maybe a good reason to look to fold hands like that pre, but he took a stab. Speaking of stabs, Celik under the gun. Ace, 8 of diamonds. More than enough for him to pop this one up 7-handed. Juma in the small. Not really a hand he could fight back with here, one would imagine, against the under the gun open. So checking out the stack behind, it would have been a much more interesting spot from, of course, small v big. Okay. Pascucci, the 7 deuce. So I wondered the amount of time he spent looking at Pascucci's stack, whether he even realized that Celik had opened for a second there. Maybe he thought he was playing this one blind on blind. I think Koze up to 7.2 million. The new leader at the table, Celik, with 6.6. The 2 Turks leading the way here in northern Cyprus. Still though, no one at this table bar our poor victim, Base King, Santagostino. There's 1.1 million chips, just 7 blinds. Again, 21 players remaining. 20 players remaining. There we go. Next pay jump, I believe, coming at 18th. 18th will get 7,600. 19th, 6,800. That's what we're at the moment, 6,800. So it's sort of $800 pay jump coming up. We're punching the darkness again. Just for a few seconds. Here we go. Someone said they raise. No. No. Canzonieri, 2 6s. Action is already on him with 30 blinds. Coming in for a go. Oh, wow, this is funny. Ghazarian obviously 3-bet. Canzonieri just a few moments to go. Next time he raises, it's going to be met with another 3-bet, one presumes.
It's the old adage, James, that when they do it the first time, they might not have it. The second time, they always have it.
Okay.
He set it up. Yeah, this is a tricky spot when, if assuming nobody finds anything behind, and this comes back round to Canzonieri. Oh, wow. Pascucci's called found the queens.
Yeah, this is just death, isn't it? This is such a dream spot for the Cove 4-bet jam. What he's playing, what, 25 blinds? Can take his time, of course. Gonna be a lot harder decisions than this one. This one, a must. And, well, bar some help from the deck. He's been dealt out of this one. Makes, you know, Canzonieri was probably in like a real tough spot here, wondering what to do.
Sure.
With these 2 6s. This will, of course, make things a lot easier for him. And here we go. There is the jam, as he must do. Celik. Pondering with the 8-4-0.
I wonder if we are on a pay jump.
We're not, but also he's, you know,
Interesting.
with 6 million in chips, he's the big stack.
Does he know it's on him?
I mean,
I feel like he might not know.
I'm wondering.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. He checked out so long ago. I thought that must be the case because if he was like the shortest stack, maybe he's tanking.
Sure.
Here we go, the cold deck, the announcement received. Pascucci not liking seeing Ghazarian just insta-flick the chip in. Cannot be good news. There were still 5 cards away though from the end of this hand. Anything can happen. Ghazarian, wow, look at the stack he'll have after this hand if he were to hold. 8.3 million in the pot. He has 1.1 behind as we see a Jack 4 5 flop paint, but not of the right variety. Pascucci with no backdoor equity, but with the courtesy of the folded cards, we can see he is drawing still to 2 outs. But with just 1 pull of it, very unlikely the Italian will continue, and that is the case. Simone Pascucci eliminated in 20th place, picking up $6,810. And as I always say, these are the spots you just doubt out of the tournament.
Yeah, GG Pascucci. Good run to start off the week here at the Dolce Vita series. Yeah, sometimes these stone coolers do just happen. Delighted to find the queens here. Looks like a pretty dreamy spot. Unfortunately for him, Ghazarian with the aces takes him down, and we're down to 19. I hear you though, it's grim, right? Like you've battled for 3 days and you find what on the surface looks like a pretty dreamy situation.
Right. Of all the players from what I've seen over the last, over yesterday, Ghazarian's probably going to have the most 3-bets that are light.
Yeah.
Like he's like we just saw Koze just flat with 10s in the small. If he'd like 3-bet the spot, you start to think, oh, he's probably got a good hand here. Yeah. But I mean, I've still got queens. But against Ghazarian, you're like, well, he's probably just got a lot of hands that are just insta-folding.
Sure.
As it is, Canzonieri, well, he was saved a potential difficult situation. Whether he would have carried on with those 6s, we'll never know. Koze, ace-jack in the hijack, pardon me.
Yeah, interesting tight fold there from under the gun. 6-handed now also, right, with King-9 of clubs. Seems on the tight side.
A little beaten. Obviously, he's had 2 opens that have been 3-bet. Obviously, that one he thought was aces behind, but maybe just looking to avoid conflict.
That's something to be said for taking out the sort of, it's, you know, bottom type opens. I mean, King-9 suited. I would struggle not to open it 6-handed, but something to be said for being a little more cautious opening pots down to this sort of last 3 tables.
Also a fact that the big blind only having 5 blinds behind, I guess, yeah. Well, okay, finds a hand that you can't play in 10-3-0, but obviously a lot of hands going to defend off that stack size, given the instant odds they get.
Yeah, very dreamy start to this feature table for Koza. All going his way so far.
Some of these players look like they maybe got too involved in the party last night. Looking a little tired for 6:30. Ghazarian has folded. He's on Koze, who's taking a moment. Shot clock is in play. Not that he's approaching that sort of time, but he's maintaining sort of discipline in taking some time.
Yeah, very methodical.
Did he say 4-7-5?
I think he said 3.
He's 3-7-5 last hand he opened to, but...
Oh, you're right. You can see 4 reds.
Yeah, I think he's gone bigger this time. Interesting that last hand he saw ace-jack, made it 375. This hand, king-jack, 475. And almost like the opposite of what you expect, given that last hand he was opening into the big blind, you only had a handful of blinds behind. That's typically when you'd see a larger sizing because you want to dissuade them getting that immediate price. But going for it this time on Canzonieri's blind. Gonna have to fold 8-6-0 at that price.
Yeah, Koza strikes me as the type of guy that's going to be pretty difficult to get a clear sort of handle on his ranges. You know, already we've seen flatting tens out the small, where I think most players would 3-bet. Took that tricky line with the ace-4, with the check call twice and lead river. And now with this larger opening size, one to watch.
You had something or before? You didn't notice, yeah?
Yeah.
You made me pray.
We're tired.
Yeah, that's true. He's 3-bet with ace. He's seen it go jam behind, and now someone starts tanking up with 6 million in chips, and you're like, oh, has he got kings?
Please put it in.
Has he got ace king? Something just got buried. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Obviously, Ghazarian just getting the nicest sweat of all time there. Is he looking across at the shot clock? Is that?
I think he just clearly just has this process, I guess, of taking a long time to act regardless of his holdings.
Yeah, he was looking at the clock. I wonder what the theory is here. Obviously something you see the shorter stacks kind of being more inclined to do.
It doesn't make too much sense.
Big stack, you want to be relishing this prospect of playing shorter handed. Obviously one player, one elimination away from filling the table back up to 9 players. The likes of Santagostino, who profit most from tanking.
Yeah, potentially just wants to kind of have this process, right, of taking the same amount of time every hand, rather than fist pump opening or, you know, keeping the timings consistent.
Pay jump 1 player away. So this man certainly has every reason to tank and try and make sure that when those 4 blinds find the middle, it's in 1 Bastard's time. And also, of course, he just might get more hands in because someone's going to take the blind, perhaps, that an extra seat now takes the blind if, as and when a table breaks.
Sure.
As a chip leader, you kind of just want to relish this moment. Right, Canzonieri, once bitten, not twice shy. He's raising again, small to big. Going smaller sizing than when he was 3-bet, interesting. Of course, his stack is now only just over 20 blinds, and Ghazarian with a very similar hand in Queen 8. It's Queen 7 last time, came out with a 3-bet. I wonder, does he just lay down the law? No.
Yeah, Canzonieri deciding, granted we've only seen a couple of small blind versus big blind confrontations, but going with the 100% raise strategy thus far. He's counting out c-bet chips here on the Jack 6-5. Mercifully for him, Ghazarian has stone whiffed. Very small c-bet size though. 20% pot or so.
Yeah, I guess just trying to target like these kind of hands, the hands that have got absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And
Ghazarian a little suspicious there, I think, of the small size, but not too much to be done with just Queen 8.
Oh, they're looking.
2 table now.
Oh, there we go. There has been a bust out.
We play or wait? 2 table.
So the sort of tanking has worked in his favor in that we can see there's an empty seat in seat 4. Player's going to come in there. He's going to buy himself an extra hand at the table and has, of course, secured the pay jump as of the rest up to 75.90.
The action on Juma with the ace-5 off. Sort of 16 big blinds or so to start the hand.
Almost.
Are, of course, 6-handed for the time being. Until we receive new 3 players. We are down to 18. And here we go. Santagostino. 4 big blinds. Ace-9. Very likely to be more than enough to send in the remainder of his chips. And in they go. Is all in for 600k. Round to Koza in the big.
Doesn't need a lot of hand to call here.
Doesn't need much.
See what he finds. Not many hands that can fold here for 500k more.
How much?
Action is on him because Ghazarian has released that 3-4 off, I promise you.
I believe I heard 750 announced there, so Santagostino maybe with an extra little 100k.
Makes a difference.
Does make a difference.
This has got to be some sort of middle card, small card combo,
Can't
isn't
be
it?
great, yeah. Okay.
Oh, 780. But you're right, for 600k more, maybe.
Yeah, declines the opportunity.
Yeah, I think
to
that's a
spin
good
the
catch
wheel.
from you that it was 100k more than the graphics were suggesting, perhaps, and it does make things a little different.
A little bit of wiggle room for Santagostino.
So we've got another big stack drawing on his left. As we are down to our final 2 tables, 18 players remain. All vying for that $146,600 first prize in this, the IPO Masters.
Hi.
Hello.
Interesting that we haven't yet got a player for seat 4. The dealing keeps going. If they wait much longer, they're going to skip the blind. I mean, it's tough to get away with a long walk around the room pretending you don't know where you're going when there's only 2 tables.
Which table? Where am I going?
Yeah.
Have a pocket.
Okay.
Have a pocket.
Chips are being brought forward
Here
now.
he comes. The Caped Crusader. Now tell the truth, James. How many times have you executed the old...
Oh, that's not him. That's
I'm
not
not-
the Cape Crusader. There's.
Oh, that's the chip leader.
Oh no, I'm the. I took great pride this summer in busting lots of cheats, and I was
Oh, you
sniping.
did?
I was sniping players from like not on my table and stuff. If I saw it, I was calling the floor.
Were
over,
you?
going,
Love it.
That player 4 tables away, just long hauled around the room, and if they've skipped the blind, then I promise you that's what they've just done. And I was getting, I've got a picture on my phone actually of getting a player from 10 tables away in the horseshoe, and him serving his 1-round penalty against the wall, and I was zooming in,
you
taking
did it.
pictures of
What
him.
a boss.
I'm so proud of myself.
Policing the integrity of the game.
Despise cheats in all forms.
The hero, what is it? The hero, no, you're not the hero we want, but the hero we need. What's the line from Batman?
Şanssız.
You know what I'm talking about. I don't know. In any case, nice.
Blind'dan giriyordu.
What about that rule that they implemented where if you get caught texting someone at the table that you know, then you're both auto-banned?
I didn't hear of that rule, but it's quite bad because I've definitely violated that rule if that was a rule. So there we go. It's a new one on me.
Time is on.
Don't worry, guys. Andrew isn't ignoring me. He's just having a coughing fit all of a sudden. And he's gulping some water down, and he may live, he may not. Won't affect the stream, though. We'll carry on as a one-man operation. We do have David Lapham waiting in the wings for his break. And oh, he's back.
Goodness me, we might need Lappin sooner than we
That was
think.
it. You were dead. All right, fresh meat.
I'm alive, guys, don't worry.
Robert Burlacu here from the UK.
The reason I was bringing
5
that
million
up,
chips.
the reason I was bringing that up was like, surely there's potential latitude there for you to just text, you know, like find a way to make it look like you've texted a guy at the table.
Yeah, but I'd never
then
heard
you're
this
banned.
rule.
Doesn't matter, does it? If me and you are on the same table and I'm like, where are we going for dinner? Then we can be banned, apparently. Apparently it's the thing, seriously. They were like clamping down on it, but you know. Anyway, Sahafi, time to go. 10 big blinds.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I promise you it's a thing.
So happy, yeah. 10 bigs, 2 nines under the gun. Join this table.
Count it only if someone asks it. You can't.
I do recognize our new big stack, Capello.
Yes.
And the players obviously asking the ruling. Saying to the dealer, you know, are you allowed to count the stack before someone asks? And the dealer saying, no, no, I must wait for someone to ask when it's an all-in bet. One of the weird sort of lines of our game, but becomes more important with shot clocks in play, which is probably why the question came in.
Sure. Well then, Koza finds ace-jack of hearts in the small blind, commits calling chips, and Juma does find ace-10 of clubs. Don't really have any fold equity against the small blind call.
Right, and this, you know, we still have to show a lot of respect to Sahafi's jam 10 bigs from under the gun. Now, I'm sure he would have called the 10 bigs from under the gun, but this call from the small blind does kind of, it is going to be some strong hands. Now, ace-10 suited can still be the best here. That's possible. You could still be up against, you know, 2-pocket pairs or maybe some king-queen suited and a pair and that kind of thing, but it seems hard that we're going to often be in a spot where we're sort of a dominating position here with this ace-10 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's close.
It is somewhat close, but I think 2 tables left, you know, facing all in and call. We're very unlikely to be in great shape here. I hear you, though. There are some lineups where we can have decent equity, but just nothing really to be done here with ace-10 suited. He has come.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, wow.
He's going for it, Andrew.
I must say, I'm very surprised.
He's rolling the dice. Koze won't enjoy this with ace-jack, but 850k more. Not much he can do. He's committed far too many chips already. But Juma's going to love the fact that Koze is not sure. Right? What hands could Koze not be sure with here for... I mean, maybe he doesn't realize how few chips it is.
Yeah. I mean, Koze is going to be probably shocked here to find that he's dominating Juma, assuming, excuse me, he commits the extra 850.
Yeah, can't afford it. And obviously, Sahafi hating life, but actually he's going to be in much better shape than he could imagine here to this action.
Absolutely. Likely thinks that he needs to hit one of his 2 outs.
But he's got the count. And yeah, he's just priced in at this point, can't call, and he's going to be ecstatic to see he has the big blind jam covered.
Yeah, I must admit, pretty shocked.
He sees the first ace
from Juma.
This is bad news. He's a 10 and, well, barely a smile. Wants to see the 2 9s. Now he's going to find he's in great shape, Koze, here to knock out 2 and climb above 10 million chips. Sahafi, dreamland himself, just having to fade 3 overs to triple up in a spot where he must have felt like he was in bad shape.
Absolutely.
Juma perhaps wondering if he needed to make this move. But again, you know, he probably has more reads on Koze than we would, having got to day 4 of this tournament. A 6-6-8-2 club flop. Danger lurks. Juma flopping the nut flush draw. Koze, not many paths to victory, but there are still some. And Sahafi still with the best of it. And some kill outs, of course, as well. 3 of hearts brings the flush draw for Koze. He finds a path to victory.
Wow.
Sahafi's still 47% to win this with 1 card to come, despite still having the best hand. He's just hoping for a spade or a diamond. And he finds one. A low diamond. The triple up it is. Juma losing the side pot. So Koze's going to kind of break level in this coup. Yeah. Juma eliminated. Sahafi with the triple up. Wow, that wasn't a boring run out.
A lot of fun. Max outs twice for Koza and Juma. Sahafi manages to dodge the bullets. And yeah, what a result for him. Finds the full triple.
A little accounting going on here, but Juma certainly is out. It'll take a moment though. 3-way all-ins, they take a minute to sort the pot.
Yeah, I wonder if Juma will reflect on this one with some regret. Credit to him for going for the win. It seemed too thin to me, but...
It's probably one of those ones where he's seen the jam under the gun. He's looked at his hand and gone, oh, I'm going to have to call this. And then when Koze just calls, somehow he's, I guess, just leveled himself into thinking, well,
sure.
Koze maybe has a worse hand somehow, or a pair, like a small pair. Didn't just ISO jam, even though it's kind of weird that Koze
basically the
jam
same.
Anyway. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
A call and a jam there from Koze were like the same thing.
Maybe hoping Koze has like an ace-8 suited and goes, well, when I call, it'll look even stronger than if I ISO.
I guess it's the read on how Koze reacts in the spots, because calling and jamming is the same thing, but maybe it's not for Cozy. Maybe sometimes when he's got big hands, he just jams in those spots, and sometimes when he's got the marginal ones, he just calls. And if Juma's made that read on previous play, then suddenly Ace-10 becomes a much better proposition. Obviously, maybe those weak hands are like 7s, 8s, King, Queen suited, and Ace-Jack 1 pip better. And like if he had Ace-Queen, Ace-King, and the big pairs, maybe he thinks he jams, but there are still some ahead. So then, down to 17.
And what a hold that is for Sahafi, fading 2 nut flush draws.
Oh,
and a bunch of overs.
He knows it's on him this time. He's got the butchers. Fast-paced action here. Missed the IPO Masters final day. Santagostino. Getting more and more ladders, although no financial pay jump.
Yeah, I'm just
that last one.
Just having a little look. We're
15.
Two places away. Okay.
Yeah. 88.
Oh no! Once again.
Ooh. Canzonieri finds the bullets, the rockets, the boots, the aces, whatever you want to call them, at the perfect time.
Goodness me, we've already seen one cold deck. Queens running into aces. Now Celik with the kings. Runs into them once again. And I believe we might have seen both the remaining kings folded there. Which is going to make this even worse for Celik. Koza once again.
Yeah, just looking at the clock.
Very deliberate style.
Just wanted to get as deep as possible. We're playing few hands as possible. For whatever reason. Again, makes sense, I guess, more as a short stack, but everyone has their reasons. Now, Celik, decision point. Which way does he play this? Canzonieri just looks so strong when he 3-bets against another guy open, but at the same time, the 4-bet looks so strong, he makes so many hands fold. So he's trying to think, right, does Canzonieri just have a hand he wants to go with here, or are there going to be some... 3-bet buffs are always a possibility, but does he have hands that are going to 3-bet, that think they're good, and then end up folding to a 4-bet because now they get an answer they don't like? Like maybe he's got an ace-queen suited,
ace-queen
or
off or something
like, you know.
Occasionally 3-bet folds, yeah, I'm with you.
Instead, he just goes for it, and Canzonieri's going to beat him in the pot, flips over the boots. And it is the coldest of Hold'em cold decks. We see it so often. Kings into aces, pre-flop. 8 million chip pot. And, well, if you're right, then Celik's drawing dead.
Spades only.
Ace 4, 5, and yeah, I mean, our graphics telling us that he has no chance. The deuce 3 run out being it, of course. He'd have no chance, even if the kings were live in the deck on ace 4, 5. It wouldn't change much. But I saw pre-flop, it was saying 4%. So it was, you're certainly right, all the kings were folded. And that's that, the full double.
Yeah, brutal stuff for Celik. Nothing to be done. Huge double for Canzonieri. Couple of ice-cold spots here on the feature table in the main stage. Another case of the poker gods just deciding time for you to lose a big chunk of your chips.
The deck is helping. The action is constant at this feature table. All ends every hand.
Telling you, there's something in the water out here in Merit. Seems to happen so often down the stretch. These massive confrontations.
Yeah, we don't need it too often here at Merit. The players like to fight, but this deck is really helping us out.
As the dealer just counts down the stacks. Every chip, of course, so important. Celik still going to be in there with a fighting chance. Big body blow.
Yeah, tough start for him at the feature table.
Yeah.
No, button is dead. Now I get aces.
Canzonieri just, obviously, a bad start to him at this feature table. Obviously, we saw him raise fold a couple of times. Would have felt like, hang on, I'm getting beaten up a little bit here. And now just gets dealt into the dream scenario. Aces for the full double. Now himself wielding 8 million chips. 8 of the 93 million in play. It's a nice spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Average chips at the moment, around about 5.5 million. So about 1.5 times average for him. Cards back in the air. Capello himself with 2x average, 11 million in chips. Burlacu gets out of the way. Round to Sahafi in the small blind, Jack 10 off. Does have Celik behind him after that previous hand, James, wounded down to 2.4 million in chips. So around about 16 big blinds only for Celik. Oh, wow. Sahafi walks him with Jack 10. And Celik has the ace 10 off.
Wow.
Pretty wild fold from the small. Turns out perfectly. Very intriguing. Just had the spidey senses. I was wondering whether Sahafi would be considering jam for around about 15 blinds. Let's just let it go. Action now on Capello. Very experienced player. Has a great pedigree. Seen him in many of these merit events before. Just gets out of the way with the King 6 of spades. Ghazarian folding ace 8.
Yeah, from the hijack.
Yeah, thought he'd have given it a little more consideration.
Yeah, Santagostino in the big blind with 7 blinds behind. But I mean, ace 8's not a bad hand. You don't mind taking it against any hand he decides to go with. What, you got Celik with 16 blinds behind, kind of incentivized with some pivots. But yeah, I think with you, like, I don't think Jose strikes him as kind of goes on 3-bet me too often out of line.
Yeah.
So how he just tripled up or doubled up, or tripled up, sorry. Maybe he's worried about him as it is. Good fold. Celik found perfect hand to 3-bet jam with.
Yeah, it's worked out very nicely for Ghazarian.
But he, I guess, has decisions with here. Does he have a trap? Does he just move all in? It's like that's the latter is the option. And a swift fold from Santagostino.
Yeah, I think when our opponent is down to sort of 6 blinds, just plug this one into the open shove range. Big blind's going to call off with plenty of worse hands that we have in very bad shape. As it stands, gets that one through. So onward we march. 17 players remain in here. Final day of the IPO Masters. Myself, James, and David will be taking you through all the way to the end of tonight's coverage. Action back on Koza. I would love to get some insight, because like you said yourself, you know, if a player is very short, it makes a lot of sense here to sort of use the maximum time and try and get these ladder ups. But, you know, we have 7 million, like, something to be said for not playing fast or, you know, overly quickly, but you want to keep accumulating, right?
Everyone's incentivized, obviously, to play slowly in the sense that you know, ICM affects all, but
Yeah.
as the big stack, yeah, you kind of get to take advantage of that fact.
Right.
Especially with his sort of seat, you got Ghazarian to your right. He's probably the most capable, and you've got position on him. The stacks behind don't really get to come after you. Like a little surprise. Capello, he's got a big stack, 11 million in chips. But 8-5. Oh.
Interesting to see Santagostino let that one go. You know, queen 3 off, obviously we're not thrilled with it, but only working with 5 blinds. There's 375k in there that we really could do with adding to our stack. A little surprised that he didn't just shove there blind on blind.
Ah, come on, you get to day 4. You want to find something better than queen 3.
Do you though? You're in there, come on. No, I hear you. It's not the most appetizing prospect. But
Burlacu, king 10 under the gun. Yeah. This table, he's going to try and get one through. It's been snug since his arrival. Maybe I want to capitalize on that image. But like I say, I think at this point everyone knows everyone. Cove, again, not going to keep banging the old same drum. Clearly has his play set out here. Canzonieri, the one on the big blind here, and Capello in the small. They're the big stacks, 11 mil and 9 mil. So kind of actually a nice seat for Burlacu. Obviously Ghazarian behind, very capable with 9 million in chips, but he is left of the biggest stacks. Celik, stock take, but Queen Jack O, can't imagine him being a hand he wants to play against an under the gun open, albeit we can see here it is a lighter one.
yeah, he agrees, not quite enough hand to get into the mixer. This one gonna fold round to Capello in the small. Round to Canzonieri. Very pretty looking 8-6 of spades. He's counting out calling chips here to defend from the big.
Seems to be a devout Yankees fan. Just knows the double logoed apparel.
Oh, wow.
Coldest of cold decks here. Canzonieri flopping the flush from the big blind, but Burlacu flopping the joint, the straight. Oh, is he coming out with a lead? This is naughty on ace, queen, jack. How do we have leads here? This is feisty.
Absolutely unreal stuff on this flop.
How's he found the lead?
Yeah, super rare that you will see leads on this ace, queen, jack texture, never mind of one suit.
Does that instantly scare Burlacu?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the time, you just, really, does the guy just flop a flush and lead into me here? I think more likely it's going to be a sort of one spade in hand,
right.
Maybe something like a king of spades X.
But
would make a little more sense. Burlacu going to start with a call.
Yeah, still, you don't almost want to raise here, because if he has got one of these kind of weak one pair with a bad spade, he's just going to fold anyway. Maybe you want to allow your opponent to come blasting.
Sure.
Little does he know, he's the one on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. You also don't want to give a hand like an ace-8 or something like this if it has somehow decided to lead a route to the exit door.
Now, 1.375 in there. What size does he come with on the turn? A little over half. This is getting real all of a sudden. Here's Burlacu with no option but to keep calling.
Sure. It's still likely, I think, going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Right, it's one of these spots where you just never expect this action, so you don't really know what it is, but at the end of the day, he flopped a straight, so I guess we've got to feel happy, but obviously the value that, the big value that takes his line, it does have us beat, right? It's not like our opponent has a set when it's come ace, queen, jack, and we've opened from under the gun and they flat the big blind. They don't really have two pairs. Maybe there's queen, jack that might go this way. That might be it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you that calling is the way to continue here.
So he does.
He does agree.
Whereas in that 700, 2.8 resides in the pot. Burlacu with overpot behind, and well, the grimmest of cards, the 10 of spades on the river. Obviously, neither player likes seeing that one. Canzonieri, is he going to find a bet? He'll block. The 8-high flush. Kind of scary, right? Because the most likely hand that Burlacu's keenest to call 2 streets with is the king of spades in hand.
I think one
Ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10, all these hands could be in there with the king of spades.
for sure. I think one thing that is sort of working in our favor, very difficult for Burlacu to have like the 9 of spades or like 9 of spades, 7 of spades, or another small spade in hand.
Right.
Like he
king
needs
of
to have
spades.
ace 9 off. Yeah, it's basically king of spades or nothing. So we can sort of still
Nice.
fairly comfortably value bet. You know, look to get value from a hand like a straight, something like an ace king.
Right, all the sets. that are
All
out
the
there.
sets, right, might feel compelled to flick in 800k.
And is there any world where...
I wonder if we can ever bluff.
Wow.
It would be very spicy.
It would be, but I mean...
Yeah, it does get away from it.
Well, he won't like that river, but he's going to see later on that it was one of the best rivers in the deck for him. Canzonieri
One time.
getting 2 streets. Costing him a time bank in the process, but that's okay. Great second half to this level for him.
A really interesting hand. You just never expect
Right.
the big blind to lead here with a flop flush.
He led quickly.
Very quickly, too. You know, you might see some more leads on the low boards, potentially.
Yeah,
You know,
that's...
You don't see it too often on monotone regardless, but on the ace queen jack, I did not expect to see him immediately reach.
Right. The 7-5-3.
There we go.
We're okay, but yeah, we kind of give under the gun some ace queen jack now and again.
Sure.
At least in theory. That's what makes this game so fun. People deviate.
Yeah, a little
And
bit.
it gets a lot harder.
Little bit of run good there for Burlacu. Doesn't know it yet. You know, on a blank river, could have been very bad news. Let's get away.
17 remain. Jose's hoping it gets the 9 quickly. Sahafi, what a dream start he had to this table. First hand, he sat down, jammed it in, got 2 callers.
Yeah.
Think, uh-oh. But no, triple up, hold, 2 9s, good enough. Now here he comes with the ace-7 suited, opening off 29 blinds. Well, we can hear the table talk. I hope you can hear us. Oh, I can see the stream still going out, but we've momentarily lost our vision in here. Ah, here we go, we're back. Okay. Canzonieri with 2 jacks in the small blind. It's a pretty easy spot to 3-bet call it off.
I think so. I mean, it's, you know, Sahafi opening here off 29 blinds does feel like the sort of stack depth that we can just go ahead and 3-bet and call any further aggressive action from Sahafi. Makes it 7 big blinds or so. Typically here, early-ish position versus the small blind, not a great spot, right, to want to continue with ace-7 suited. Very tricky at this depth, and does just get out of the way.
Canzonieri, everything going right for this man. Stacking up the chips. Red one's 100Ks. Whereas white's the 25Ks, but it is the half a beans you want. With green chips. I'm not going to mention color theory just yet, but Canzonieri is wearing a green hat.
Oh, I forgot about the color theory.
Just saying. He's running the hottest here, and he's the only one wearing green. That's all I'm going to say. Take it or leave it.
Do you have any empirical data to back up the color theory?
I mean, all the merit streams. Just go back through them. Pays off. For those of you unfamiliar, color theory. Just wear the color of the highest value chip, and they seem to gravitate towards you. Koze is taking some time, but this one will be played. Ace Jack of Diamonds. And again, he's gone for the just over 3x.
Interesting style to implement. One thing I will say, does discourage people from 3-betting you in my experience. You know, when someone min raises and you have a hand that you sort of want to 3-bet light, and then all of a sudden they make it over 3x, it can be difficult to play back against. And we've seen it before, it gives people a bad price in the big. Although the counter argument to that is with a hand as playable and strong as Ace Jack of Diamonds, why would we want to disincentivize people to continue from the big?
Case in point here, Ghazarian would love to call a min bet with this hand, but very hard to call this size. Just not getting the price. Certainly when you factor in that under the gun range being theoretically a lot tighter. Much more interesting if you face this bet against a button open, wouldn't it, of 3x? Because against a button range, we're still doing pretty well with King 7 suited. He does just give it up. Angling to try and get a show.
Yeah.
King Queen suited. No. Where I'm from? Lebanon. Lebanon. I'm Turkey. Lebanon. My friend Hadi. Hadi, you know Hadi? Yeah. I said I'm coming this tournament. You play Omaha with him, or? Yeah. Omaha. Very good person. Yeah, I like this.
So then, action back on Celik. That is Santagostino.
Yeah, it says Capello, but it actually is certainly on Santagostino first. Capello, I'm sure, will be itching to fold this 8 deuce with his 11 million chips and move on to the next hand. we're living in the future and the past all at the same time.
There we go.
Burlacu, finally around to him, loving to get involved, but we're looking at Jack 7 off from the cutoff and have to wait another time. A walk, a rarity. I think that must have been a very bad hand from Ghazarian, because I think he would come after, there we go. I think he would come after Koze, like this. What we've seen, all right. The dealer push means one thing and one thing only here at Merit. Blinds are kicking up. We're going to 100, 200. Therefore, your leader, Francesco Canzonieri, will have 55 blinds as we move forward. Santagostino down to sub 4. Celik with just 10, having run those kings into the aces. Sahafi will be right around that 20 big blind mark. Goes in the rest, though, will be over the magical 30 big blind mark. Always a nice spot to be in a tournament, but it is the two Italians leading the way.
Yeah, very strong level from Canzonieri, managing to cooler the kings of Celik with the pocket aces of his own, flopping a flush against Burlacu.
Oh, yeah.
He's just on the move. And, you know, reference to Bull and Koza had a very strong level of his own, both of them on the move.
Too much aggressive.
We're still 17 players remaining.
Yeah. This is gamble. Gamble. Yeah, gamble. We play like Omaha, pot. I very like Omaha. It's good.
Here he comes again. Canzonieri feeling the heat Finds ace king in the hijack.
Dreamy.
Always interesting in these spots. You can often feel that people are getting a little carried away and trying to run the table over. Really has just had a lot of positive card distribution up to this point. Has another very strong hand.
Because has added a smile to his
I know,
face
yeah.
to go with the tank.
He's another string to the bow.
Mixing things up this level. Maybe it's, you know, level 30, even numbers. We go for the smile. Odd numbers. Sealy face.
Sahafi going to get out of the way with the 9-7.
Close, right? Obviously, more than a min raise.
Sure.
Closer to 2.5x. Obviously, recognizing the value of keeping chips versus gaining chips at this stage of a tournament.
That is one thing I will say about, you know, we saw this large open size strategy from Koza. It really does make it difficult, right, when you're in the big. It's just very inherently uncomfortable when you face these larger open sizes.
I mean, this one was a little, like 475 at 200,
sure.
but it's certainly something to take note of, I think, because so many players are aware of what they're supposed to defend with to a min raise.
That's it.
So as soon as you start throwing in something else, it kind of puts people at a little disadvantage, perhaps, not knowing where they're supposed to be. Maybe they make some more mistakes. Obviously, it costs you more when you play these pots, but generally at this stage of the tournament, you don't want to be playing bigger pots. But if it makes your opponent make bigger mistakes, maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah. Ghazarian had enough of folding. Gonna come in for a pretty wide one here. Queen 7 offsuit from the cutoff. Koza gets out of the way. Is opening into the big blind of Celik, who's working with sub 10 and does find a very playable King Jack. Could go both ways here. May just decide to run it against an aggressive opponent.
Right. Obviously, one of those hands you love to have as a call because
Sure.
a lot of your good flops are the ones they're going to attack. You want to keep in some weaker. You don't want the Jack 10s, the King 9s getting away. But at the same time, look at this. There's already 1.1 million in there, and you only got 1.5 back. Such an important pickup if you were to jam. But he does select to go with the keeping some worse in, and now things get a little tricky on 10-6-3.
Yeah, tricky indeed.
But maybe he's of the mind, hey, look, if it becomes 10-6-3, I might still just check jam over a C-bet.
Yeah, one real positive is there aren't too many flops that you just have to check fold on, right? Like, there are lots of textures that you either flop top pair and your opponent continues to put money in for you. But it does get tricky on some of these ones, like a 10-3-6, and unfortunately does fold the best of it.
Yeah, I think if we get the situation we end up folding this flop in particular, then I think we're best served with a jam.
I'm with you. It is uncomfortable. I think we just have to sort of check call flop. It's not a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with I'm okay with check jam. I
Sure.
We got 2 overs.
That's it. Got 2 overs, backdoor straight draws, can just have the best hands.
Right, when we can make some ace-highs fold. It's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, inclined to agree. Very nice pickup for Ghazarian.
Pozisyonumuz tatlı, güzel değil. Çipimiz az.
Maybe Queen 7's his magic hand. Right, we saw him 3-bet blind on blind in a spot that most players don't find. I didn't mind it at all. And comes in for the open from the cutoff. Queen 7-0.
Burlacu seems to look down at Jack 7 offsuit a lot.
It does.
It's not a good time to get hot on the Jack 7 offs. This is where you want to get hot on the Ace Kings right now. Koze. He's warm with Ace 10 suited. From the cutoff. Plenty of hand. Let's see. He's been going over 3x, but the blinds have gone up considerably. He jumped from 150 big to 200 big. Is he really going to start making it sort of 650?
575.
Just slipping below 3x off this stack. Says, okay, I like it. Adjustment to go a bit smaller makes sense. And straight away, you're going to put pressure on a hand like this. Sahafi, the seat behind King 10 suited. What does he do with 18 blinds?
I think this is where it's a very delicate balancing act. Like, if we min-raise Ace 10 suited here, I think there's a decent chance that Sahafi just jams it in here with King 10 suited for 18. I certainly would against the late position open. Whereas when you make it this 3 blinds, it does sort of...
It's
the big blind is committed, okay.
Yeah, there's no follow-up with Santagostino, of course, was all in.
Yes.
Well, we're sitting there with 3 blinds behind, so...
3 high.
Really? Why?
Suddenly the opening range is that much tighter with that in mind, so...
Okay.
But it's a good point you're in the middle of making.
Easy. Easy.
Because they're saying, why don't you fold? Like, let me have it. Can this poor man get something going? Very unlucky. Right at the top of the frame. Raised ace king. Koze defended ace 4, came ace 4-4. Lost almost all his chips.
550.
Been very patient since then and basically getting dead out the tournament.
Yeah.
Had to make the stand with deuce 3.
He's only a 2-to-1 underdog.
Let's hope, yeah. Queen 7-4, still live. That'll be the case, unless a 10 falls on the turn. Wow, Queen of Spade, that's a bad one. Reduced to just deuce or 3 non-spade. Well, backdoor flush, unnecessary.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Santagostino out in 17th place, good for $7,590.
20.
Yeah, good run. Really nothing you could do. You referenced that big cooler early doors with the ace-king on the ace 4-4 versus the flop full house. Really didn't put a foot wrong, just no cards came his way after that cooler. Takes us down to 16.
Niente di che. È un po' aggressivo. Sicuramente sta a sfruttare le chips.
Table of 9, table of 7, so it looks like the players are inquiring as to be getting a play up. I think you're in this table, you're like, quickly deal now, they're not going to be in the big blind, so let's get a free one in. Canzonieri, things are going great for him. Looks down at Jack 9 suited. He's just going to let it go from the #1 seat.
Yeah, perhaps a little glimpse into his psyche here and how he wants to approach things. He's been fairly snug, you know, fairly honest with his opening ranges. I think a lot of players there with the sort of table chip leads would start to try and apply pressure. Let's get out of the way.
Burlacu just taking time. He's asking, are we getting a player? Doesn't want to play 7-handed, it seems. Wants to get the table balanced up to 8. Obviously, that's always something you want as a short stack. But like I just mentioned, is the next seat that takes the blind is seat 4. So that player, it's not like that player's going to skip a blind and come in behind or anything.
Sure.
So they're only getting free hands, so you kind of don't want them to come just yet, in a purely selfish theory.
Interesting decision point for Koza. Finds the ace-10 of spades once again. Likely deciding between call and 3-bet here.
Cool.
Does have position, of course, on Ghazarian.
Yeah, I think we saw his approach with the 2 10s from the small blind. There's no surprise to see him kind of just taking more cautious approaches. And for that reason, you know, Ghazarian is going to have... I mean, you always have some concern when you've opened with Queen 10 and been called, but more reason to recognize that there are going to be perhaps some stronger hands in this range than he might expect from somebody else with 40 blinds behind. He's probably still expecting to see some ace-queens here that other players would always be 3-betting. Capello in the big, happy to close the action with a suited ace. Maybe some decision there whether he could have 3-bet, but I think the suited ace aspect just kind of leans him towards a call, doesn't it? Yeah. Have to be wary, of course, on ace-high boards, but as it is, Jack 6-4, he picks up backdoor clubs and some sort of connectivity there.
Check.
Plays a backdoor flush of his own. Ghazarian, the one actually just missing this, probably just wants to get this affair over.
Yeah, seems like a very reasonable give up here from Ghazarian. You know, blocking those sort of auto folds of your opponents, having hearts on the diamond spade club flop. Is going to check this one over to Koza.
Check.
He's content also to take a free turn.
And here we go. Capello picking up nut clubs. Very much decision point here now, right? Whether he wants to just sort of set his own price, slash kind of maybe make some better fold like this ace-10, but unlikely to make too much better fold, and elects to check.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see check. I mean, you will see quite a lot of probing here from the big blind once the action checks through on flop. And exactly what you just said, I mean, for a very small price here, we can just bet pretty small and start to fold out, you know, like a hand like ace, queen off. Is Ghazarian really going to call with Koza still behind, still to act? You know, we can get, yeah, some stronger hands than ours just to fold turn.
The flip, I guess, is there's an argument that maybe some weaker hands bluff. Doesn't seem that likely when the action's gone checked through on the flop, but maybe he thinks it's a possibility.
Sure.
Yeah, I would expect to see like a 300k bet there. Well, he has kind of got a bluff coming in, but it's a bluff from better, which is a little awkward. And now he's going to have to pay 675 rather than maybe just 300, 350 that he could have bet himself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If we just bet ourselves, we can sort of stop this from happening and clear out some equity.
Unless he has other plans afoot.
I would be surprised if he raised this combo. I think it's almost a little too good. Like, we might raise a hand like a 7-5 of clubs, potentially, something like this that has some more playability for bluffing rivers.
Blind check.
He's going to be
hang on.
Oh.
He's blind checked. Out of position.
Wow.
But smiled. Is that a joke? I mean, is this binding? What's going on here? He announced blind check when he's in position.
Ace high.
Yeah, this is going to be very frustrating for Capello.
Yeah. That's painful.
Yeah, like one of the benefits, of course, of just probing ourselves here.
He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Clubs. Ace high.
He kind of, a little unfortunate. It has to be like ace 10, ace 9,
exactly
ace 8 for it to be that, but it's very rare that your opponent is bluffing there with a better hand.
100%.
But he somehow found it, and that always makes it feel worse.
Yeah, you probably quite often just... Koza's going to have a hand like pocket 5s or something like that, you know, checks flopped and then starts to just deny equity itself on the turn, like an ace 4 suited type holding. Pretty unlucky for it to be ace 10. That's interesting, the old blind check.
I couldn't tell if it was a real thing or not. He kind of like laughed. I mean, I don't know.
He looked very uncomfortable and just like, oh, I'm waving the white flag.
I think it may have been a callback to something that happened between them earlier. The way he said it, it kind of, do you know what I mean? It felt like it was an in-joke that we're not privy to.
Action back on Burlacu. Oh, he had a king 5 of clubs, but it's changed to the ace king. Oh.
How do you manage that?
I don't know. It was wizardry. I'm fairly sure I saw king 5 of clubs.
I thought I saw something non-premium. I like that movie. You can just click your fingers and change your hand.
Brilliant.
You wouldn't have to be in this commentary booth if you could do that.
You cut me deep sometimes.
That'd be a good power, though. I mean, you'd win every tournament.
Now then, Sahafi in the hijack, king, queen of hearts. This does feel very close.
Against under the gun. Very scary. I mean, is it okay to just call here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, our opponents should still have enough sort of, you know, steel-type hands that King, Queen of Hearts is going to perform pretty well. We do have position. And, you know, it's not like Burlacu just gets to go crazy on every board here. Like, we are representing a fairly strong range ourselves here when we call from hijack.
And I suppose as well, inviting perhaps the big blind in, not the worst hand when we have broadways. And we see here, do so in the form of a dominated Queen 5.
Yeah, King Queen suited, just one of these hands.
Right,
in,
it's like the prime.
In, like, game theory world always likes calling. So many good things can happen post.
Wow, what a flop for Canzonieri. We saw him take a lead line before from the big. This one makes a lot more sense, and he's not missing a step. He's going for it straight away. Really recognizing the situation. Number one, both these players are going to check this board a lot. Number two, he has enough hand that if they do raise him, he can just go with this, right? I'm
a big, big fan of this.
Small size, though.
It seems pretty reasonable to me. I think you'll see a lot of sort of B25, B30 type leads. You're right, though. This is very small. Like, he's gone 15%, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a little bit more, like 17.5% type size. But we can see this can just be so effective. Burlacu just has a hand that kind of wants to call, right? He has the King of Clubs in hand, but he has Sahafi behind him. Not closing the action makes this incredibly difficult.
Sahafi has a little interest himself in backdoor hearts plus these overs. I mean, if he's up against one pair, he's in great shape.
He's certainly, quote-unquote, supposed to call here. Like, you're getting such a great price, right? If you turn either overcard, you're likely best. If you turn a heart, you know, you have a lot of good reasons to continue further. Very nice, though, from Canzonieri.
Yeah, great pickup there for just 275.
Yeah, very nice.
Making two better hands fold. Dreamy. Burlacu, yeah, like, this guy, I've opened twice, I'm under the gun, and this guy's led into me both times. Like, what the hell's going on?
Very frustrating there.
Two very different boards.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we were a little confused when he led the ace-queen-jack, because, you know, that really does smash the under-the-gun range a lot harder than the 8-7-6 club, which is, of course, going to favor the big blind range versus under-the-gun.
Number one, I am number two. YouTube again. Omaha. This day we played with him again. He was number one, you were number two.
Another new player at the table.
Oh, an old player returning. Furman. We saw in the, I want to say in the mystery bounty, right? I think he was deep in that, seemed very composed.
Yeah, decision on Celik. Pocket fives and 7 big blinds only. Getting very short. Not the most appetizing prospect here to jam over and open. But may decide that he's getting to that danger zone, and he is going to run it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Does he have, like, the faintest bit of fold equity, do we think?
Tough to have too many folds here from Fairman for only 7 blinds. But you could, you know, there might be some little slivers of a hand like a Jack 10 off if it's opened, or Ace 7 off, something like this. Could occasionally lay it down. Don't think we can ever fold this a hand as good as this, of course. Not for 7 BBs. Stranger things have happened, of course.
Yeah, this is one where you feel like you're going to get shown a better hand a lot, but at this price, albeit with the ICM, how can we ever fold? Even if you don't think he's got 5s, he's going to have 8s, 9s.
Sure.
Have some king, queen suited type stuff. Getting 2 to 1.
Yeah, he does flick it in.
Yeah. Doesn't enjoy it. will be adequately pleased when he sees a flip.
And then
Fair fight.
Yeah, neither player thrilled to get it in with either combo, but they are flipping.
So like Torrid time on this feature table. Found the kings, got them all in pre-flop, and of course was up against the aces. Can he get a reprieve? Can he get a second shot? Doesn't look like it on the 10-8-4, but there is potential. Still 2 cards to come. Both fives alive. Check on the turn. Produces no backdoor. He's going to have to do it pure if he wants to avoid finishing 16th place in this, the IPO Masters. That is where he will reside for the rest of time. Started this feature table as the chip leader, but it was marginal. We did say that he was he started with 42 blinds, if I remember. The shortest stack had 20, and you referenced the shortest stack, if he doubled through him, would be the big stack. It was close. Tournaments move fast.
Yeah, this is it. Good rung, Celik. Sometimes really nothing you can do. The vicious cooler we saw against Canzonieri ran the kings into the aces and unable to recover. Good game, sir. I wish him the best of luck in the rest of the week here at the Dolce Vita series. I'm sure he'll be back. I believe that takes us down to 15 remaining. The final table starts coming into view.
1, 2, 3, 3 million. 50. 350. You covered me.
Top 15 guaranteed $8,800. But of course, it's the 146,600 up top. Plus, I promise you, Andrew, there is a gorgeous trophy. I did some inquiring with the powers that be behind it. They're teasing it with us today. They're holding it back, holding it back for after the break.
It is
when
beautiful.
the break comes back, it's beautiful, sort of blown glass.
Yeah.
Mannequin trophy will return. Have you got any gorgeous looking trophies at home for anything?
Oh, you've done me.
Not.
I've actually never won a live tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about from your wakeboarding days? Did you win any big awards?
10-pin bowling trophies, mate. I've got bags full of them.
10-pin bowling?
10-pin bowling, mate.
Oh.
Yeah.
I could see you being a bowler.
Didn't you know that?
I didn't know.
I used to be ranked second in Scotland as a young man for 10-pin bowling.
Second in Scotland for what age group is that then?
The under 16s, I think. Then under 18s. That's how I was so successful with the females of the species. They love bowling. James is making a symbol that I will not repeat in the booth. Right. And that's enough of that nonsense. Round to the button. Canzonieri, ace-jack of hearts, 450k. Burlacu has a potential one here, Demps. We did reference that he likely thinks that Canzonieri has been really pushing the action.
Yeah, and this...
Here we go.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Really tough to blame him. You should have fold equity here against the chip leader.
Yeah, when you're this short, 12 blinds, you don't get many 3-bet jam spots because, well, you just don't have much 3-bet. You don't have much fold equity, but against the button, you do. And look, I mean, Canzonieri is taking a moment here, but this is way enough hand.
It has to be.
And he just moves it. I mean, Burlacu held back some chips. I think he's just checking the situation. We're showing us 15 left, so we are through the pay jump. I guess he's just confirming that. 16 players, got 76.
You didn't restart it. You didn't restart it, right? So, okay.
Pretty unfortunate here to run into a hand.
14 left?
No, 15.
15, 14, same price.
It's the same
3
price.
people for money jump.
I'm sure.
Can you move a little bit?
There is 3 for money jump.
So yeah, he was just, he thought the pay jump came at 14, but the other players quite nicely pointing out, hey buddy, you've already got the pay jump, saving him as time banks. I mean, there's some camaraderie.
15, 14.
Yeah, it's the same.
He didn't realize.
Da.
Has secured that pay jump. In fact, the next pay jump's not till 12 left. So, Burlacu, he's the one at risk with the ace-4-0. But we've seen the ace-4-0 perform pretty nicely on this table up to now. Can it continue here? Well, there is a 4, but not before a jack. One of those outs folded. It's going to have to go.
Now, on the river.
Oh, doesn't even want it now. Well, he hasn't got it now. So there we go.
Time makes here for 4.
But he has asked for it on the river.
No.
Burlacu. Oh! Finds it on the river. Wow, there we go. That's the trick, Andrew. We live and learn. You don't ask for it. You be specific where you want it. Didn't want to find it on the turn. Said I want it on the river. Little does he know that the other 4 have been folded.
Oh, it was? The old one-outer? Wow. Well, Burlacu, we just heard him say, ask and you will receive. Tell me about it, my friend. I mean, that's a level of confidence that I'm not sure I can aspire to, though, Dem. To just say, oh, I don't want it on the turn.
Yeah.
River only, please.
Yeah, I want it as soon as possible. I don't want to give up an opportunity. Just
absolutely.
If you want to put it on the turn, go for it.
A huge double up for Burlacu. First sort of body blow for Canzonieri. Things have been going too smoothly. A little bump in the road for him. Relatively small pot. 12 BBs effective. See how he responds. Those ones can be a little frustrating.
I'm looking at these lemons thinking I need a refreshing drink.
I can picture you out on your yacht. Like nice little cold pressed lemonade. You know, one of those chilled glasses, you know, that you get at really posh places where they give you out the fridge and it's all ready. That crisp, chilled glass. Freshly squeezed lemonade. That obviously you haven't squeezed yourself because you're going to get someone else to do the job.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's here.
Different person than the one who chills my glasses, you understand.
Obviously. Perhaps we will embark on a, you know, fresh glass of lemonade on dinner break.
Furman. 2 kings from under the gun. In he comes, as well he should. Goes 450. I think his last open was the 475. Maybe something to keep an eye on as he's gone slightly smaller with a really good hand, but for now, making its way around. Burlacu, well, he just got fresh off that double, but this seems like a scary proposition with an offsuit combination. But is he going to get greedy and maybe go for some sort of spicy 3-bet, look super strong against under the gun move here?
Yeah, interesting
about it.
spot. 27 bigs deep. There are all options open here, I think. It's some argument to like just VPIP with a call here, but not really incentivized to do this against specifically under the gun. You know, if later position opens, we're going to dominate, right, some of the opens with a hand like King Jack. Yeah, but he exercises discretion, gets out of the way. Koza, though, pocket 6s.
Yeah, this one feels like a mandatory defend.
Absolutely.
Don't really care what your opponent's range is when you've got 2 6s facing this price. He's going to have a little look at the flop. Suits smothered. And a queen 7-8 board could present some difficulty for him if he faces a bet here. There's some future with 6s here, is there not?
Sure. Yeah, kind of going to depend on the flop sizing that Furman chooses here. Can certainly have some larger bets on this sort of queen 7-8 texture. If he goes very small, 6s, 3 to a straight, may feel compelled to call one. Does land on the tank check. See what size and Furman comes with. Looks like 500k, so 40%.
Your favorite number?
Yeah, B40's back, baby, I promise you. But 6s do start to shrink, right, against 500k. Like if your opponent does bet 300k, for example, you feel a little happier continuing. Very tough spots, these, especially against under the gun. Yeah, it's going to keep him honest for one street at least.
I think we have to, don't we? For at least
Sure.
one. Like you say, that backdoor playability with the 7-8. It's just a little bit too much hand to give up for now. But
Yeah.
it's only scary against under the gun, especially if we face some additional action. And especially on a rainbow board. You know, some of Furman's perhaps turn barrels will be picked up flush draws. They don't exist on this texture. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, very clean deuce of spades turn for Furman. Type of card that almost never improves the big blind. Very likely to continue barreling for value. Koza's trademark tank check comes into effect. About as clean as turn cards get. Yeah, like this. Looks like around about 2/3 pot. Very nice. Sizing this one up, Demps to potentially get it all in on the river if Koza check calls twice.
Yeah, certainly making it super hard, isn't it, for a queen to get stuck into a very big pot. Perhaps looking to just knock off some of those straight draws as well, or at least if they want to call, they've got to pay a heavy price for it.
Sure.
As it is, I feel like Jose is going to have better hands than this to call a second time with. He's suspicious. I mean, now we are against a man repping a very tight range. And he's going to use a time bank.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, is our man really firing a second barrel here with just no pair? I mean, maybe there's some Jack 10, 9, 10, those kind of hands that could be in there, but they're few and far between from under the gun, you would think.
Yeah, Furman should...
Oh,
wow.
keeping him honest.
Okay.
Suspicious of that bigger bet.
I was going to say, Furman should have some hands like King Jack, Ace Jack, right, that have nice blocking properties to the best top pairs that do decide that they want to bluff turn. This is a very sticky call from Koza.
Now, perhaps the most interesting decision now falls on Furman, assuming he faces a check here. You're motioning just to shove, just that you just go for the whole lot, right?
I think we just go for all of it. I mean, maybe some latitude and some, you know, scope to bet something in the sort of 3 million to 3.5 million realm. But you said it yourself, we're repping this very sort of tight range. A lot of the time our opponent's going to have a queen now, right? When they check call this big
in theory, you've
size
knocked
on
out the 7x, the 8x,
Right.
these kind of hands.
So, did he
just checks
check?
back.
Oh,
Just scared, perhaps. But exactly that, maybe the opposite. Maybe he's never going to call me with a queen. I'm only going to get called by 2 pairs and just checking back.
yeah, I mean, it would be a spot that, I mean, I'm greedy in this spot and just thinking, especially when Koza tanks so long, I think also, he didn't look, I don't know, it didn't feel as if, you know, there's too many natural traps. I guess there will be some.
I wonder as well, like just
a flop set of 7s, something like this.
Playing devil's advocate that maybe, hey, look, I don't have that many bluffs when I bet the turn because it was the spade. It was the rainbow board. So now when I bet again, it's like, what are my bluffs at this point? Maybe I just never get called by a queen. And just, again, I'm with you. I think I would still bet, but...
Yeah.
14 left in the tournament.
I understand where
those 5 million chips, so valuable.
Yeah.
What percent do I get called? If I get called, am I good? I can understand.
I mean, if you know that your opponent will never call all in with Queen Jack here,
right,
then checking starts to become a bit more attractive for sure, because then you end up just value towning yourself against these sort of slow played flop sets, or like hand like a Queen 8 top 2 that didn't raise. I hear you. Chips, of course, very valuable at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I wonder maybe just bet a small size.
Right.
Know, just make it so those hands can never fold.
A little bit of an exploit, just bet 1.5 mil again.
And just, I mean, I've only seen Jose play for this last hour and a half, but I don't think he's the man who's going to find a check raise bluff.
Check raise bluff river, yeah.
Even though, like, he had 6s, which would be a pretty nice candidate, right? I mean, if you're ever going to be someone on the river, you block the straights. Not that that's really a thing. But it doesn't strike me as a man who's going to do that. So I think I would just go exploit.
Yeah.
1.5 million again.
I can see it.
Let him make a hero call.
Actually does make sense. Well, okay. Back into it.
Canzonieri. Well, Jack 7s have been dealt out in frequency to that side of the table, but it's him with it this time, and he's going to give it a go. Getting a little frisky.
Yeah, we did say we thought he'd been kind of on the snuggish side pre. But nice to see him widen in here with that chip.
Yeah, kind of
Stack.
a little scary because he's got Burlacu behind with 27 blinds. Is going to be able to attack him at some frequency. And Ghazarian with 41 on the button. Furman with 50 blinds in the big. So it's not like he's opening into a bunch of pushovers here. We take it to the streets. Furman defending the ahead Queen 8 that has now fallen a long way behind because Canzonieri has flopped the dreamy scenario bottom 2. Always nice when you get bottom 2 and just unblock that top pair, isn't it? It's like,
Absolutely.
Come on, let's go. Even has backdoor hearts to go with it. And this man has had a very, very strong frequency in terms of one when he's seen the flop. I don't think he's seen the flop and lost the pot yet.
I think that's true. Yeah, the only pot we've seen him lose is the all-in with the H-Jack Ace 4.
Right, and he's had a couple of opens that have been 3-bet folded, but every time he's defended twice in the big, end up winning the pot. This one, he's going to win the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary proposition to take this man on.
Yeah, one to watch for sure. Somewhat unfortunate that Furman just with no piece, like kind of thing there. You referenced it yourself. Unblocking top pairs, all those 9-10, Queen 10s are going to have straight draws. No matter though. Takes down a small one. So we are down to 14. I think we lost another on the outer table. Another look at Capello. Really hasn't been able to get involved much thus far since arriving. Can get involved here though. King 10 off. In for the min raise.
Ghazarian reestablishing his signature. He's like, hang on a second, I don't look intimidating enough. Let me get my back a little straighter before I look down at this. Maybe he'd seen an ace or Rhodium and thought, oh, I best look my best from the big occasion. Cove, he's got 2 6s once more. Clicks it in on the button. Furman in the small. I'm not going to join the party with that Queen 10 off, but Sahafi in the big. In a tougher spot here with ace 9 off. I feel like just a little bit too much of a hand to fold this one.
Yeah, these spots.
Ace 6 off, we'd probably fold. Ace 7, maybe ace 8, ace 9, we start to call.
These spots do feel pretty grim because there's a decent chance that you are dominated fairly often here. But I'm with you. It does feel a little too strong, not quite strong enough to jam, a little too strong to fold. So it does commit calling chips. Capello flops the best of it.
Yeah, but even he'll be concerned somewhat on the King 4-3, having had the button peel.
Sure.
It's not like his opponent's going to have a worse king. Alex, just to check it over to Cove, who may feel like he needs to bet this one. 3-way pot. Obviously, 6 is best here often, but very hard to win if it checks through against 2 hands. Also, you know, get some value from worse here, the 4x and 3x that Sahafi might have in the big. Not a whole lot of it, given it's a 3-way pot, but some does exist.
Yeah, he's going quite large here. You will see a bunch of sort of small bets from imposition in these multi-way pots. It's gone pretty chunky, all things considered. More than 40%, just a shade under half. Sahafi with a pretty easy decision, of course. Now Capello, you know, you're never absolutely thrilled here facing 675, but obviously going nowhere with this top pair.
Yeah, I mean, we've checked to allow our opponent to put chips in with worse.
Absolutely.
It's a scenario that's going on.
Yeah, pretty easy check call. And
it's one of the things you check and you hope you face a bet, and then you call. And then when you check the turn and you face another bet, you're like, oh,
it's a big bet.
I don't like this anymore.
Absolutely.
Let's see how this one plays out. Capello surely going to check and flow. And now, does Cove recognize that his opponent's going to have a lot of kings here when he raises and checks flop, or does he maybe think he just has the best hand still and wants to kind of protect and may accidentally sort of bluff with this hand?
Yeah, sort of has to decide here if his opponent has, you know, a bunch of kind of pocket pairs.
He's reaching.
Yeah.
He's reaching. And is he going, okay, in comparison to the flop bet, kind of a smaller size, only a little bit more than he bet on the flop. That's going to make Capello a little bit more convinced that he's up against value or some sort of protection, but a lot of that is better King X. Obviously can't really go anywhere now because it could be a hand like this, right? 6s, 7s, 8s, 5s.
Yeah, I mean, when we do check flop, as you've said, we're just a lot too high up in our range, I think, to fold here to return barrel. It does become a little uncomfortable. I'm with you, you know, King 9 suited now, right? If our opponent has it, gets there. King Jack, King Queen are a decent part
of the bet
twice range. Set of 4s and 3s are going to be in there, right, from the button specifically. Something to consider. He's going to feel a lot happier on this card.
Warm, fuzzy feeling. And one assumes Jose kind of just knows his hand probably isn't good, but also what can he make fold at this point? It's a lot harder, isn't it, when that king comes down? Is he?
Yeah, there is.
Really going to try and turn this into a bluff now?
Wow, he is.
175. 175.
1.75 mil, I guess.
Wow. He just thinks his man's got a hand like slightly better pair, 7s, 8s.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Capello's going to be too worried here. Our opponent's betting quarter pot. I think if we're going to go for this...
What did he actually... So he said... Is it...
He said 175.
So does he mean 1,750,000 or does he mean 1,075,000?
That's what I thought. I thought 1.75 mil.
I think...
I don't know what he's reaching for. Little confusing.
I think he is. I think that is 1,075,000.
Yeah, he's just...
I mean, Capello's called. I want to know what the amount is before I call for sure. Someone at the table said queens. He sort of suspected it might be queens, but it is not a dissimilar hand in strength, obviously.
Sure.
The worst, they're next door hands in terms of Capello's range, really, I guess. I mean, they were King 8. 1,075,000, is that?
There was a little confusion when he verbalized that bet size. I was with you. I thought he said 1.75 million in flow.
Thank you.
I'm still not sure what the bet size was.
Me either. But yeah, Koza might reflect on that
someone
one.
just took change from the pot.
Ah, okay.
That's what's going on. I saw a green chip get passed over, all sorts of things going. It was 1,075,000.
Like, kind of feels to me if we're gonna empty the clip here that we need to, like, really blast this river, right? Like,
yeah.
Especially on the board pairing king.
Right. We're saying we got a king.
We're saying we have a king or better, right? So
let's go big.
Yeah. Can kind of get behind flop and turn, sometimes trying to target like pocket 8s on the turn, right? Stuff like this, get that to fold. Pocket 7s, get it to fold. Even hands like 10s and jacks aren't going to love facing a big turn bet.
And you know, there was some hands we still beat on the turn that would have called perhaps maybe some of those backdoor ace-high club stuff.
Ace-5 of clubs, stuff like this.
Right then, well, that one took a minute.
Yeah.
Confusion notwithstanding.
Really big pot for Capello. He's up to 13 million, James.
Yeah. 13 of the 94 in play.
Yeah.
A nice position to get yourself in as we charge towards the final 9. Next round to Sahafi in the small, 13 blinds, looks down at 10-4 suited. And I'm just going to give it up.
Don't mind this. Into the chip leader. We're sort of in that stage now when we limp. He's going to leverage pressure on us a lot, I think. Seems actually pretty reasonable just to let this one go. Of course, going to have to get moving at some point soon. He has kind of been dealt out, though. Not a lot's happened since he trebled with those pocket 9s. Hasn't really been dealt much.
No, yeah, it was all sort of, I think he just Just been dealt out. Happens. It's a bad time for it to happen with 14 left in a
It really is.
937 entry tournament, but it does happen.
Yeah. Still plenty of time though. 1 hour clock, of course, beneficial when you get to this sort of dangerous 12 to 15 big blind realm.
Yeah, average stack currently at 33 blinds. Plenty of play. And, you know, triple up with 2 9s is never around the corner again.
Exactly.
Did it before, can do it again.
That was a wild hand. Now, Koza, things were going incredibly well to start this frame, but sort of sliding backwards now. Another one of these large raises has been selected, 600k.
He did this one very quickly as well, didn't he? I noticed that. Just suddenly, he's almost like composure has fallen.
The composure, yeah, you're right. He's been taking a lot of time.
Going to the maximum of the time and then opening or folding. I wonder if the players will pick up on that. Like, does that mean he's so excited to raise because he's got a really strong hand now, he doesn't want to wait?
Or he's just a bit tilted.
Is it like, yeah, he's just frustrated?
Yeah, intrigued to see how Capello responds to that. That is one thing I will say about this 3x larger sizings. You really do chase out. It does just sort of put people in this uncomfortable node, so to speak, that you don't see this too often.
Especially when you're 3xing off a 20 big blind stack. Like, people can't do anything to you.
It really can't mess with you too much. Whereas I'm sure if that was a min raise, I'm pretty sure Capello would have entered the pot in some form.
Yeah.
So there are some merits to this kind of large open size. Guess it's just tricky to apply it, you know, with a high level of accuracy.
And when I see the screen ticks down, says 13 left. We must have lost someone on the outer table, which means now we are on a pay jump. 8,800 is what's guaranteed. 10,950 is it, I believe. Yeah, for the top 12.
Okay.
A couple of $1,000 pay jump coming up. Again, not really going to affect your ranges too much at this stage, but it may affect the time you take to put chips in. Shortest stack at this table is 12 blinds. Sahafi in the cutoff, as you mentioned, just really hasn't had a chance to do anything since his triple up. But that's okay. You take a triple up on a cold wild for a while, make some money by folding.
That's it. Ghazarian back at it. Queen 9 of hearts from under the gun. He's been relatively quiet. I know he hasn't been dealt much. He likes to get in the mixer very often from what we've seen in the past.
Ooh, Capello.
Well then.
Ace-king suited on the button. Ghazarian probably going to be thankful that he didn't have one of his stronger hands here opening under the gun. One of the weakest ones he's going to do it with.
Sure.
Should make it fairly easy for him to get out of this one before doing any serious damage, but you never know. He might have plans afoot. Capello targeting the 40 big blind stacks under gun over, making sure to go over 3x, and that's what he's done. Again, obviously, there is a lot of incentive for openers to fold with 13 players left in this one, so doesn't have to go huge even though it's against under the gun, but certainly keeping it healthy.
Yeah, I like it. 6.5 BBs. And Ghazarian now in one of these spots, you can suspect larceny, you know, especially when it's Capello with the big chips. Can be looking to pressure you. Just one of these hands that's really difficult to proceed here out of position. You know, Queen 9 of hearts starts to become pretty weak, but you never quite know with this man. $40 big blinds behind.
2.9.
Oh, he's going for the 4-bet, non all in.
Wow, I just say maybe,
Wasn't
just
that shocked?
maybe.
I could feel it.
Yeah, he's the man I would think most capable of this from what I've seen. Most likely to do this. And Capello, well, loving life. Although he is loving life because he's got Queen 9 and he's obviously going to have to jam this hand. But there's still that feeling of like, has he really got it? But this is just a mandatory one. You 3-bet to 5-bet.
You just send it in.
But you are hoping for a fold. I guarantee you do not want to get called.
To take it a step further, I don't think you see people do it much, but I think there actually is some scope to just call this 4-bet as a trap almost. Like lots of the 4-bet bluffs are going to be like ace-jack, ace-10 types that we crush. I don't think people ever really do it though at this stage of the tournament. They just send it in.
The pot's worth so much to pick up.
Yeah.
I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
Huge, huge pot for Capello without him to show any cards.
Yeah, credit to Ghazarian for finding that 4-bet. You know, it's going to work enough of the time, I think. Like, even if Capello has like an ace-queen off or something, it starts to become pretty uncomfortable.
That's what I was going to wonder. It's almost the queen-9 suited hand. It's kind of a weird one, right? Because
you want him to have...
Well, we unblock ace-x and king. So we unblock our opponent having like the king-jacks, the ace-10s, the ace-jacks that are going to be the 3-bet folds potentially. But on the flip side, we also unblock ace-king, aces and kings. So I can see it going both ways.
Sure.
No, it's my lucky card.
It's your card.
It's my lucky card.
Yeah, a little unfortunate.
Come on.
Capello all of a sudden motoring well ahead of the rest of the table. 16 million.
You are
more than 2x average.
3 outs now, but still.
Great run for him.
That's a fun place to be.
you're in a bad shape this time.
What's Koza doing here, Demps?
I think we're just reverting back to taking a time, but it's the first time we've seen him sort of play with the chips when it's on. Oh, he is going for...
Wow.
Well, this is feisty. And I have to say, if I'd been sat at this table, I would never think this wasn't a real hand. From under the gun, Koze suddenly going for it with 7-3. And has he gone a smaller size? No, he has gone his sort of textbook 3xing.
I do wonder whether he's trying to take advantage of a kind of tight perceived image, or whether potentially the composure has been lost for the time being.
Certainly feels that way again.
It does feel that way.
He did it much quicker than even the 30 seconds. And I mean, most of that was going to take so long to put together the bet.
Right.
He certainly seems to be a little rattled. But credit to him for just finding the nonsense open from under the gun.
I mean, it's going to get through. Again, though, this big 3x size-in, pretty sure Ghazarian defends to a min. So it is, it is working for him.
Like Ghazarian said before, like, when he raised on the gun, oh, I made a big fold to you here. So I said, well, I wonder if there's any genuineness to that. And therefore, it's like, well, hang on, if I just make these big opens from under the gun, maybe I am going to get a lot of respect.
10 use is rolling back. 10 use is rolling back. Got 10 use this time.
Some fun dynamics building here. Final 2 tables of the IPO Masters final day. We are taking you through all the way to crowning a champion later this evening. And there's some feisty characters in the mix.
Just one.
Action back on Fairman, who we did see on our coverage the other day in the mystery bounty.
No, I have to apologize. We didn't. It was
we didn't.
Neja Erman.
I knew it. See, that's why I thought that the spelling was wrong. Different guy.
Yeah. But bizarrely, kind of similar stature-looking person. And also just the demeanor at the table. Very, very professional looking. Not professional as in poker professional, but just seems so comfortable, so assured of himself at the table that a similar name, a similar look, and similar mannerisms at the table. I'm going to forgive us, or myself
I thought
mainly.
It was the same guy, I must say.
For that.
I'm just glad I wasn't losing my mind. I thought we'd spelled it wrong. It turns out it's a different gentleman. Well.
Burlacu, ace queen on the button. Let's go.
You reset it? You did reset it?
He's always asking about the shot clock. He protects his time. The timekeeper, I'm going to call him, I think. The Time Lord, perhaps. Goes for 2.5x. Almost like he's, hey, I'm going to fight your 505. You like bigger opens? Have one of these yourself. It's Koze. Koze is going to defend with 10-7 off.
Yeah, not a bad hand to drive more money into the pot with either. Ace Queen.
Oh. 7 in the window. Ace rolls off behind it. Koze with a diamond as well. And perhaps some danger ahead. Again, acting quicker than he's acted thus far, but it does seem like he's a little bit more composed, at least body language-wise this time. Dreamy spot here with ace-queen.
Yeah, already deciding mentally how to line this one up down the streets. It's gone pretty large on flop.
And a snap call again. It's just unraveling here for Koze. Needs this break to come up soon. There is one coming. He needs to survive this hand first. Oh. Well, he's going to more than survive as things stand. What looks like a brick for Burlacu is tragedy.
Goodness me.
And I mean, is there any way this... I mean, this might just end up on the turn here, right? This might just go check jam.
Very strong chance that Burlacu sizes this on the turn to get it in by river. Koza may just send it. He's not toying with the lead, is he? He is.
And he just announces $1 million. Now, was Burlacu...
1 million.
I said 1.
Yeah.
1 million.
Did he thought she said all in? It wasn't. It was 1 million. Now, Burlacu with an interesting decision. Does he just jam it himself here now? I mean, does he just call? Do we want to deny equity against the draws that might take this side? How do you construct the range of Koze? Because Koze's been fairly passive in all the hands he's played, right?
Yeah, without being unkind, it's such a sort of button clicky turn lead. It's not something that you see too often here.
He does just say, I'm all in, I want to run it. Koze's going to love this scenario. Well, that's just going to feel like, not that it's a slow roll, but it's a nit roll of sorts. He's going to feel for sure he's got the best hand when he doesn't get snapped. As it is, he needs help. 2 pair on display. Ace, queen, or deuce is what's required. They're all live. They're all in there.
Yeah, wry smile from Burlacu. Can't believe the combo he's run into here. He's going to have to improve.
10 million chip pot. Burlacu all but all in himself. Holds just 125k back. And is that deuce?
It is.
It is the deuce, the dirty way. The counterfeit. Even the dealer missed it for a second there. As it dawns on Koze now.
Oh.
He sees the bad beat.
Lucky twice, my friend.
Lucky?
Got lucky twice.
Do you see the start here? I was born with it.
And obviously they don't know what we know stack size wise. It's going to need to be counted down. And there may, of course, be graphical error. Unlikely.
Yes.
They were so close in chips.
I remember his queen before, right?
It looks to us
I think I saw his queen before. Yeah. Now you have
like it is Koze eliminated.
This queen, I'm too crazy.
All smiles for Burlacu. He knows how lucky he just got. He felt a bit sick probably, saw that, and he's like, really? I mean, and also, do I bust this way that you lead into me? Can't you just check jam in? I feel better about life.
Yeah, Burlacu gets there twice on the river. Saw him get there with ace-4 against the ace-jack of Canzonieri earlier.
Right.
Manages to improve here, counterfeiting Koza's 2-pair.
Well, if our number's correct, and I'm sure it is, then Koze will be out in 13th, 8,800, meaning everyone will be guaranteed 10,950. There will be 12 players left, and unfortunately for us, as we're just really getting this thing warmed up, the remaining players are going to head off with Koze here for a spot of dinner. We've been told it's a 45-minute break, so don't expect you guys to stay with us for 45 minutes, but please set an alarm, do what you need to do, get some food yourself perhaps, maybe a little beverage, something with a little lemon in even, and do join us again in 45 minutes where Candido Capello will be leading this table into break, but there are 6 players we've yet to lay eyes on today who will be doing battle here. Please, guys, don't go too far.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. Okay. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind, dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk, not really would I consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Burlacu would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. And you already mentioned the bounty, worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here.
Yeah.
Gavish can win, what, 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the puzzle. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up 1 bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. First bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish? He picks up the first one on our table. Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate 2, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my merit. This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't pull them for two reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like two-handed or three-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And two, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull two bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, you say?
No, I will.
Once you bust it out,
if I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said,
61.
I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100K bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taking all day, frankly. Samavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace-queen, 8 flop. What looks so good for ace-jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck. Just one card to pull them. Samavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Kolotiuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Ghassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Ghassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000, okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Ghassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And, of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Ghassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion.
Well,
not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty? Sure. Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. So the Pokemon was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
must have had a perception demps that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
To say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the prize basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to knock people out.
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabi. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Galatea obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws, but here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually wouldn't mind open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace-highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity...
It looks like he's missing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace-highs in and then go big on the turn, or... Let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabi could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kulatiak will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolotiuk out in 11th place.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like, if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what is third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Mamar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Mamar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Mamar going to want to flat here? Wow.
Al-Mamar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have got away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here, nearly going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. I think
pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests of left, right, and center in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me.
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkilic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Burganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkilic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Burganov though, gonna run it. What a massive, massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkilic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Burganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkilic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Burganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Georgie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same 2 kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 2-spade board. Just fade and runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkalic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenov here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkanic has 30 blinds on the button.
Well,
Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
I think if Dalkanic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the Queen 3 of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenov to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen 3 suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenov, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tulip Bergenov makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight.
Straight flash maker.
She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Tulip Bergenov all in here.
All in?
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkalic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace King here. The 2 big stacks going to war.
Ace Queen is no good.
Ace Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? The 163 stacks in play.
I
guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah.
Tulip Bergenov
You are
finds one of the 2 ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you very much.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs ones for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalglish. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Berganoff has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalglish can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tulip Berganoff is the champion.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. Okay. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126K with the pocket 10s. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind, dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk, not really would I consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty upset to see that he isn't in better shape. with these two queens.
Yeah, and Burlacu there would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11K in equity here.
Yeah.
Gavish can win 5.5K himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up one bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my merit. This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful, and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against the person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take
No,
no,
I will.
Once you bust it out,
If I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later.
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've busted the tournament.
Yeah. I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona. How much? She said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100K bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack 10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Koletyuk. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taking all day, frankly. Sahafi gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Koletyuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson Suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Yes.
Here we go, an ace queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Koletyuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck. Just one card to pull them. Sahafi will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Koletyuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you see the beautiful backdrop here in northern Cyprus, coming to you from the Crystal Cove Casino on the Merit Complex. You get a look here at our main feature table. This is the IPO Masters final day, and we are down to 11 players. We saw it just before the break. The final demise of Koza. He was flying early doors and the wheels somewhat came off. Got counterfeited on the river to depart in 12th place. So we are down to 11 as we take a little look forward through to the rest of the week. This is our schedule coming up. Tomorrow we have the Ladies Championship event. Coverage going to be coming your way from 10 p.m. local time here in Cyprus. Then we have a day off coverage through to the 31st, which is PLO, excuse me. That is our 8-handed bounty, $500 per KO. And then on to the main event, which is a big test of my Italian skills, La Notte di Grazie. Mr. David Lappin, you're back in the booth. How was my pronunciation?
Some of the letters were there, not necessarily in the right order. No, look, it's great. I'm very much looking forward to that big main event. Obviously, it's a 5-day event, which I don't think we've had any 5-day events
real marathon
here in Merit. Yeah, but what's quite nice, and we've noticed with this sort of Italian Lebanese infused festival this week, is that they do like their short days. So it's sort of like a 4-day structure. I looked at it. It is like a 4-day structure, but it's played over 5 days.
Nice.
These guys playing maybe 8-9 hour days rather than the usual 11-12. So very pleasant for the players actually who came to this one to be able to enjoy some daytime off when it's lovely and sunny and there's great pools everywhere here, but also maybe take some evenings off and enjoy the nightlife. There's been party tonight in the Park Hotel, sister hotel of the Merit here.
That's where I'm staying.
That's where you're staying, sir. And of course last night out in the gardens there was a fabulous party as well. So yeah, players really being treated terrifically well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Quick look at the leaderboard before we get back into the action. And we saw him yesterday, Danesh Zargaran. What a stack he has, 22 million. Good for 88 big blinds, more than the rest of the table combined, David. Then we have Nokolov with 28 blinds, Mohammed Hammy with 20, and the two shorties, Minik Cuchi, who we know has a lot of tournament pedigree, and Amir Saeed rounding out the lineup, with 11 bigs. So we are going to be 5-handed, other outer table, with 6 players in the mixer. as we approach this final table, we know, David, this is a kind of cagey sort of stage of the tournament. Lots of people just sort of trying to navigate their way onto that final table of 9. We've spoken about this many times, but normally the sort of most pressure, so to speak, is on the sort of mid stacks, right? They kind of have to be in the holding pattern, whereas the shorter stacks kind of need to go for it, right? Try and spin up a few chips for that FT.
Absolutely, but I think what's really interesting about the random draw on this one is that we've basically got the table with the huge stack and all the short stacks. All those short stacks, you know, okay, yes, they can wait for reasonably good spots, but actually 3 of them are perilously short and are going to be in dire need of getting going. And as you mentioned, maybe not quite so much ICM pressure on players who are very, very short compared to those middling stacks. So I think we're actually at the table where we're likely to see the bust outs.
Right.
You never can tell. Obviously, we could see the shorties double up and double up again, and it could change the complexion of this one. But over on the other table, all the middling stacks are sort of together.
Okay.
So it's an interesting dynamic there. Capello will be leading the way on that table, I predict. He is a good front runner. He's not leading this tournament right now, but he is leading that table, and I think he'll ruffle stomp his way to quite a big stack by the time we fuse these guys together, which I don't think will be that far away, actually.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Capello, strong pedigree. We saw him, David, just before you came back into the booth. 1-2 very large pots. He had a spot where he got Koza to bluff off 3 streets, and he also had a 4-bet bluff. He induced one from Ghazarian, was able to 5-bet shove with Ace King of Clubs. So he went from sort of 9 million to 16 million just in those 2 hands. So he has a lot of chips. So himself and Zargaran likely to be the 2 big stacks, putting on the most pressure, as you see him, well, you did see him a second ago, Zargaran, excuse me, 22 million in chips. So we can expect him, David, for the most part, to be doing most of the heavy lifting, putting lots of pressure on lots of opens, we would expect.
Yeah, I would absolutely expect that, and he'd be able to put pressure on the man who was just in camera a moment ago, not on screen right now, but Minik Cuchi, who was wearing his PSPC jersey or coat, which I guess was given to him at that festival. His biggest score, of course, was at the PSPC. He came, I think, 27th, maybe, for about 100k.
Yeah.
Obviously, incredible result. 25k buy-in, the biggest 25k buy-in there ever was. So, yeah, no, obviously he's flying the flag, so to speak, and reminding people, you know, where he made some of his money.
Are you a fan of that? You know, when you go out to the World Series, do you do the I'm going to buy the merchandise and go WSOP, or do you go, right, here's a Triton hoodie?
Well, as a Unibet sponsored pro, I would be in breach of my contract if I did either of those 2 things. So absolutely not. Although I do think there is some value there if you aren't being paid by somebody else to wear their gear. Because it kind of makes you look like a tourist, and that maybe is something you want to do in those moments. Yeah.
I've been trying to give a lot of thought to my table. Because you get the people, right, don't you, who dress up in like a zany fashion, right? Quite often they're big nits. I don't want to cast aspersions, but you know the people that dress flamboyantly and they want to project this image of craziness. They're often like amongst the tighter players. What I'm getting at is, David, what do I need to wear to get more respect in the live realm?
Well, you could start with wearing some shoes.
Well, I don't need them in here. It's very warm in the booth.
I just want to point out that Radley has been both shoeless and sockless for all of these broadcasts.
You know, just for the viewers at home, everyone's making fun of me for being a little bit red, shall we say. I got a little bit too much sun today. I mean, I'm a Scotsman, right? I'm not used to this 30, 35 degree heat.
No, it is beautiful, and I did notice that
it is amazing.
Before your frame with James, you were out on the pier, which is a sun trap, shall we say.
It was a bit fishy for me. I didn't put any sunscreen on. Lesson learned. So just a little delay, guys. We are about to get underway on this feature table. Just the floor, getting all of, you know, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, getting all the stack sizes correct for us here in the booth.
You mentioned there the WSOP, Andrew. You cashed the main this year?
I did. That's 2 in a row. I kind of busted almost exactly the same time as last year. I made the end of day 4 this year and last. I mean, you can't be too unhappy, right? It's a solid run. Not too much went right for me this summer, but we did cash for 30k. So not too bad. Always, of course, pretty devastating to bust that one. You were unlucky, right? You very early had to take a big flip in a spot where you just can't get away from it.
I have been lucky enough to make a couple of deep runs in the main, but this year I didn't make dinner break.
It happens though, right?
It does sometimes.
Sometimes the money's going in. You know, even though people always go on about the main saying, oh, it's the greatest structure in the world, like you can't bust it, etc. But things still happen, right?
I was getting a lot of that when I slinked out of the room after about 4.5 hours. I was kind of like, oh, how could anyone bust this tournament now? Like,
it happens, right? You can get down to whatever, 60, 70 bigs. You're in the blinds, you get ace, king suited, they have queens. Like, it's still going in, even if the structure's amazing.
That is basically what happened.
Yeah. I know, I was trying to make you feel better.
Thanks.
About that outrageously early bust out on day one of the main.
Completely unnecessary 80 big blind punt with neither aces nor kings.
Live and learn.
Yeah.
Right, guys, we are about to get back underway. And yeah, looking forward to this. The coverage was picking up to breakneck speed before we went on dinner break. Hopefully things continue from here. So let's get after it. 11 left. IPO Masters, final day, and of course myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin. We're going to be covering this event all the way to a conclusion and crowning our champion tonight.
Yeah, we were told 6 minutes of banter there at the start.
That wasn't bad.
Which I've got to say is much better than having to watch some stupid video of me walking along a pier, or indeed the two of us. But by the way, if you watched the intro yesterday, the first cut, which was not used, involved Andrew actually having to help me out of those deck chairs.
Nobody noticed. Right then, first hand back, Minik Cuchi. 12 big blinds, David. This actually could be go time, and yeah, announces all in. We're of course five-handed, so now he becomes the hijack and not under the gun. And yeah, King Queen, 12 blinds, decides just to send it in there. Makes a lot of sense, right? Short-handed game. King Queen don't really want to raise fold this one. Just put it in there and hope not to run into a dominating hand. And here we go. Wow, hand one. Nokolov is going to have to commit around about half his stack, David. But in this five-handed format, I think we just have to...
Yeah, this one isn't even close, to be honest.
Yeah, I would call.
I think like ace-9 is actually pretty borderline. I think you could maybe consider ace-9.
Yeah.
So ace-jack doesn't feel close. But he's right to get a count. Obviously, they've been off at dinner. He's probably forgotten how much exactly Minik Cuchi has.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you got to remember as well, while of course the ICM pressure is peaking right now, and of course these middling stacks like Nokolov would actually like to just sort of stay out of trouble, just eke their way into the top 9 or 8 without having to get to a showdown or even risk half their stack in a spot such as this. The bigger factor in a way is that these blinds are going to whip around every 5 hands.
Right.
They can't really stay inactive, and they can't hope that, you know, these shorties won't double up anyway. So you've got to just take a spot like this.
I'm with you, and you also want to position yourself with a chance to win the tournament, right?
Yep.
You know, call here and win the future game is big. Wow.
Oh, that's a big fold.
Wow.
Obviously, we see here he was ahead. But I think, you know, just thinking in range terms, his opponent will have weaker aces a lot. You'll actually dominate quite a bit.
This is very tight.
That was very tight.
I mean, do you think that something I've noticed in the modern game is I think that people actually understand ICM quite poorly at times. You know, just in terms of, oh, I have to make the final here. Yeah. I mean, right? We call and we win. We're above 10 million, right? We're above 40 blinds. Oh, and then all of a sudden, when we make that final, we're in position to lock up top 5, right?
Yeah, to pick up on that. So he's 7.2 million, sitting currently 6 of 11.
Yeah.
But if he calls and wins there, he actually catapults into 3rd place.
This is what I mean. And it's, I think that people play just a little too snug. You know, they're desperately trying to avoid confrontation, you know, trying to avoid being at risk. But sometimes, you know, ace-jack against a guy with 12 blinds, he's going to shove ace-9 suited, right? Yeah. We're going to crush it. Like, sometimes you're going to have to call off. Yeah, and it seemed a little too tight to me.
Yeah, and to accentuate that further, losing, he'd still be 8 of 11.
And you're still in the tournament, so right?
He's still there with, like, his 13, 14 bigs, chance to spin back up again.
Yeah. Well, we did reference that we thought Zargaran is going to put his foot to the floor. And very reasonable open. Queen 5 of spades in the cutoff. Runs into a big one. Hammy on the button, 20 bigs, ace king of hearts. Huge hand.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Obviously, that there's chips already in the middle. Hammy gets to I
like this a lot. You know, typically people just 3-bet rifle it for 20 blinds. They'll hold the phone for a moment. Minik Cuchi.
Wow.
Ace queen off.
I think he's got to go with this. I know we see the ace king, so we can start being results oriented and think, oh, fold, somehow he needs to fold. But actually, on balance, I think this is a call as well. I think he's got to, or sorry, not a call, but he goes with the hand.
I think the most interesting thing here is how we perceive Hammy to sort of build this 3-bet non-all-in range, right? If you think it's always pure value, then I think we can fold ace queen off. But if there are 3-bet folds in there, which people in modern poker should have off 20 blinds, like Hammy knows that Zargaran is wide, so Hammy can 3-bet fold like an ace-9 off, an ace-10 off here, a king-jack off, things like this. But he has decided, David, to follow your instinct and puts it in.
I don't blame him here.
I don't blame him either.
Ace queen is such a big hand, 5-handed.
5-handed, very big.
And that Zargaran Open is absolutely full of nonsense
This
a
is
lot
the
of the
problem.
time. So that's dead money in a sense.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you think Hammy can pounce on that with a wider range, you've got to put it in. Not sure what this tank is about. Maybe just taking his time, making sure of the chip count of Minik Cuchi.
I guess taking time off the clock in any case, should Hammy lose this one, he's going to be very short.
Right.
So maybe looking at potential ladders. Is there a ladder at 9? I assume there's a ladder at 9, so...
No ladders until the final, yeah.
So maybe he can just, like, remove a hand that could be a hand that he commits chips with before then. I don't know, like, obviously, this is not a difficult decision.
I would be...
It feels like a nit roll at
I would be pretty tilted here as Minik Cuchi if this goes on much longer. I'd still be pretty tilted, to be honest. I'd be expecting it to be shown a worse hand.
Just turn your hand over quicker than this.
It gets the bad news, and of course we saw Zargaran fold a queen, opening the queen 5 of spades. So Minik Cuchi on the ropes, 2 remaining queens in the deck, or some kind of diamond flush. His immediate requirements. Off we go. Off to the Jack 3-3 board. Are some chop opportunities now. Would get a split pot if another Jack were to materialize. Very bad turn card. 5 of hearts improves Hammy to the nut flush draw. So Minik Cuchi looking for a Jack or a 5 that's not a heart for a chop, or a queen for the win. Can't find it. 10 of hearts river completes the board. And we do lose Renato Minik Cuchi in 11th place for a shade under $11,000. GG, sir. Good run. Bit of a cooler there, David, at the end, 5-handed.
Yeah, I think that was a cooler. Zargaran is going to probably open half the deck into unopened pots, as well he should, to try and lean on these guys and apply that ICM pressure. That sort of presented a lovely situation for people with real hands behind there, and I just don't find it, to be honest.
It's tough.
I appreciate what you said there about maybe making a very player-specific read on whether someone is likely to only do it with value, and if they do only do it with value, will that value ever be worse than ace-queen and pairs that you flip with? I guess that's kind of the issue.
Sure.
In the end, he's just decided that, like, his opponent might even be the kind of guy who might have the ace-5 suited there and do the non-all-in one. And I think after fading the non-snap call, he probably was feeling great about life.
Felt like a bit of a slow roll, didn't it?
Very strange decision there by that man Nokolov to take his time over the big slick. But anyway, he obviously came to the right decision and his hand held. He's up to a little over 10 million, I think.
Yeah, great result.
Joining that pack of players, including Burlacu, German and Canzonieri over on the other table, who all have around 10 million as well.
Yeah, little look there at the leaderboard. Zargaran still 21 million and change. Hammy up to 9.3, and then we have Nokolov with 6.6 million. Amir Saeed on the short stack with 11 blinds. So we're just waiting for the floor to balance the tables, bring us a 5th contender. You can hear Nokolov there saying, I think I made a bad fold. This was the first hand with the ace-jack. Facing the shove of Minik Cuchi.
No, I'm not. He was the big blind buster. The big blind buster.
I think big blind only now.
So on we go, down to 10 players.
Now, key for these guys here, obviously they're about to be rebalanced. They don't want Capello coming over. That would be...
I want him over. I want him over for the peskiness.
We do, absolutely. But yeah, they'll be hoping that one of the shorter middling stacks gets sent over. On the flip side of that, actually, over on that table, they'll all be hoping Capello sent away.
Yeah, absolutely, they want rid of him. Yeah, Zargaran with a monopoly, of course, on the action at this table at the moment. We're very impressed with Zargaran yesterday. Did some spicy stuff, if you remember that pocket eights hand. I think you were in the booth with me, where he check-raised flop on the jack 7-7 3-bet pot, turned the 8, gave the little speech play.
Yeah, that was...
And then check jammed. That was a spicy hand.
That was a fabulous bit of speech play as well. Yeah, Zargaran came to the feature table in frame 2 yesterday with 1.8 million. I think probably left with about 5 or 6 million. Yeah. And obviously it has continued in the ascendancy, 22 million at the moment.
Yeah, we said he'd be one to watch. Very, very aggressive, very spicy hand selections. I believe we saw him 3-bet 9-7 off and things like of this ilk. So he's very much a momentum player. Everybody at the moment locked up $11,000. Will be a 4K pay jump as we get to 9 players remaining.
Yeah, and at this point now, ICM basically peaking. The implications of this should basically force the shorter stacks to play a little more honestly. The middle stacks to maybe play most honestly, and then, you know, obviously Zargaran, Capello, these guys will be able to, you know, open wider. They can over-realize in these situations and actually use post-flop ICM against some of those middling stacks, which is almost like the most dangerous way to do it.
It's my favorite thing about Merit, though. People disregard ICM more than any other poker room I've ever been to. It's great.
Yeah, there is a sort of play for the win mentality out there, I think, a lot of the time.
Yeah, I love it.
And it certainly makes for entertaining poker, as we see Saeed likely to just send this now for 11 pigs under the gun. Remember, he's about to have 2 of his 11 pigs gobbled up in the next hand. It would be absolutely brilliant for him to get one through now.
Yeah, he agrees, commits all of his chips. We did say action was at breakneck speed, and it has continued that way after the dinner break. Sends them in, 11.5 BBs. Hammy here. Likely a little bit of posturing. Unclear if they're in hand-for-hand mode. Right, if they're not, then of course makes sense here to take as much time as you can. Don't want to play too many hands 5-handed, especially with Zargaran in there with a massive stack, likely to be playing very aggressively. Another look at Burlacu. We saw him before the break. And goodness me, he's changed nationality. He had the United Kingdom flag before dinner. I was rooting for him. Now that he's Romanian, I'm still rooting for him.
Do you ever have the United Kingdom flag?
No.
After your name?
No, they always put it there. They always put it there.
They do it. They do that to you.
You know what? I'll tell you a secret. Even though I'm a proud Scotsman, I don't really mind that much. Whereas some of the Scottish boys, you might as well have gone into their house on Christmas Day and, you know, spat on the coffee table.
I was wondering what they were going to have done to them on Christmas Day there.
They don't spit in the you know, PC, in the non-PC version of the story. Well, yes, you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I think I... Alrighty. Zargaran with the 4-deuce here under the gun. He's going to have a folding range. He's not going to get too wild or out of line here, especially with some reshovable stacks. And
yeah.
But do expect him to open anything suited or connected over the course of the next however many hands before this final table begins. Burlacu, obviously the man who we saw in the last frame, has been moved across. One of those middling kind of 10 million stacks. There's a bunch of them right now.
Yeah, this is sort of an interesting spot. Basically, with the dynamics of being on the FT bubble, you can almost raise any 2 here against certain players, and he has just decided, I can just go ahead and 2.5x the entire deck and put a lot of pressure on the big blind, and it is going to work a lot. People will overfold. I actually really like this proactive approach. You know, Saeed's not going to flat that often, I don't think, off, you know, 11, 12 blinds. He's just going to play all in or fold. Pretty nice little adjustment there from Burlacu.
Do we get extra time X at the final table? Yes. How many? Do you know?
6.
6 extra?
They're going to give you 6, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a feature of the Mare Poker Room as well is final day of these tournaments. It goes into this time bank mode. So you see the little shot clock there on the right-hand side of the dealer. As soon as it becomes palpable that a player is taking anything more than a couple of seconds, the button will be pressed and they will be given the countdown. There it is, as you see. And of course, not wanting to put too much pressure on these guys either, they are given plenty of time bank chips to use as they see fit. Nokolov, slightly awkward now. He's sitting on that often difficult to play 25 big blind stack. Very leverageable to small 3 bets, but he does have ace-10 and does want to stay active. Interesting to see how, oh well, I was going to say how the players in later position might react, but Saeed has a slam dunk shove here, and Nokolov will not be loving life facing a shove from Saeed.
Yeah, very, very frustrating, these ones. Saeed going to be sending it. It's pretty gross for Nokolov. It is just an 11 big blind rejam, which of course for chips we would call off. But in this very specific final table bubble situation, that ace-10 shrinks up markedly. See the discomfort immediately, understandably so.
And given what we saw with the ace-jack fold, maybe the regretful now ace-jack fold.
That's it.
I would expect this to get binned. I think it is just a little tricky. And Saeed not one to get out of line, I don't feel either.
It's somewhat tricky in that it's cutoff versus small, but of course, that's diluted a little 5-handed. And yeah, just very, very awkward, tough spot. Makes the right decision, nice laydown. There are going to be certain players, right, that you're still just going to have to kind of close your eyes and click call here.
Definitely.
But give Saeed the respect. A couple of all-ins for Saeed get through, keeping himself afloat. Round to Burlacu, ace-7 in the cutoff. Does have Zargaran on his left, like a couple of seats to his left, which is somewhat problematic. But we still, you know, want to apply pressure where possible and have an ace in hand. Blocking some of those kind of 3-bet combos is always beneficial.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how abusive Zargaran wants to be here. Okay,
sure.
Quick fold there with the 9-10. I was wondering if he just decided that specifically Burlacu's stack is the one he would target and go for that light 3-bet.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable to do so, even with the 9-10, I think, but decides the better of it. And a little raise and take it for Burlacu, who's made a small amount of hay here in the pre-final table phase. We don't know how long this is going to go, of course. Sometimes they settle in for quite a while.
Sure. Yeah, Zargaran, a very fun player to watch. Did see him 3-bet some pretty outlandish combos, so to speak, yesterday, like a 9-7 off in there and the like. So could be the type of, you know, player that you just referenced. Might just go for it there with 9-10, whereas most players in theory land, you know, want to have some kind of blocker effects and stuff when they go for these 3-bets. Burlacu likely to get after it again here with Queen Jack of Hearts. Does make it 500k to go.
Yeah, now Zargaran on the button. Interesting to see if he will, well, I don't think 10-5 is the right kind of kit, but Hammy now with a tempter could go a few different ways here.
Yeah.
Could make a very nitty fold. Could flat something like ace, 8 of diamonds as well, and could certainly use it as part of the 3-bet fold range.
Yeah, I think flat likely to be the route chosen. And he does agree with you. Flicks in the call. One of these hands, it's like a little too strong to 3-bet fold. Can't shove. Folding seems a little too tight. Is in there.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, and
it does flop best on the 8-6-7 rainbow. Seems to be weighing up whether to lead or check. Certainly could have some leads here from the small. Does land on check.
yeah, tricky one for Burlacu. Obviously has the 2 overs and a few backdoor possibilities as well, but it is a tricky little board. And even that telegraphed tank check from Hammy maybe suggesting that he has something, although sometimes I feel like that's, you know, maybe the green light to go.
Buy a check back.
Yes,
almost.
exactly. That's how I read that sometimes, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
And it won't be possible without
I think that's
partners
fair.
from Italy in
Burlacu now decides 40%.
From their representative.
And you know, this makes some sense, right? We can target hands like an ace-jack type hand, king-queen, things like this that have us just beaten.
Yep.
And you know, if we get check raised here, really not a big disaster to have to fold Queen Jack of Hearts. We do have some nice backdoors.
So
you know, we may be able to improve on the turn and barrel off some of these like marginal hands, but he's gone with raise.
And a literal click here.
Last one, 8-1.
Very intrigued to see what Burlacu reads into this.
I guess Hammy may be banking on the fact that it's very unlikely his opponent has a hand that could just go with it now. So he's very unlikely to get 3-bet.
Very strange decision in my eyes to literal min click.
Yeah,
it's kind of asking for trouble. Like, we don't get a better hand to fold ever, and some hands can float us to this small size. Fortunately for him, Burlacu with just queen high figures it doesn't quite have the correct properties to continue.
Very strange line, but it worked in that instance.
And maybe just decided to, would rather take the aggressive approach when continuing. Tricky one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about it, but it worked out.
Yeah. Because it's collaboration, you know, that's why. They have their own style.
Yeah, sort of a hand with decent, very decent showdown value, but representing with the click a hand with more.
Yes.
It's an odd one.
Now then, Saeed, up to 3.8 million, had 2.7 a few moments ago. Tricky one here with ace-5 of hearts. Has 15 big blinds, just a little over. Yeah, does decide just to fold. Hard to be too critical. Perhaps deciding that he'd rather play all in or fold at this point. Certainly could have raised. Allows Zargaran now to open the action with the king deuce of diamonds. Once again, Hammy with a middling suited ace and the decision to make, David.
Yeah, he's certainly being challenged by the dealer here. A few awkward hands. Maybe prefers to land on raise with this particular one, but I think, again, that's just very scary against Zargaran. Going to call again.
Yeah, I know in theory world, these are the ones that will 3-bet more often, sort of ace-6, ace-7 suited, that don't play incredibly well, and, you know, don't mind just knocking out like an ace-8, ace-9 off from Zargaran.
Yep.
But does also decide we have position, often going to get to play a pot, and c3 does land on call. Either way would be very reasonable. That flop is all Zargaran. King 3-3, 1 diamond, 2 hearts.
Yeah, interesting whether he goes with check or bet in this situation. It feels like check works kind of nicely. Your hand's not afraid of anything right now. You have your weakest king, literally. You also have a hint of a backdoor here with diamonds. Obviously, betting, you can target some pocket pairs, and pretty much all pocket pairs would have to call to this size, I feel. So I guess that's the route he's taken, but I do prefer what you just suggested there, Andrew, that maybe checking this one is nice.
Yeah, it does decide on 20%. Of course.
Like it can't be too far wrong to bet very small anyway.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I like throwing out a little bit of rope there.
Yeah, I think something that can be touched on is that with, you know, specifically final table bubble dynamics, a lot of these sort of wider floats and stuff like this in position start to disappear a little.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, we want our opponent to continue, right, with Queen Jack of Diamonds, for example, here. Like a backdoor flush draw and 2 unders to the board. Now, whether Hammy is going to take that route and continue with these hands is up for debate. But, you know, betting 20%, as you said as well, can never be too bad. You're going to get called by pairs. Should get called by some ace highs. Unfortunately for him on this occasion, Hammy with the ace-6 of spades, nothing to continue with. Round to Nokolov, who's had a bit of a rocky start to this feature table. Gets out of the way, and Burlacu, we saw him open deuce 5 off from the small, does have Saeed in the big. Once again, we saw Saeed fold ace 5 of hearts. Perhaps Burlacu perceives him to be too tight. Oh, he jams it. Okay.
So jamming for about 11, I think, effective here. Oh, a little bit more, sorry. Saeed did pick up a few chips about 3 or 4 hands ago. Interesting there, because we saw him use the 2.5x with the 5 deuce there a few moments ago. Maybe just feeling as though he doesn't want to open the door to be shoved on.
Sure, I mean, these, you know, King X high lows, they quite prefer to just shove. Anything up to sort of like 16, 17 blinds, you can just open shove these hands. I mean, Saeed has to call off pretty tight here, right? And if you think you'll... It kind of depends on your opponent as well. If you think your opponent will fold as high up as like a king 9 or whatever in this type of situation,
that's brilliant.
then it becomes really a big print to shove. I've been impressed with Burlacu. Seems to take every spot. It's going to be a contender here, up close to 10 million in chips. He did get lucky a couple of times, David, when you were before you came into the booth. He had to improve on the river twice to survive. Both were pretty standard spots. He's playing very well. Saeed here, going to limp from the small with the 8-4.
Optimistic against the chip leader, must be said.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think any time the chip leader is really going to leverage pressure on you a lot, don't mind just folding sort of bottom of range from the small. Does get to C3 and out flops his opponent through to the king 10-4. Bottom pair for Saeed. Likely handover if he bets. And is.
So Zargaran's not been the loose aggressive maniac we expected so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of had a lot of dusty combos is one thing I will say. Like, he opened the king deuce suited. I think he will open very liberally when given the chance. Like here, jack 8 off, do you want to jam this one over the limp? Maybe not. Whereas if he had a much worse hand or a slightly better hand, I could see him taking an aggressive action.
Sure.
I hear you though, but I do feel like he will take every available spot. Based on his play yesterday, at least.
And once again, a playable one for Burlacu, who seems to be playing almost every hand at the moment.
Yeah. Saeed out of the way. Now here we go. This will give us a glimpse into the psyche approach of Zargaran. I mean, pretty big hand, David. Obviously, this one wouldn't be out of line by any stretch. Interested to see how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bump it up to about 1.8, 1.9 here.
Yeah, it looks like 1.625. Just under 7 BBs.
It's a little small from out of position, but I guess you start being allowed to have smaller sizings with ICM about.
Yeah, I think I would agree. It's one of these spots where Burlacu is going to have to tread cautiously and may not peel in position as liberally. Oh, here we go. Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. So it looks like final table is imminent as the players rack up their chips. Now back to Burlacu. I did say, David, it's going to be tough for him to defend as often, but Queen Jack of Diamonds, he can, and he's jammed.
Wow, big play here.
Credit to him. Thinks Zargaran is going to be out of line and sends it for just a shade under 40. Love this.
Yeah, what's kind of cool about this hand is you're blocking maybe a little bit the hands that will fold, and then if you do happen to get called by like the ace-king, you're actually in pretty good shape with the queen-jack suited. Whereas if your opponent does have the ace-jack or the ace-queen, maybe they can find a fold to this play.
Yeah, one of the benefits, of course, as well, if your opponent has ace-king,
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
right?
And
we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. And the question is, do the hands that dominate you really want to call here? Ace-jack is in the
blender, absolutely.
Really is, yeah.
Hand like pocket tens, if it calls off, right? We flip against that. Credit to Burlacu. For finding this for 40 blinds.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now. We've obviously seen that the final table bubble has effectively just burst. These guys are going to play their next hand on the final table. And Zargaran can basically be sitting fairly pretty here with the chip lead and 20 million if he lets this one go. On the flip side, he could have almost 30 million if he calls and wins the hand, and then he can really take liberties on the final table. But if he calls and loses, he's back in the pack, and Burlacu looks like the kind of front runner who might run away with this as well. So it's very, very interesting dynamically.
Yeah, agreed. And also Burlacu knows, like, do you think the fact that the players know that the final table bubble has just burst means that Burlacu is going to play, counting the chips? Like, is Burlacu going to play tighter now, knowing that, okay, I'm on the final? You know, with the 4-bet jam, do you think he's going to be tighter? Because he's like, right, I'm on the final now. I can just play a bit more honestly and fold. Very interesting.
Well, I think what we can be sure of here, I made the point that maybe ace-queen and ace-jack don't find the call, and that's what's kind of cool about using the queen-jack suited, because the hands that dominate you actually, you know, can fold here. But I think given the duration of this tank already, we can be pretty sure Zargaran would have gone with ace-queen.
I know, credit to him for thinking this long. I think most people would end up folding here to a 40 big blind 4-bet jam. Still deep in the final. Time bank goes in. Each one, guys, worth 30 seconds. So basically now with 30 seconds to act. Big sweat here for Burlacu.
What a hand we have here. Oh, he's...
Oh my goodness. Is that an angle? Was he looking for the reaction?
Oh, he absolutely was.
Oh,
He's made the call! What a call from Zargaran! We do not know how this one is going to finish, but what an absolutely phenomenal in-game call there. He read his man as capable, Andrew.
Beast of a call from Zargaran. Will he be rewarded? Biggest pot of the tournament, 20 million in the middle.
This is huge. This will decide the type of final table we play, and would you believe it? It's never easy.
Goodness me, 10-9-4. Backdoor diamonds and an open-ended straight drop for Burlacu. 38% of the time he gets there. Not on the deuce of clubs turn. We've seen him survive on the river twice already on the main table. Can he do it again? And he doesn't get there, sorry. Jack of hearts.
That's
on the river.
Pandemonium here in the booth and on the table. Burlacu will now feel as though he punted a little bit. But to be honest, that was a ballsy play. You've got to give an awful lot of credit to a player who was going to be sitting fairly comfortably middle of the pack on the final table, recognizing that that was a spot he could take. He thought Zargaran would be 3-betting very light. He thought that would just get through a lot. Zargaran went deep into the tank, right down to the last seconds of his last remaining time bank, made the right decision. We doubted he could find it, actually, but he did, credit to him, and now he is going to be the absolute boss man when we return.
Goodness me, what a sensational hand of poker. Yeah, credit to Burlacu for finding that 4-bet shove, and what a call from Dinesh. Zargaran gets rewarded for it, and is taking a monster chip lead into this final table. What, the bones of 30 million?
Yeah.
Goodness me, what a hand. Great hand, well played by both.
Oh, look, hand of the tournament. We are going to have to catch our breaths. We'll be back shortly. Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts. 3 buy-ins to the tournament. 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here.
6-3.
Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Ghazan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Ghazan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Ghazan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what we
fans.
like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000, okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1-shots and 2-shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Ghazan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Right smile from Ghazan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed, and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion, not enough on the action going on. But he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys, and this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10, where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenov's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet call me a lot because of the bounty? Sure. Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub-20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. So the Pokemon was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pull.
Must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
To say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the prize basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet, lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabai. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam to me.
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Galatea obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws. But here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
Actually,
is it?
wouldn't mind the open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's missing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When when you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat, and that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabai could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kulatiak, cool, and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2-9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kulatiak out in 11th place.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like, if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what is third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Maimar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Maimar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Maimar going to want to flat here?
Wow. Al-Maimar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom two here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts, you're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace 8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have got away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty. Would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here in the early going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. I think
pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests left, right, and center in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me.
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I'll tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, going to run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Burganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkilic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Burganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Geordie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still. Yeah.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace-queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkilic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Burganov here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkilic has 30 blinds on the button. Well, Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
I think if Dalglish had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds
No.
with a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel
wider,
aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tula Berganoff to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen 3 suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tula Berganoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But, you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tula Berganoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight. Straight flush make
it. She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Tula Berganoff all in here.
All in?
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalglish can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace King here. The 2 big stacks going to war.
Ace Queen is no good.
Ace Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? 163 stacks in play.
I
guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah. Tula Berganoff finds one of the 2 ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you very much.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tula Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack 9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalglish. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack 9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tula Berganoff has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalglish can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tula Berganoff is the champion.
I can never scream
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. Okay. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Burhol there would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%. Monstrous. The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that would be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here. Yeah. Gavish can win, what, 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the plus board. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up 1 bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So he'd still with a chance to eliminate 2, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I? Do I win this? You do indeed.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my this is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take?
No, I will.
Once you bust it out,
if I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said,
61.
I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100k bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kortiak, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kortiak. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taking all day, frankly. Sambavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kortiak, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Here we go, an ace-queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace-jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kortiak. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck, just one card to pull them. Sambavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is!
Yes, there it is, the king on the river. Kortiak, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Ghazan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Ghazan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Ghazan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And, of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Dry smile from Ghazan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades river. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us a check on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion. Not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenoff's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a Lot because of the bounty?
Sure.
Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15k, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he
Yeah.
has. has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then.
So he has experience of taking the big ones, and usually that's how it works.
Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. So the Pokemon was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty.
When you are lucky, you are lucky.
But he's going to have another pull.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? He up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabai. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Galatier obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws. But here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually, wouldn't mind open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's piecing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat. And that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabai could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kulatiak will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't know, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolotiuk out in 11th place.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of three-handed, four-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like, if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, what is third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Mamar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. As we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be...
Could be curtains.
Game, set, match for Al-Mamar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy, actually.
This could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Al-Mamar going to want to flat here? Wow.
Al-Mamar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom two here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the Naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace-8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have get away from that one. And yeah, had the ace-9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here, nearly going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
possible with our partners from Italy, Imperial Events. So let's look their word.
Benvenuti alla final table dell'Italian Poker Open IPO Master. Questi sono I 9 finalisti.
So it's perfect time to meet our finalists. And we're starting with the chip leader from Iran, 31 and 7 million in front of him. Is Danish Zargaran. And starting as a shortest stack, but I know he has huge fan base here with almost 4 million in front of him. It's Amir Ali Saad.
Arriva dalla Sicilia, Francesco Canzonieri, 10.425.000.
And he's sitting in the 4th place, representing Bulgaria with a little bit more than 5 million in front of him. It's Svetoslav Nokolov. People fear him on the cash game tables, and now he's in a tournament circuit. 4.2 million in front of him from Lebanon, Harut Ghazarian. Sitting 6th this time with 5.5 million in front of it. It's one more version here, Oman Sahafi. Okay guys, I know who's your favorite for this evening. Let's see who's in 7th place. Just a couple chips shy of 10 million from Tunisia. It's Hammy.
Ripartirà secondo il count con 24.050.000. Candido Capello.
That's good. Yeah, you can tell him, yeah.
That's okay? Yeah. Dealer, shuffle up, Andy.
Well, you heard it there, dealer, shuffle up and deal. A huge thank you to Viteras Milburas. There are bombastic master ceremonies, an all-round legend here in this Merit Poker Room in Crystal Cove. My name is David Lappin and I am alongside Andrew Headley right now, later to be James Dempsey, as we take you through the final table action here. And that's what they're playing for. Not one, but 2 trophies. Andrew Headley, which one do you prefer?
I mean, look at the luminous blue and yellow, magnificent, like, stained glass affair. Blends in with the lemons in the background in the Dolce Vita series. Beautiful. That would be the one I'd want. Quick look, guys, at your final table lineup. And Dinesh Zargaran out in front with a monstrous 31.7 million in chips. 34% of the chips in play. Candido Capello, we referenced him also. A lot of pedigree there. He also has 25% of the chips. So a somewhat unique situation, David, in that 60% or so of the chips in play held by the guys in the number 1 and 2 spot. Then we have a bunch of sort of middling stacks. Canzonieri with 40 bigs, plenty to work with. Hammy with 37. Nokolov and Sahafi, both on 22 big blinds. And our 2 short stacks, Harut Ghazarian and Amir Said, 17 and 15 big blinds respectively. So I guess, David, we would expect Zargaran and Capello to be the ones doing most of the early running at the start of this FT, and a bunch of sort of midland stacks who have to tread a little carefully.
Yeah, there's a few different dynamics here. I suppose the first thing I would say is neither Zargaran nor Capello likely to back down to one another. So I wonder if in the effort to take this one by the scruff of the neck, they might actually find their way into a clash. We shall have to see. We didn't expect that last hand with Zargaran making that huge hero call, which was correct in game there. So, you know, don't be surprised if we see one or two of the big stacks clash. But yeah, the one I would look at here is Nokolov and Sahafi. They're in jail right now. 22 bigs is prison when Ghazarian and Saeed are shorter. You know, sitting in 5th place, but basically being a short stack. You really don't want to finish in 9th or 8th. It's a bit of a disaster.
Sure, yeah, very much a case of these guys looking to outlast each other, try and get short-handed, and then try and rein in the huge stacks of Capello and Zargaran. So guys, we have 30 minutes left on level 31. Small blind 125k, big blind 250, 250k ante, of course. All 8 players have locked up $19,600. Pay jumps at the moment around about 5k a go for 7th and 6th. And then they start getting steeper all the way up to that first place prize money, $146,600 for the win.
Yeah, and that beautiful wrinkle that we've often talked about on this Merit Poker live stream. The gap between 3rd and 2nd, a little bit bigger than the gap between 2nd and 1st.
42k difference between 3rd and 2nd. And then we have 38k between 2nd and 1st. Yeah, so it really does add a bit of intrigue, right, once we get to that sort of 3-handed stage. Because it's just such a big difference, right? A big benefit of coming into the final 2.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are just about ready to get underway here. I know you guys are anticipating a very entertaining evening of poker. We've seen so much entertaining poker so far. Zargaran, well, you know, I mentioned it earlier on. He came into our 2nd frame yesterday with about 1.8 million. Really impressed with some unorthodox play, it must be said.
Yeah.
Sort of like to, you know, raise it up and 3-bet it with a depolarized range sometimes. You know, played small pairs like 6s fast, took a spot with 9-7 as you mentioned, and then sort of went for an informational bet with 8s in that famous hand from yesterday. Probably one of the highlights of yesterday's play. Now he's looking, you know, to obviously capitalize after that huge moment. Remember, he makes the big call there. He wins it. He's 30 million right now and can boss his final time. He loses, he's right back with the pack. So he took his tournament life in his hands there, or at least the way it would seem from that point forward.
Sure. Well, we're picking up where we left off before the final table break. Saeed, ace king of diamonds, is the shortest stack. Something of note. So working with 15 bigs, is going to go ahead and go for the raise call here. Like to see it. Occasionally see people get a little trigger finger happy in these spots, David, and open shove. Just comes in for a raise, recognizing that this hand is too strong. Want to try and get some action. And goodness me, right off the bat, Sahafi, pocket 8s in the big. I mean, very likely that this can get in. We did see Sahafi play kind of on the tight side. Yeah, I'm not that shocked to see just call.
Yeah, I don't hate this at all. I have to say, Sahafi was our very shortest stack, coming back with 11 left. That was, you know, the beginning of this level, shall we say. So he's chipped up over on the outer table, and, you know, now he gets a board with just one overcard. He's in a bit of a dark tunnel guessing here. They're playing shallow, but interesting to see how Saeed proceeds actually on this texture.
Yeah, another great flop for him. Ace king high, no backdoor diamonds. Comes with small c-bet, fairly standard. Hope to just fold out hands that don't really have any immediate equity on the board. You know, if we can fold out a random 10-jack, something like this, that's a pretty big win. Maybe put some pressure on like a hand like a 5 if there's a suited 5x in there. But Sahafi, very easy continue, of course, with a hand as strong as pocket 8s.
Now, question for you, Andrew. How likely is Saeed to feel as though his opponent has a queen here? Remember, a lot of the 6x and 5x will fold pre. Queen is sort of, and, you know, also a lot of the pocket pairs might have stuck it in too. So the queen really is looming here.
I mean, it is looming, but also at the stack depth. Like, if Sahafi has, like, Queen Jack, right, our opponent has, like, 11, 12 blinds behind, I think we just check raise go with our hand. So there can be, you know, some like 6-7 suited types in there, something like this that defended. Saeed basically gave up turn, but hold on a minute.
Yeah, this is really interesting here. On the flush completing river as well, he's firing out. You know, maybe this makes sense for a hand like Ace-Jack.
That's kind of what we're repping, I think. And even that on a final could be a bit thin, right? Our opponent can have some rivered flushes that play deceptively, can have a queen like you mentioned that was perhaps playing pretty slow. I mean, we're not repping too much here as Saeed.
This is a tough spot.
It is very tough. And like maybe relatively under-bluffed, right? The old bet check bet line is often thin value.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm with you, like we're kind of repping a hand like an Ace-Jack or a King-Queen that check turn for pot control and then realizes let's get some more value.
Question for you, Andrew. Because that 7 does connect so much with the 5-6 on board, is he ever checking back an Ace-Queen or an overpair?
He does make the call. We'll come back to that momentarily. Very nicely sniffed out from Sahafi. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it can complete some 2 pairs. Again, it's the intrigue that you referenced. Will Sahafi defend like 6-7 off now, for example? Probably not. A hand like 7-5 suited, is he in there? Maybe to the min raise. Should have like the 8-9 suiteds that would maybe check call for 400k and turn a straight. Certainly a card that's going to favor the big blind more in the long term. So we could have some turn pot controls with a hand like a Queen Jack suited, maybe, right? That seems kind of reasonable.
Sure.
King Queen and Ace Queen, like you've said. But also very shallow SPR, also possible that these hands just get it in on the turn. So nicely sniffed out from Sahafi. I think recognizing that Saeed doesn't have enough thin value bets makes a really nice call, and that's a great start of this FT.
Yeah, I think what I've been most worried about there was the fact that this was the shallowest guy at the table opening off a shallow stack.
Sure.
And then you start thinking about, well, what are the bluffs?
There's not
and actually
that
the
many.
Ace-King is maybe one of the bluffs in this spot.
Yeah. That's it. I think Sahafi just recognizing that not enough of the time is our opponent going for thin value with like a jack, like you referenced, and that's pretty important, I think. Like if we're not value betting a hand like Ace-Jack on the river, probably start being more weighted to bluffs than a, you know, slow played turn, good queen or over a pair. Great start for him though.
Yeah, and an interesting little hand as well for us to analyze, you know, pretty rich with ideas there.
Yeah, they didn't give us a load of time. A feature of merit. People don't play slowly. This makes for compelling viewing.
Yeah.
Round to Sahafi here in the small. 30 bigs effective. Is coming with limp. Did wonder the stack depth of Hammy behind, and he does cover, so makes sense that Sahafi gonna start here with limp. King 10 off for Hammy. 30 big blinds effective. Is going to raise, David, and it does open some opportunities for Sahafi. You know, in a chip EV world, we'll do a lot of limp shoving with this hand for 30 bigs.
Yeah.
But at a final table, you do tend to see the passive approach, which Sahafi is taking, which is pretty normal, I think, here with the low pair. Don't want to run into it. But again, tough to navigate post-flop. But he did it last time with the 8s. See how he gets on with the 3s off to the Queen Jack deuce board. And that is all Hammy, relatively speaking, of course. But he's going to check back. Don't mind this. You know, perhaps concerned that Sahafi's going to have a lot of hands when they limp call that connect with this Queen High board.
Yeah, and you're not going to have maybe too many ace highs in Sahafi that you have to worry about trying to get out either. So little advanced blocker here with a hand that has some showdown and can improve from Hammy, and nicely done. And Sahafi sniffs it out as well. So well navigated both times. They're obviously taking hands to the streets that could ordinarily, or maybe on, you know, some worlds be played pretty fast and maybe all in both situations, but he's actually managed to navigate them very well.
Yeah. I like this flop check from Hammy. like it's a bit of a disaster to have to bet fold, like a hand as strong as King 10 here, open-ended with an overcard. Well played both.
Zargaran looking to stay hydrated here. Maybe some caffeine as well.
Very important to do here. It's very hot. Was it around 30 degrees or so today?
34, would you?
Evidence, my red forehead would pay testament to the fact that it's a lot hotter than it feels by the ocean.
49 degrees on your forehead.
It's spicy up there, not gonna lie. Cards back in the air then. Canzonieri has changed hats, interestingly. Had the green New York hat, has moved to a merit one. A little bit of advertisement, perhaps. Round 2, Hammy. Unfortunately for him, has Capello on his direct left, who is one of the table chip leaders. Makes it tricky here, 40 bigs deep with King 7 off. Still, of course, more than strong enough to complete. Capello, we do expect him to put a lot of pressure on Hammy here. You know, Hammy with 40 bigs, and there are, we know, several stacks in the 15 to 20 big blind realm, and yeah, is going to immediately pounce. This is one of the problems, and it's very uncomfortable as Hammy, but he recognizes Capello going to be getting after us, so decides King 7 strong enough to limp call. Off to the Ace Queen 8 rainbow board. Always very intriguing spots these when Capello, you know, he's going to be isolating with lots of hands. Some that don't connect with this board whatsoever. We can see he has one of them in this instance. Just deciding whether to continue the aggression now or delay. Comes with C-bet, quarter pot.
Yeah, I like this. He's got a lot of backdoors here as well, remember. Actually, about half the deck will pick him up some form of equity, so.
Yeah, you probably don't expect to get too many flop folds from Hammy. But he does have one of those hands that has not connected whatsoever. Nice pickup for Capello. Always a pretty great feeling, of course, to just one little quarter pot stab there and get an immediate fold.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic, actually. You pointed out, obviously, Capello to his left, but to Capello's left is Zargaran. They're right there in a kind of murderer's row formation.
Yeah, Hammy has the worst seat in the room for sure. Capello going to be pretty annoyed with this seat draw himself, having the only guy covering him on his direct left. But of course, 100 bigs deep becomes less of a problem. You know, if Zargaran has 80 bigs, for example, and we have 50 and everyone else has sort of 20, it becomes very problematic.
Yeah.
But once we get to sort of 100 big blinds depth, it's not like he can just run us over. Onto Canzonieri, pocket 10s from +1. And here we go, potential first flashpoint of this final table. Nokolov +2 wakes up with ace king. We know he's going with this hand. Just the question is, does he just 3-bet shove, or do we go for a 3-bet and call off?
I quite like a shove here, I think, with the ICM as it is. I think, you know, if you can just get this one through without creating any extra confusion. What is actually kind of interesting, though, is given that information, Canzonieri with 10s, obviously 10's a very strong
Pretty
hand,
gross against the
but you
shove.
don't love it because you don't feel like maybe 8s or worse is ever doing that. So, you know, maybe 9s does sometimes, but everything else is sort of a flip or worse. And I'm not sure. Remember, +1 and +2 here. It's the seats as well. This isn't late position, you know, people really sniffing at stealing blinds. This is like legit range against legit range.
Yeah, this is grim for Canzonieri. And you've just hit the nail on the head. Basically here, our opponent's 3-bet jam range is going to consist of, you know, maybe 10s itself, jacks, queens, they're all going to be in there. All the combinations of ace-king, offsuit and suited. Some ace-queen suited potentially, ace-queen offs. But if that is the entirety of the 3-bet, get it in, you know, I mean, he's half-stack committed. And we're really not doing great with pocket 10s.
No. And I wonder if he can find the fold actually here.
I think he can.
In what is a very tough situation, it must be said. And I sometimes wonder when not facing an all-in and actually having to sort of psychologically put in the 4-bet shove here, does it ever just get 1 or 2 more folds? I think it does, and I do it online quite a bit. Because I think people do psychologically think of, okay, this is now me 4-betting it rather than me calling it off, where in fact it is actually just the same thing.
No, he is going to run it. Fair play, deciding to go for the win. And here we go, big flip on the final table. 12 million chips in the middle. Canzonieri looking to get himself up to 17 million in chips if he can hold. Nokolov looking to improve.
Yeah, basically going to switch positions here if the ace-king can get there.
Yeah, big flip. Pocket 10s holding through to the Jack-5 deuce board. Nokolov, as you can see at the top of your screen, we can see 4 of his outs have been folded. So in pretty grim shape. 9 of hearts on the turn. 1 chance to find an ace or a king on the river. He is out in 8th. Doesn't find it. 3 of diamonds completes the board. And we do lose Nokolov in 8th place. GG, sir. Good run. Sometimes you have to win these all-ins, David. Lose him in 8th.
Yeah, nothing he could have done in that spot. Obviously wasn't loving the fact that it was an early position open in front of him, but ace-king is just far too much hand, and he did the right thing. Unfortunately, not the outcome he was hoping for. You know, 20 grand is not the worst payday in the world for a 1K buy-in, so we won't feel too sorry for him, and I'm sure he will be back at the felt tomorrow, looking to make a deep run in something else.
Absolutely. Yeah, always very disappointing, of course. Busting on an FT. Nothing to be done. Great boost there for Canzonieri. Taking 3rd place in chips on his own. Of course, all the other short stacks happy to ladder. So 7 remain. $24,600 locked for all. Action back on Canzonieri. 7-8 of diamonds. Let's go.
Yeah, and he's in a great spot now. Obviously, still behind both Capello and Zargaran, but not too far behind them, and you know, just a lot of breathing space now as he looks to navigate his way into a 3- or 4-handed affair later on.
Yeah, I think very notable. He also has position on both big stacks, which is going to be huge on this final. Round 2, the chip leader, Zargaran, picks up a very strong hand. In a blind-on-blind confrontation, king-queen off. Does announce all in.
Yeah, easy one here. Saeed just playing 5 bigs behind. And just going to have to let this one go. So Saeed now, with those blinds going through, going to be left with just over 1 million chips for the next orbit. Obviously, he managed to get that ladder, which he would have been delighted about. But, you know, it's pretty dire straits for him now.
Yeah, really tough. Saw him lose around about half his stack with that failed river bluff on hand 1. With work to do to get back into the fight. Action on Sahafi, out of the way. Round to Capello. In the cutoff, 3-4 of diamonds. Really is interesting that he has Zargaran on his direct left. Like, kind of would have had free reign here to open very wide. But it is going to take away a bunch of those lighter opens.
Definitely.
Zargaran not going to fold many hands on the button, is going to fold that one. And Saeed finds the welcome sight of ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, if he can
small
get this through or get a double up, even better again. Maybe mount a comeback. I think a king is enough hand here to snap this off.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're more than happy to get called here. Going to need to get a double up to get back in the fight. Yeah, I'm with you. 5 BBs. Doesn't feel great, but we're going to have to flick this one in, I think, with king high.
Never going to be too far ahead with king 4, but your opponent is absolutely in here with, like, some 10 highs.
Saeed's in there with anything with any connectivity, for sure.
Wow.
Okay.
That's very, very nitty from Canzonieri. Huge moment for Saeed there to pick up quite a few chips.
Yeah. Massive. Picking up 625k on showdown can't be bad. Yeah, intrigued by that fold.
Busted looked at the 4 first.
I guess one benefit of keeping around Saeed is that all of the other kind of short to medium stacks are going to have to play very tight and maybe whittled down themselves. So, like, gives them less of a chance to get back into the fight with a stack close to Canzonieri himself in third.
Sure.
I mean, I would still call, I think, for 5 blinds, but just spitballing.
Yeah, I don't think it's too close, actually.
No, I think we got to call that one. With the way the chips are all distributed, there are certainly times where folding here would be very reasonable. But with 16 million ourselves, blind on blind, surprised to see it, but does let it go. Here comes Zargaran. Does raise, king 8 offsuit in the cutoff. Very much a feature of modern final tables. The chip leader is going to open all of these king X and ace X type holdings. Pretty much any suited face card, and we can get in there. And as you see, Ghazarian has a hand that he would probably defend normally, but with the chip distributions the way they are, have to just fold with ace 3. Does feel very much like it's going to be a red flag to a bull. To Zargaran, going to be able to just get after it. And a look at the beautiful trophies on offer here for winning this event. If you are just joining us, guys, IPO Masters, final day. 1,100 buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We smashed it, 862k in the prize pool. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin on comms. We'll be joined a little later on by Mr. James Dempsey.
Yeah, and credit to our fantastic camera crew there. It was almost like they captured a wistful Capello looking at said trophies and then pulled focus beautifully to reveal him sort of looking at them from a distance. Yeah, nice.
I think you're giving him too much credit. Maybe he was just daydreaming, you know, just daydreaming about limoncello on the beach at the Dolce Vita series after winning the title.
Saeed finds another spot here. Cut off, ace 3, obviously more than enough. Canzonieri, well, I don't want to predict what he's going to do here. Obviously, you know, we saw him fold the king 4. That was too nitty. This would be too nitty as well. I think he can flick in the call, given that he can fold to further action behind. This is just 7 bigs.
Yep, does find the call. You have nailed it, Mr. Lappin. Sahafi. Very awkward spot here with king 10 suited.
He has one of those hands that does play well three-handed. The king jack suited, the king 10 suited, the queen 10 suited are those sort of hands that will have the right equity a lot of the time, but it doesn't seem like a spot where he needs to tangle here. Obviously putting in another 1.5 million into a pot of 5.5. Yeah, I would save these chips for another day, to be honest. But he's going to just make sure it's not shallower than it is, maybe.
I'm with you. You know, we can see his hand's in great shape, but a lot of the time here, Saeed and Canzonieri going to have a lot of king-queen type affairs, king-jacks, all going to be in there. Ace-10s of the world. Does lay it down. Makes a lot of sense. Conserve those chips. So Saeed at risk.
But important to remember here in these battle of the low aces situations, this will chop an awful lot. Maybe not quite half the time, but almost half the time.
And that looks likely on the Queen-Jack-7 board. No backdoor draws for either player. So assuming no 6 or 3 drop on this river, they are going to chop this one up.
Yeah, we see a little quirk here of by virtue of one of the 6s being fold. The ace-3 is actually small favorite right now.
Yeah, immaterial through to the ace of hearts on the river. And Saeed continues to chip up slowly. Going to chop up the blinds and antes with Canzonieri. And you're never out of it, David, right? I mean, Saeed's very short, but there's 3 other players who are super short. Oh, well, not super short, but you hear me. If Saeed can find that double, we'll be back in amongst the pack.
Yeah, and just so important that when you are that shallow stack, obviously that you find your spots, that you don't turn down spots. But just being there and surviving and letting hands go by, opportunities for other guys to clash and you to get ladders, it's so important. It's such a big part of tournament poker is not necessarily accumulation all the time. Of course, you know, you're going to win the tournament, you're going to have to accumulate all the chips eventually, but, you know, survival is the name of the game in tournaments.
Yeah. Back to it. Capello, ace-3 from under the gun. Again, you've referenced he has a lot of pedigree. And just recognizing the power of the ace. So many short stacks who really are not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Capello here at Merit. I think we've commentated him on at least maybe 3 or 4 streams. I've also played against him in Malta a couple of times. We battled, I think, in might have been the Battle of Malta, or no, it was the Malta Poker Festival earlier this year.
Okay.
And he actually sent me packing. He eliminated me from the tournament early on, one of the many bullets I think I fired into that one. So I got a good look up close of his procedures.
Around to Hammy. Does find pocket 4s. Pretty easy complete here. I'm going to go ahead and look to strike lightning, find one of the remaining 4s in the deck. Doesn't find it. It does find a relatively appealing board on the Queen-6 deuce. One of the better boards, of course, for a hand like pocket 4s.
Yeah, and very likely to be facing another one of these very small bets, maybe 350k, something in that region on the way from Capello that's just going to try and clear out equity. And, you know, with 4s, you might want to be sticky against that size, particularly because you've got the 5-3 working for you in some small semblance of a backdoor way.
Yeah, absolutely. Does land on 375, quarter pot, the order of business. I'm with you. Hammy's hand does have some backdoor potential. Sometimes have to force the big stack to continue putting money in.
And again, given that it's under the gun open and Hammy's big blind defend, it will be a concern of Capello's that he is up against a Queen X here and not so much 6X or 2X. There won't be a lot of those kinds of hands in the range. And if there is a 6X in the range, it might very well be the 6-7 suited.
Yeah, agree completely. I think this one a lot different to the hand we had earlier with Sahafi, where at the depth, I think a queen would have check-raised flop a lot. At this depth, and with the chips distributed the way they are, Hammy unlikely to raise really any queen. And so I'm with you. Pretty tough to fire a second shell here. But here he comes, undeterred. 1.7 million, chunky. Really trying to leverage that pressure on a hand like a 6, David, that you suggested. I think the interesting thing here is Hammy should have some really strong pre-flop hands still. Like pocket jacks and tens, for example, can't get it in.
Sure.
Right? So he's going to have hands as strong as jacks for sure. And it should have hands like ace-queen, right? Still, it's going to have them pure. King-queen, going to have them pure. But with all of these kind of pocket pairs and the non-very nutted queens, we're going to have to let it go. Well done, Capello.
Yeah, and maybe Capello was going to triple that one off, to be honest, and really put pressure on some Queen X by river. Who knows? Would have been a pretty grim situation to find yourself with Queen Jack facing a third shell.
Sure. Yeah, very well done. Power poker. And just a glimpse as well, I guess, into what you referenced. You know, it's not easy to find that second shell for a big size.
Sure.
And, you know, very accomplished players will find it. Capello, certainly one of those. Action back on Zargaran.
Yeah, who it must be said, as much as we've billed him as the guy who will take this one by the scruff of the neck, and he very much did so in that key hand for a very big pot, actually hasn't been getting out of line whatsoever, been sort of letting the game come to him in a big way.
Yeah. I think he's going to take his spots. Still willing to be patient alongside that aggression when warranted. Round to the blinds. Once again, Hammy with this unappealing situation of Capello on his left. And a little adjustment here. Don't mind it. Just lays down the 9-7. Like, if you think your opponent is going to relentlessly pound on you with raises when you limp, it can be very prudent to take away, you know, some of these marginal ones.
I agree.
Of course, you can mix some traps in there, right, too, when you do limp. Final hand here for the blinds are scheduled to go up. Saeed under the gun, Jack 8 suited. Did give it a little thought, of course, recognizing is about to pay the blinds. Jack 8 didn't pass the test. Canzonieri out of the way, King 10. Round to Hammy, ace deuce. Intrigued to see how he approaches this one. This is another spot where you have Capello and Zargaran who can really put you in the blender. We do have Saeed, right, with 7 bigs, which is about to become 6 when the blinds go up. Wouldn't hate an open fold here. It does come in for a raise, 725.
How much is it?
Now then, Zargaran, Queen 9.
It is a frightening proposition to open.
Right,
Button,
I mean,
isn't it?
I really don't mind open folding here. I actually think it could be very good.
Yeah.
Especially with a deuce in hand. It's just one of these hands has such bad playability post. You know, if we are 3-bet or shoved on, we can never call.
Okay, so with that in mind, does Hammy get a lot more credit for this open? And you know, it is a large open size. Remember, he's gone almost 3x as well. So does someone like Zargaran then, you know, decide, okay, I think he's still got a callable one here, but like,
this is the problem.
Does he get turned down from maybe 3-betting more often? Oh, he has 3-bet, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Apparently not. Apparently does not get more credit. But this is the problem. There really is nothing that you can do. Very disappointed shake of the head, and Zargaran pounding
and he just,
on his opponent.
He just effectively shipped there. He chopped his stack, so not even thinking about having a 3-bet fold range with the Queen 9.
It's just such an awful spot to be in. Like, we have a hand as strong as Ace-Jack here, for example. We'll probably have to fold that too.
Yeah.
Well played, Zargaran. As you see, a little look at the leaderboard. 33 million now in chips. Closely followed by Candido Capello, 26 million, 87 big blinds. Canzonieri has managed to separate himself from that little pack of shorter stacks in third. And we have Hammy and Sahafi in the 20 to 25 big blind realm. And our two shorties, Harut Ghazarian and Amir Saeed, 12 and 7 bigs respectively.
Yeah, I hate to put the mockers on our chip leader here, Zargaran, but 111 big blinds is, if you're a cricketer like I am, is a very, that's Nelson. That's a very scary number.
Is that bad?
It's a bad luck number.
Why is it bad?
Because 111 is the same as your 3 stumps with no bails on them. As if that you've had your bails knocked over and you've been knocked out.
Right.
So 111 has always been a spooky number.
So basically what we're saying is GG, you're out within...
Which would be very hard
minutes.
given that it would take quite a few bad situations for him.
Well, speaking of good situations, Canzonieri finds the butchers. Pocket kings in the 1 seat. I do feel as if I almost balked Hammy there, but sometimes you can just foresee it. If he opens this button, it's not getting through.
It's a hellish seat.
It's awful, awful, awful situation. And, you know, just being incredibly tight is honestly completely fine.
Well, look at this. Well, this is a fascinating one now. Under the gun, Canzonieri, who is a little bit handcuffed because he's, you know, sitting quite comfortably in third. He has a real hand. He's obviously going to open this one up. Capello, I think, will proceed cautiously, just flat here. No reason to turn this one into a 3-bet. It's sort of too nice a hand.
Exactly. Just one of these hands that just plays so well. We have position. Canzonieri's going to have to be incredibly honest post, right, which is always helpful too. Rather just 3-bet some, you know, much worse hands or much better ones.
So blinds do fold. Saeed now very, very short. He's going to take 4 big blinds into the next orbit and hope to find a spot. In the meantime, Canzonieri and Capello.
Hello.
Well, that's a horrible board for the under the gun opener here. Can't really be loving life at all. Monotone, Jack 10-7. Pretty ugly. Capello with the 9 of spades, and crucially here does have the straight flush draw. Probably no reason to bet this hand either, though, does Capello? Or maybe just seizes control of the pot with a very small one. Something like that's kind of nice as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, we are, in general, just going to proceed here with lots of small bets. But I'm with you, especially this exact hand. Just kind of plugs pretty nicely into check back. You know, we can be, obviously, in front and have the best hand, but no need to inflate the pot. Yeah. I like this from Canzonieri to double check. You know, we're not going to be able to bet for 2 streets, really. We don't want to get into a spot where we bet and get raised. You know, we can allow our opponent to value bet worse hands like this, like the pocket 9s, or potentially go for 1 street of value ourselves on the river if check through.
Yeah, by taking the passive line, he removes the possibility of getting stacks in by the river, which would be obviously the real devastation here. And I think what's really important to recognise, and he does, is that he has a bluff catcher right now, or at least a hand that functions nicely as such. Horrible river. He won't be loving that 8, and obviously Capello loving life right now. If he was behind, likely has overtaken.
Yeah, interesting spot. Of course, have pretty clear value bet on this river. Need to think about the hands, of course, that we want to target. Will be a bunch of kind of 10x in there for Canzonieri, like an ace-10 type hand. Some pocket pairs, and of course, queens, kings, and aces are all still going to be a thing, especially the non-spade variety.
Absolutely.
So plenty to seek value from. Looks like about 2 million. Hasn't gone too greedy. Really difficult spot now for Canzonieri. Have to think about what our opponent's pure whiffs are going to be. Going to be some kind of suited ace-x that just has completely whiffed and decided to delay bluff, turn, and river. Like, will a 10 bet 2 million here? I think you could argue probably not. Like, is ace-10 going to bet 2 million? It would be pretty thin, but does feel like his hand is too strong. Tough to blame him. Does flick in the call, gets the bad news.
Yeah, I just wonder how much as well is he blocking with the 2 kings, some of the bluffs as well. And
exactly, king, queens.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's obviously very hard when you take a passive line completely under things there, not to find call on the river. But actually, it's so ugly. Maybe you can.
Yeah, I mean, you really do need Capello to sort of value town himself with a 10, or just is he really going to bluff turn and river with 6s and 5s and 4s that can just win right against the sort of ace queens, ace kings of the razor that have shut down? And of course, the 8 completes the river. Queen 9 suited's now getting there. Pocket 9's getting there. 8 9 suited. 10 9 suited.
Yep.
I'm with you. It's an ugly spot, but sometimes you do just feel compelled, right, to flick it in after you've taken this check line.
Before you come here to deal, what time was that? You can help us.
Nobody cares.
Round 2, Zargaran. Gonna have a little sweat with him for this hand. Reaching for chips. Interesting, also gone larger, David, than the norm. Looks like 825.
Yeah, certainly committed to Saeed if he was to commit the last remaining chips, but then once he doesn't commit them, really does create quite a worrisome ICM situation for the man who just conceded a couple of million on the river there, and really doesn't want to get dragged into a spot where he might end up having to have his stack threatened by rivers, say. Sure. and that's what a larger opening size maybe does. It sort of puts in that initial threat.
It's really tough, Canzonieri there opens kings, gets called by Capello on the button, and already you're not loving it sounds ridiculous, right, because we have kings.
Yep.
And let's play a pot, but you're playing a pot against one of the only guys at the table that can bust you, and of course if you bust in 7th now from 3rd place, it's a huge disaster. Very tricky to navigate these final tables.
Yeah, and what happens in a very simple heuristic when you are under the ICM cosh in a player sitting in 3rd versus one of the couple of guys who could knock him out is that so much more of your range, and obviously that texture even more accentuated that, but so much of your range becomes bluff catchers. Your opponent is meant to over-realize and over-bluff, actually, and you're meant to under-realize and actually not be able to play your hands for value quite as aggressively.
Sure.
So you actually end up seeing it in Solverland, for example. So many more of your hands just get pushed into the passive lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well summed up.
Capello with the Johnnies this time. Just getting a little raise and take it through, adding to his ever-increasing wealth here. I'm not sure if he is our chip leader now. Himself and Zargaran, not much between them at the top, and they both got a 1/3 of the chips in play. So 5 players sharing a 1/3 of the chips, and those 2 boys with a 1/3 each. Very much living in their world right now. Interesting, actually. I'm just reflecting back on my walk down the pier in front of camera before proceedings today, and I named 3 players.
Oh, you did?
Who I just thought were interesting. One of them was Kalidu Sau, who, obviously EPT winner. I was picking some form there, and he didn't even make it to the point at which your stream began. He actually was the last person to bust before the coverage started. So I felt a bit silly on that one, but now feeling not so silly because the other 2 people I mentioned were Zargaran and Capello.
Big genius.
I'll take that. 2 out of 3.
Fair, you have called it. Well, Hammy has had a kind of rough go of it so far. Interesting spot for him in that his under the gun opens might be the best spot for him to enter a pot.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, 'cause he's got the 2 guys on his left who are going to want to pound on him. Much more less likely to do so when he raises from first position.
Yeah, now they'll just call and make life miserable.
They can make life miserable too. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, there's no good seat for poor old Hammy right now. As you said, his best steal spot is into their blinds. And he just doesn't get an open spot.
Yeah, round to Sahafi. Ace-3 suited. Of course, a hand that normally we're pretty happy to defend.
Yeah, these guys both in a very similar predicament. It's interesting. Obviously, both keeping an eye on Saeed, who's really short. Another short stack out there as well. But they're the other two guys. They're in the next camp.
Yeah, fascinating dynamics on this final. Both players completely with through to the 8-7-4 board. 2 spades, 1 club. Both players with diamonds in hand, hating this texture. It's incredibly tough for Hammy here to find a C-bet. With this specific combo, but he is reaching.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is because both of these guys are under the ICM cosh right now, less of these suited random 7Xs and 4Xs will be out there. Actually, the calling range will be stronger and more condensed.
100%,
So
yeah.
maybe, just maybe, he feels as though he can get this one through, you know, as an equity denier, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. A little bit of posturing, I think, from Sahafi. Just have a complete whiff. Can't continue. Well done, Hammy. Stems the flow. Stems the tide. Great pickup. That's got to feel good when you've been getting hammered on for the opening sort of 45 minutes of the final table.
Yeah, also nice when you fire out the bet that you know deep down, unless you improve, you're one and done.
Yeah.
And it works, and you're like, oh, yeah, one was enough.
Yeah, well done.
Which soccer team you support?
Well, actually, the one of my city.
And?
So,
can I have one more, please?
Division.
What is it? Yes, please.
Third division.
Come on, my third.
Capello under the gun now with ace-10. Going to open it up, and Zargaran with ace-10 right behind him. Interesting to see if these guys do choose to clash here. Zargaran, very reasonable to let this one go here against Capello.
I think so too.
But I wonder if this might be the first statement of intent that I am willing to tussle with you. And I don't want you stealing my opens.
Yeah. And intrigued to see how he approaches it. We have seen him lean on the side of aggression in general. Looks like a very small size to me. 1.2? That's very interesting. Decides to just make it 4 BBs.
Yeah, almost one of those, I've referred to them in the past as initiative-taking bets.
Sure.
Rather than a bet that you ever expect to elicit any folds from.
And, I wonder what Capello reads into this, because surely at this stack depth,
you'd want to be
the real premium hands want to get chips in.
Yeah, totally agree.
Might be a little bit of a tell. Hammy, even if he suspects here what we just referenced, can't imagine we're going anywhere with 6s.
No, I think that would be a little ambitious right now from a man who is very motivated to folding his way to top 5, top 6 from this spot.
This is a fascinating spot now. Capello basically can't fold a single hand for this price.
No.
He agrees. Does commit calling chips.
Now, there is method to this from Zargaran. I agree with you. I think it whiffs of a light one that is trying to seize the initiative. But he is trying to seize the initiative, and that is sort of its first motivation. And obviously, rumours going around, or maybe Capello even saw what he did in that key hand against Burlacu. So knows that he's fearless too, and maybe doesn't want to inflate pots for his own good reasons here, sitting in second place.
Yeah, I mean, we're not folding ace-10, that's for sure, for 600k more.
And we're probably not folding to one bet on this texture either.
It's gone a little chunkier.
Oh, he has
now.
gone big, actually. Sorry, I didn't expect this size.
And about half pots.
Maybe we can fold to this size. We have the 10 of spades in hand.
I don't think we ever fold drawing to the nuts with some potential to bluff. on future streets with that spade in hand.
Sure.
And hand is going to get interesting now. 9 of diamonds turn. Zargaran has started something. Now, will he commit to continuing the story? Nice to have, of course, the 10 of clubs in hand.
Very quick with this bet. Very interesting that the timing of this bet, where you would think now that he's embroiled himself in a big pot against the one guy who can do serious damage to him, you think that there would be a bit more consideration over what bet, whether to bet, what size to bet. That was quick. That was a very decisive quick bet from Zargaran, and I wonder what Capello makes of it. Does he make of it? This is a 2.5 million into 6 million ace king, trying to make sure that he doesn't have to face a bet on the river.
I mean, this is a very, like, we're sort of in the weeds here, right, with this hand based on this small 4BB 3-bet. And then Zargaran bets half pot flop and then a third pot turn, which
Very
is
weird sizing.
Which is doesn't smell of real strength.
No.
But then we are also sitting there with sort of bottom of our range that makes it to the turn.
Yep.
And kind of just have to fold.
Yeah, it was a feature of his play yesterday that while we were impressed with certain aspects of it, we did acknowledge that they were non-standard or unorthodox, or, you know, again, just sort of seizing the initiative with the depolarized range, which is what he did again there. You know, taking a hand like pocket sixes yesterday, taking a hand like pocket eights yesterday, taking the aggressive line. Ace 10's kind of in the same category of medium strength, but he wanted to basically be the one with the betting lead, and he found bets that most people wouldn't find.
Yeah, very funky hand. Once again, Zargaran gets it done. It's one of those spots for Capello where even if you suspect weakness and larceny on the turn, all of a sudden you're like, right, if I torch it off here into top set, then it's a massive disaster, right? I'm in second by miles. I can very likely coast my way here to at least three-handed play.
Yeah. Also, the sizing sort of just suggested that he had some sort of value, or maybe just wanted to get to showdown with an ace-queen, or a, it had that sort of look and feel to it. Both bets weren't consistent with one another, but it did just overall seem as though he did have something that had showdown.
Yeah, very interesting one. Back on Hammy, looking to solve the riddle of blind-on-blind play against Capello.
That's a great way to phrase it here, because it is difficult in his particular seat. We've highlighted how he is in the most miserable seat at the table. Solving the riddle, I like it. This might work. Queen 3, pretty ugly here, even facing this size. Maybe at this size, you still got a call here. Capello, very good post flop. Hammy, in that case, will have made a more awkward spot for himself. Obviously, again, one of those stacks that is, sitting healthily clear of the shorties, but, in that middle section.
I wouldn't rule out.
There it is.
I was going to say, I wouldn't rule out 3-bet.
And it's nice because you can kind of make it like, what, 1.9 or 2-point flat, and then, Hammy is in a bind.
The beauty of using these kind of king and queen X with no kicker, just very easy to fold if shoved on. And Hammy just getting put in the blender over and over. Can he find a way to fight back? Sometimes, your opponent is going to mess with you, right? We have 24 bigs. There are 3 guys with 10 to 20. Yeah, he's had enough. I don't blame him. Thought he might jam. Calls is interesting, but we're in there. I think I'm with him, though. Your opponent is going to be going for you. And here we go. Capello having taken the initiative, flops middle pair, but Hammy with 1.5 pots back has top pair. Very likely to see a tiny c-bet here from Capello. Typically going to see some very small bets, but decides to knuckle this one back.
Oh, and that's a lovely card to just make sure. You were feeling good, but still a little bit nervous. Now you're feeling great.
Sure. And very timely check back from Capello. Hammy here. Wonder if he can find a check. And
Love it.
Does find it. Very nice. Unfortunate for him, David, here in that Capello actually has showdown.
But maybe showdown that will pursue some equity denial in the form of a 2 big blind bet here. No, okay, not.
I think once we get called by Hammy, it's a little concerning, right? Like, lots of the sort of ace, queen, ace, jack hands that we need to deny against have already 4-bet jammed, I think.
So now Hammy has to sort of decide that target hands are jacks and queens here, and he's got to go for value himself.
Sure.
Small bet, 1 million into 4. Capello will feel like that screams of value, but also maybe wonders if it screams of blocker. He can't tell a good story is the problem.
It's really hard to give Hammy pure bluffs as part of the problem here. Like, we need him to have a hand like Queen Jack with a spade or something. Like, is that going to raise, call, 3-bet pre? Probably not. Right? You need him to have, like, just a naked ace of spades that didn't 4-bet shove pre. Again, seems somewhat unlikely. A hand like ace 10 with a spade, something like that. But we have, of course, checked all the way to the river. Most of the bluffs going to come from these Queen Jack, Jack 10 combos. Does pay it off. Well done, Hammy. Finds a way to land a punch on his nemesis. Well done.
Yeah, and Capello, like, calling there, not expecting to be good too often, but, you know, hoping that he would be good 16% of the time, which is all he needed to be.
People always tell you that, right? Oh, I only need to be right 1 in 6. How often have you been right lifetime, Mr. Lappin? 1 in 40.
I would say 0% in exactly those types of situations. You mentioned the man who had to solve the riddle. Well, can we start calling him Oedipus?
Oh, has he got a complex?
He may have a complex, but he's also a riddle solver, which is where I was going.
Oh, is he? Right, okay.
Yeah.
You're just much smarter than me in these spots.
The riddle of the Sphinx.
Ah, I know that one.
Do you? Do you want to be tested on it?
No. Moving swiftly on.
Too late now.
You've rescued me, my friend.
No. We got to do this while I know. Saeed's going to shove ace 10. We'll make a moment.
Credit to Hammy there, though, by the way, for not being cowed. Right, it's very easy there to just let yourself be run over, and credit to him for continuing. As we see Saeed put his tournament life at risk, 4.5 blinds. Going to be delighted to find ace 10, of course. Big blind on him next hand. No customers so far. Round to our chip leader. Zargaran may feel compelled to give him a spin.
Flip side of that argument is keeping him in
sharp.
Keeps the pain for everybody else nicely. And there we go. I think Zargaran very aware of that extra dynamic too. Obviously, 10-4, not much hand anyway. Doesn't have to worry. As we watch Saeed pull in the chips, I'm about to test Andrew Headley on his...
Oh, my word.
On his knowledge. And he did ask for this, guys. He did set himself up here.
I'm absolutely in the bin, but come on then.
Sphinx riddle. Solved by...
I honestly have no idea what it is, but
back in the day, Oedipus solved this one. What goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet in midday, and 3 feet in the evening?
One more time, and then I'll mull it over for a few minutes.
What goes on 4 feet?
What goes on?
4 feet in the morning,
right?
2 feet in midday, and 3 feet in the evening.
Okay. Come back to me.
It's profound.
Oh, it's profound?
It is profound.
All right, then. I'm going to write it down so I can read it in front of me. Ghazarian really has just folded out so far. Nothing to work with. Round to Hammy. King 7 in the cutoff.
I'll take this hand for you.
Go on.
You can try and solve the riddle of the Sphinx.
Please do.
Capello on the button with the ace 2. We commented on how the ace 2 in the hand of Hammy last orbit was pretty miserable facing the 2 big stacks. Well, I don't think Capello will be dissuaded from an open here. Obviously, Zargaran is threatening in the small blind, but but he's threatening a little extra here with the pocket jacks. This one's kind of fun. Zargaran virtually certain to 3-bet this one, and not for a small sizing like the ace-10, ace-10 clash we saw moments ago. One wonders, though, if this does help towards the creation of some extra dynamics here. One also wonders if Zargaran has a cheeky flat in him, knowing that the very short stack Saeed might take a spot with anything looking remotely good. Looks like he has just gone for the 3-bet, and a quick fold from Capello, who recognised that it was an awkward spot to begin with, and no harm, no foul.
Yeah, going to get interesting here. The more sort of space Zargaran, the more daylight Zargaran manages to put between him and Capello.
Yeah.
Like, you can get to this sort of tipping point where he can really run him over. Still at the moment, 80 bigs for Capello, like he has plenty of ammunition to work with. But if it gets to that, you know, we referenced it earlier, if Zargaran has 140 bigs and we have 50,
yeah,
and less, then we're really in a bit of trouble directly out of position. Zargaran winning the battles so far. Right, let me read this riddle one more time. What goes on?
Did I help second?
Yeah, Zargaran, with all the advantages, really, he came in with the chip lead. He got the best seat to the direct left of Capello. Capello obviously in a great spot himself, but didn't get a great seat draw here, and you're sort of already feeling the pain of being out of position as we see action whip round to Hammy here with the suited ace, 11 million. And certainly consider opening this one. Ace-5 suited. Pretty nice to just min this one. I know he is opening into murderer's row here, cut off and button, but you know, kind of hand you might want to stay active with. But, by the way, don't mind a fold here. Saeed short, so he's kind of got the really awkward dynamic of the two big stacks to his left, and then the short stack who also might take a spot. Wow, ladies, for Zargaran here on the button. Man who's not going to get a lot of credit for his opening range from this seat. Gets to open this one up. Saeed may take a very wide spot right behind. And then Canzonieri also mightn't give Zargaran a huge amount of credit. So dreamy situation here for Dinesh. Fortunately for Saeed, who is playing just 4 big blinds now, the Jack-3 will not qualify. Will Canzonieri wake up? Well, he's woken up with a defendable one. Suited king, probably doesn't want to tussle, but may feel compelled. I'd fold.
I've really been very impressed with him.
Very disciplined.
Like, I like it a lot. You have Saeed on your right with 4 bigs.
He's navigating.
Sure, I mean, you know, sometimes it's the smartest way to proceed. Like, you have Ghazarian with 8 blinds, I believe now. You have Saeed with 4. Like, do we really want to defend like a marginal hand when, even when we make top pair, we can be forced to lay it down? It's like very, of course, not great fun to like make lots of these sort of tighter laydowns.
Sure.
I really don't mind it at all, and he just has such a comfortable chip position at the moment. Really, no need to jeopardize it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, you know, we were critical of the, was it a king 4 blind v blind spot against Saeed when he didn't call it off. I still think that was
sure
tight.
I'm with you.
I think we had one other spot where maybe he could have found a call as well. But actually, what's transpiring here is he's being very precious about every chip in his stack, and he really does want to maybe preserve those for a 3 or 4 handed battle when the ICM cuffs are off.
I agree. I mean, basically here, he can ladder up from 7th to 4th fairly quickly here if things go, you know, in the natural order of things. Zargaran finds another big one.
Yeah, card rush here. Jacks, queens, and now the ace-king for Zargaran in the cutoff. He's going to try and push the bout out once again here, try and crack through the 40 million mark in this hand, which, again, that's like 93, 94 million chips in play. That is a huge amount of the chips. He has done a lot of the hard work already. Canzonieri with a very similarly awkward queen jack off this time. You know, maybe a tiny bit more playability, but roughly the same predicament.
King queen suited, but not good. King queen suited, I thought.
Good fold. Wallah, you will see tonight.
No, I'm joking.
Best fold.
No, I'm joking. I would have put that in, says
In your
Ghazarian.
mind, you have king queen suited.
No,
Good
no
fold.
king queen.
You will see.
I'm joking, I have 10-6.
I'm getting too many hands, cards. Unbelievable.
10-6 off. So.
I had ace king.
Yeah, Ghazarian in that really unenviable spot of just hoping Saeed hits the road pretty quickly so that we still have some chips to spin. But he can ladder $6,000 here just by folding. Wow.
What's going on?
I mean, what is happening? I guess the one sort of bad...
Remember the table talk yesterday as well when he said, oh, you know...
If I go all in, you still have chips.
Yeah. And now he's just said, I'm getting too many hands, and he looks down at kings, smiles, laughs at the hand. Oh, this is rough now. I think Saeed would... Oh, I thought he was going to have to take that spot. Wow.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't at least think a little longer. You know, Zargaran can be open in the deck.
He really can right now.
Well then, Canzonieri deciding, right, my opponent's open in the deck. I'm going to play tight, but I can't fold this. And you can't blame him.
No, you can't, and it could get him into a lot of trouble here.
It really could.
Yeah.
Mercifully for him, we have seen two queens folded. Oh, sorry, we're in the big, but likely to see this one go into the bin. Again, Sahafi, Ghazarian, both incredibly hamstrung here.
Again, doesn't work. The clock doesn't work.
It's not working.
It's not working.
It's not working.
Again.
Enjoying the bit of...
with the shot clock.
Enjoying a little Fleetwood Mac here in the background.
Very nice.
Yeah, a bit of Stevie Nicks. Music's always great in this room, actually.
You said that the riddle is profound. Thunder only happens when it's raining, David. That's profound too.
Players only love you when they're playing. Andrew.
Right, enough of our nonsense. Let's see if Canzonieri can avoid disaster here. I was about to say, Zargaran, we keep getting dealt premium hands, but we're not going to get action often. It does find it this time.
It's actually kind of awkward now because a lot of Canzonieri's flats here on the button will be ace-X. He will be feeling a little bit concerned.
Yeah, very problematic here for Canzonieri. Just hoping our opponent has just completely shut down with a worse Broadway or something like this. Can't really go bluffing it off here with King, Queen, no club. Bad river.
Very bad river, and I'm really surprised he didn't pursue value there.
Wow, well, Canzonieri's going to go for a thin value of his own. He's going to get quickly called. Pretty brutal for Canzonieri. Definitely thinks he has the best hand.
Well, he took himself to value town, did Canzonieri. Little frustrating, but I guess he would have paid a bet of something similar anyway. Was granted the opportunity to check it back, but you know, you can't really check it back either. You've got to target tens and queens.
You never want to be too critical. I would like to see Zargaran take a bit more time there. Like on the river, like we have close to the nuts, I think. I find it unlikely that Canzonieri checks an ace twice.
I agree.
Right? You know, it's a little, we're nitpicking a bit, but maybe we can bet 1.5 million of our own here and get called rather than the 700K. But you know, small criticisms. But he is crushing.
As I'm having a moment here, I have to just check something. Sorry, because we're playing Fleetwood Mac, yeah? And I'm virtually certain we just saw Mick Fleetwood come into shot there as tournament director.
Oh, really?
Well, uncanny lookalike for Mick Fleetwood. I'm just wondering if they're playing live now. This is what can happen in Merit. You know, they'd pull in a Fleetwood Mac reunion, perhaps.
Well, here we go. Saeed decides it's time. Oh, and he's run straight into the jacks of Canzonieri. Wow, and he just sends it. All right, well, here we go. Saeed going to be at risk with King 9, 1 overcard only. Canzonieri finds the pocket jacks.
Yeah, and Pearl Saeed here, he's waited and waited. And now he's finding himself with just 22% according to our graphics. So slim chance of survival, but a chance.
Good luck, my friend.
A nice brotherly fist bump shared.
Off to the 10-4-5 flop. No help so far for Saeed. Of course, that backdoor straight draw heavily blocked by Canzonieri. Looking for a king or a king only, or he is going to be out in 7th place. Can he find it? No. Okay. 3 of spades on the river. So we do lose Amir Saeed in 7th place. Great run, takes him $24,600. Hung on gamely for a long time here at this final. But he is out in 7th place. And I believe, just coming up, we have an interview with Amir. So we're going to shoot you guys over to that exit interview now with Amir Saeed, our 7th place finisher.
How do you feel and how did you bust?
So I start the final table as a short stack. Very first hand, I lost also half of my stack. Had ace king and the guy had eights. So I lost half of my stack. I tried to survive. So I end up with, I jammed king queen and fortunately the guy had jacks and jacks hold up and I busted. Once again, thank you very much. Everything is perfect here. Everybody knows Merit Poker. We've been here almost for 15 years and we're always happy here. Thank you very much.
Well, fair play to that man. Obviously, never very nice, Andrew, as you well know, right after a bust out. Don't necessarily feel in the mood for a chat, but in fairness to him, he gave us a great interview there, analysing the sort of torture he was put through there as the cockroach of the final table, having to try and ladder his way up to 7th, but never really being able to sort of get himself into the mix.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling when you're just sort of, you know, there's just, you're under it. Yeah. To use a very simple phrase, really nothing he could do. Lost that big hand early doors, ace king of diamonds into the 8s of Sahafi, and never recovered. Did his best, managed to ladder up to 7th place. Takes home, excuse me, a shade under $25,000. Great run, well done, sir. We wish him luck the rest of the week here at the Dolce Vita series. Canzonieri, back at it, ace 8 of clubs. We are, of course, now down to 6. Wow, very, very snug. A little surprised at that. As Ghazarian gives the camera a little wink. Always a showman, short or not.
Yeah, we got quite a lot of sort of breaches of the fourth wall yesterday from that man. He's a charmer.
I must say, a little surprised by the laydown from Canzonieri. One thing I will say, been very impressed with his awareness. He knows that Capello is in the small and that Zargaran is in the big, and it really does impact your decision-making here in terms of your opening the pot for a steal. Because basically they can 3-bet very liberally and just force him to lay it down. Hammy, credit to him, not going to be deterred. Comes in for a raise, ace-5 of hearts.
725.
Yeah, huge amount of credit actually to Hammy's overall game. I want to give credit here because he is in the toughest seat in the house.
Yeah.
And he has tried to stay active. Now, once or twice we might have said, oh, might have turned that spot down because this is becoming a very awkward situation. But credit to him for continuing to battle. A lot of people will just go, this seat sucks, I'm only going to play proper hands.
100%.
And he has actually still tried to take the game to his opponents.
I think he's checked back here, and I really like it.
Wow, look at this.
Big fan of this check. You know, we don't want to get into a spot where we bet flop and get raised here. Would be a bit of a disaster with the other short stacks. We can hope that Zargaran starts to bluff on something like a flush completer. Unfortunately for him, Zargaran just 5 high. Check folds.
Yeah, nicely played again, though.
I like it.
He's found some nice checks and he's found some nice bets over the course of this last hour and a half or so.
Pocket 9. Oh, good.
Zargaran always on the lookout for extra information.
Pocket 9s. Have a day off. So, Ghazarian now really in some trouble under the gun, which of course now is the low jack and 6-handed game. Desperately hoping to wake up with something. Sadly, gonna get the bad news. 9-5 of diamonds. Has to let it go. He's a proper showman. He's just decided now that he's so short and that every decision is real simple. He can just have fun with it. Love to see it. Round to Capello on the button. Finds a real one. Pocket queens. Does have 2 of the bigger stacks remaining to contend with. Zargaran, chip leader in the small. Comes up empty, 6-5 off. Round to Canzonieri, who we've seen be very disciplined in terms of defense. Expect that to continue here. I've been really impressed with him, actually.
Yep. Yeah, on the tight side, but sort of at a time when tight is right.
Yeah, absolutely. Just smart, tight.
Yeah, it simplifies decisions.
Can you please?
Sure.
Hundreds.
I mean, at the moment, right, very big favorite to get 4-handed. Once they get there, if you still have 12 million, you said it yourself, David, if you keep your stack on that level where you can then really hurt Capello and Zargaran, then you're going to be right in the hunt for the title. Sahafi, another player who really has been forced into folding most of his range. And here we go. Hammy finds a big hand. Ace-king in the hijack. Does have Ghazarian here in the big, working with 6 big blinds only. Now then, how does Zargaran want to proceed? Certainly has a candidate here to try and get after Hammy. Of course, with that knowledge that Hammy's going to have to play very honestly here for the most part against 3-bet. I feel like he'll take the spot from what we know of him, and here he comes. And Hammy, loving life. You know your opponent here is going to be going for you incredibly wide.
How much?
2,250,000 total.
Really like it from Zargaran for what it's worth.
Yeah, no, right hand category.
I thought he would take it.
Because you don't think about it.
And here they go. Just a dream of a result, this one for Hammy. Going to take down 3.7 million here, uncontested. A little bit of posturing from Zargaran, you would imagine. We did see him make that huge call, David, on the FC bubble with ace-jack off, but this one, different kettle of fish entirely.
Then you put my time, right?
Sorry?
Yes.
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, Zargaran keen to use some time up and as you said, save face perhaps, but also doesn't want to waste the time bank on this one. One thing I would say, you know, a lot of people will say this is just posturing and face saving, and how valuable is it to do that on a live stream? Well, there is one extra component to that, and this is, he probably figures his opponent to have a real hand right now, and he'll find out that he does an hour from now. And if he's still in the tournament, he can maybe get a baseline read on how he looks and how he feels and how he seems when he has a real hand, and maybe that will help him in a future decision.
11,050,000.
Makes sense.
11,950,000 that I can see now. 11,950, right?
And he is, in fairness, like he's working the player here a little bit to get this read. So I would think that this is not so much about face saving and more about trying to find that strong hand baseline body language of Hammy, something that might become very crucial three-handed in a couple of hours' time.
30 seconds. Possible.
I want to sell those, maybe. He take. For 100 each, I don't want. 50.
Hammy getting put through the ringer. Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, well, I am...
You have to wait.
Surely not with the King 10-0.
I am a little confused now, I must say. Trying to find justification for this, obviously, but he has actually burned a time bank chip there.
Hopefully for his sake, doesn't live to regret it. Can happen if a big decision point comes up later in the tournament. In any case, well done, Hammy. Finding the momentum himself.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Basically a straight race at the moment between Ghazarian and Sahafi to outlast each other. Everyone now locked up $29,750. Next ladder starting to get significant, $7,000 increase between 6th and 5th. Action. Gonna fold round to Zargaran. Finds another real hand. Really has had an incredible distribution in the last sort of 30-40 minutes. Pocket 8s now in the cutoff. Always interesting, David. Like, the table likely thinks that he's just taking liberties, but for the most part, he's had real hands.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a single light open.
Not many.
For this entire final table. He's had enough real hands to not maybe need to.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Don't mind this from Ghazarian.
375.
Only has 4.5 big blinds. Figures it to be doing pretty well against the opening range of Zargaran. Certainly tough to blame him. Actually quite like it. You're going to have your opponent in bad shape a good amount here, I think.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Finds that he is flipping.
Coin flip.
So here we go. 3.3 million in the middle. Harut Ghazarian looking to take the first step and climb Mount Everest. And does flop best through to the spicy 10-9-7 board. Zargaran, of course, with a whole plethora of outs.
Whatever you decide, just tell her to do
Looking for 6s, 8s, and jacks. 4 of hearts on the turn, no change. Can Ghazarian hang on? Yes, he can. 10 of spades on the river. Completes the board. New life for Ghazarian. Human Sahafi, of course, the most disappointed man in the room, looking to ladder, but Ghazarian survives.
Yeah, and he's been a fun addition to this final table. Obviously, he hasn't got much going. Maybe this is the beginning of the engine starting. Certainly a rambunctious presence here. Not camera shy by any means.
Yeah. Great character. Good to have him around. He'll be looking to hang around a bit longer.
It's a busy day for me.
Zargaran right back on the horse here, 750k, 2.5xing from the hijack. Hammy now with a very defendable ace-10. One wonders if he considers deploying this hand in any other fashion but call. I presume we're going to go with call here all day. No desire to bloat this one maybe. Oh no, look, raising chips. Surely not. No, we are going to the flop. Hammy has got the gutter here, but Zargaran flops best. Top pair, not so much kicker, but every reason to fire out something small here. Plenty to target, some draws, some jack X. Sides for the deft little check back, which I don't mind if you are going to hold back some of your top pairs here. This is the right one to do it with.
I think this is pretty reasonable. Not going to be a hand that we can bet multiple streets with unimproved. Does check back. Now Hammy, with the decision point, do we want to start bluffing ourselves? Does decide to go for it. 1.1 million, 60% pot.
Yeah, maybe putting his opponent on some kind of value, but not as good as top pair most of the time, and going to try and use his double gutter here.
And we do have a lot of equity, and probably feeling that we're unlikely to get raised too often, I think, by Zargaran. It makes it a bit more appealing here to fire. Are, of course, drawing to the nuts.
Showdown now for Hammy. He's happy to check it, and I wonder if Zargaran goes for some thin value here. It is thin.
Very, very thin. Credit to him, he finds it quickly. This is razor thin. Like, you know, a lot of the time here, you can value town yourself against a better king.
Yeah, like a king-queen maybe.
All of
take
the
this long.
yeah, all of the two pairs, like 7-8 and stuff, that Hammy can have, 7-8 suited, Jack-8 suited types.
Yeah, Zargaran sort of repping a hand like Jack-10 right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure in the longer term how much I love this.
Or maybe Jack-9.
It feels almost impossible to get called by worse.
Yeah.
I can't really think of a hand. Maybe this. Maybe exactly this that decides, okay, my opponent can have ace-5 of spades that gave up flop, right? Gave up flop and just now is bluffing. There aren't too many other hands. Well done, Hammy.
Yeah, that was wafer thin from Zargaran.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to him for finding it.
Yeah.
I would not find that in game.
Yeah. No, definitely not. Like you said there, Andrew, and I think it's the most crucial part of the analysis there. He could easily be taking himself on a visit to Value Town there. Find himself snapped off by a king-queen or a two-pair combo that we're happy to play some pot control there on river with the ICM implications. Not wanting to face a big bet over the top of a blocker, so they just decided to go for check call. It was dicey. Anyway, on to the next hand we go. Zargaran did have the best hand all the way.
Very sharp instincts to go for value on that river.
Yeah.
Still loving life, 39 million in chips.
Quick glance at the clock here, guys. We've got about 4 minutes left on this level, after which I believe we're taking a break. So going to get this hand and maybe one more in. Please stay tuned. It won't be a particularly long break. And obviously, final table action has been heating up. We've got a couple of shorties here, but we've got some very, very deep stack players as well who could really treat us to some breathtaking poker post-break. For now, Canzonieri going to try to increase his chances here, opening ace-queen off in the hijack. Action now on Hammy, who makes a speculative enough call, it must be said, here in the small blind. Not sure I love this.
Yeah, this might be the first hand I've seen for him that I'm really not a big fan of. Don't want to play a pot here out of position. And now it's 3 ways. Maybe getting a little carried away. Off to the queen 6-7 we go.
Oh, interesting. This is interesting now. Capello obviously up and down. Canzonieri with a very clear top pair, top kicker. Ham has quite a few back doors, actually. He's kind of got all the back doors. You know, he's drawing to that 10 of spades, but he's kind of drawing to all the straights as well in a Hail Mary type of way.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Canzonieri has treaded very carefully.
Very carefully.
I think that this is a step too far in my eyes to check a hand back this good that still needs a lot of protection.
Yeah.
It's still best through to the 5 turn, but this can start to get very murky.
Yeah, Canzonieri really is worried about Capello's range here, having brought in the big blind. The small blind's going to be much more condensed and not likely to have, you know, made a better hand than his on this texture, but Capello absolutely could.
Yeah, Capello going to go for a little equity denial, try and just clear out 2 random overs. Are going to be able to bluff some rivers if we feel it's necessary. Now look at this.
So a bit back to front here, but I guess Canzonieri just feeling as though he can extract some value while at the same time, you know, maybe he's willing to get away from this one if he meets further aggression, and then he sort of maybe paralyzes his opponent not to be able to bet into him on rivers. I don't think that's necessarily true. Someone like Capello will find that as well, but it's certainly an interesting line, maybe playing it a bit more like pocket queens than he is anything else right now.
Well, it's going to get value here from Capello. Of course, tough to blame him. He's going to figure that he is drawing still to the effective nuts. Probably not going to give Canzonieri too many combos of like an 8-9 suited.
Maybe one more.
This has worked out very nicely, and it's going to go for river value also.
Yeah, targeting the king queens and queen jacks now. But it, again, kind of a thin value bet in a sense.
It really is. Of course, the danger here is you do open yourself up to Capello potentially putting the hammer down.
Yeah.
If he puts us on a non-nutted hand.
Yeah, this is actually, he's really opened the door here because Capello can have the straights, and I don't think, given the way he's played, Canzonieri can ever have them. Now, Canzonieri has sort of played this hand a bit like pocket queens, which is always dicey then if you think your opponent might have a set to start bluffing into it. But
that's the problem, yeah.
But you know, I genuinely feel as though he is capped right now and Capello is not.
I think that's fair. Yeah, a little perplexing for Capello. Probably doesn't expect to really ever get raised on this turn, 3 ways.
No.
And then, of course, when it happens, it can be a little befuddling. Does burn his second time bank.
I don't actually think that Capello is considering call here. I think he is considering raise.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever call.
Because what are you hoping to see? Like the king jack of spades? Like...
Oh, he does pay it off.
Oh.
Wow. All right. Credit to Canzonieri. Outplayed us in the booth.
Yeah.
Outplays Capello on that occasion. Perplexed him to such an extent that he pays it off with 4th pair. Right, guys, we are now going to go on a break for around about 18 minutes or so. I'm going to step out of the booth. Mr. James Dempsey will be joining David after the break, so please don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
Anyway, it looks like Georgie. Do you know what? I think
pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests of left, right, and centre in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional puller. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me,
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a big bounty.
My goodness.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace-king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with two shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I'll tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, going to run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalkalic has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Berganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkalic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Berganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Georgie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time, I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still.
Right. Focus, Andrew. Focus, David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilich here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilich can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fade and runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilich. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. And Dalkilich steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Bergenhoff here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkilich has 30 blinds on the button.
Well,
Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
I think if Dalkilich had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts, razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Bergenhoff to go
2.5x, yeah. I hadn't actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen three suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tulip Bergenhoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand. But, you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tulip Bergenhoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight. Straight flush make
it. She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there. Blinds are now 30-60k. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Chilberganov all in here.
All in?
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkalic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The two big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace-Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold one queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
Got 90 starting stacks in this pot. The 163 stacks in play.
Let me,
I guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah.
Tulip Berganov
You are too hard.
finds one of the two ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you very much.
True.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Berganov extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146k.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack 9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalkalic. Not the first time he's held on to those same 2 cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack 9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Berganov has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalkalic can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tulip Berganov is the champion.
Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you a gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. Okay. But I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I busted out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. Either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up two at once. Now, Kolotyuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these two queens.
Yeah, and Burlacu there would have, you know, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that would be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11k in equity here.
Yeah,
Gavish can win what, 5.5k himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the plus board. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000 plus stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up one bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. Plus bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish? He picks up the first one on our table. Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So it's still with a chance to eliminate two, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up an envelope. He's just checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
Well, Andrew Headley may not have solved the riddle of the Sphinx, but Dinesh Zargaran has been solving the riddle of the Dolce Vita IPO Masters. He has manoeuvred his way into the endgame of this tournament with almost half of the chips in play. Some unorthodox lines, it must be said. Some initiative-taking 3-bets and some wafer-thin value bets have confused and befuddled his opponents. Right now, the world is his oyster, but this is far from a foregone conclusion. With plenty poker still to be played here at the Merit Crystal Cove, Candido Capello will have designs on victory, as will the chasing pack of Canzonieri, Sahafi, Ghazarian and Hammy. My name is David Lappin alongside James Dempsey, and we are burning the midnight oil here in North Cyprus. At the moment, it's Zargaran's world, James, and he is dangerously close to the kind of stack that can really abuse with reckless abandon.
Now, you know, usually this is the point where I'd come in and just rubbish whatever he said, but was it Oedipus who was like, no?
Yeah?
I was, okay. Okay, so I felt like I can join in a little bit there.
Yeah, you're
and
there.
therefore, normally I would, you know, throw scorn on whatever nonsense you come up with, but if I can prove that I know something, I'm going to join in.
Nice.
That's it. But no, yeah, Zargaran. He's, well, is he going to fly close to the sun, is the question. 39 million chips. Certainly looks likely.
Okay.
Possible.
Well, okay, that's Icarus.
Yeah, no, but I'm just moving on.
Oh, you're just...
I'm just moving on. I'm speaking your language.
Switching myths. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
you can't expect me to stay in one myth. I mean, I'm stretching as it is, David. Like, this is, you've got to be playing your game. It's been action then.
Oh,
there's a lot going on. Oh, we got patches. Canzonieri. Nice to see he's still in the mix.
Yeah, Canzonieri right off the back of a very interesting hand, the last one, where he found some inexplicable value, actually, must be said in the end, from Capello. Sort of a spot where I guess he confused Capello, maybe just sort of polarized himself in a spot where he seemed capped. I know those things are contradictory, but I promise you that sort of makes sense when you look at the hand back.
Okay.
Capello had an opportunity to, you know, in an uncapped way, sort of rep the nuts and maybe blast him off, but in the end went for the maybe inadvisable call, and that is left us in a chip distribution the way we have it here, with those guys being quite close together in second and third place.
Ghazarian then committing 4 blinds from the hijack with 4 and a smidge more in the stack. So we've got some love in the chat for the Iranian boys. The flag is flying high. I also see a question that I'm sure was asked before the break, but answering it now seems relevant nonetheless. $146,600 is the first prize. Up to the wow, we're already up to 29,750 guaranteed. Huh? You guys have done some lifting in here.
Yeah, it's been action-packed stuff. We lost Saeed, unfortunately, there a little while ago in 7th, but it's been very entertaining, must be said. And again, I know this is a wrinkle you are aware of, James, but that gap between 3rd and 2nd is still a little larger than the one between 2nd and 1st.
The old merit quirk.
It is a quirky one.
It's fun, though. Nowhere in the rules does it say the pay jumps have to increase. It just adds a little difference.
Yep.
It's merit. That little bit special. I'd forgotten about that quirk. I forget about that quirk every time until we turn up here. And then I'm like, oh yeah, there's a quirk.
And I expect it not to be there the next time, and it's still there. So obviously baked into the algorithm.
What do you think of the word quirk?
I'm a fan.
Okay. Zargaran's a fan of ace-5 off. He's going to limp it.
I think that it has an onomatopoeic quality quirk.
Yeah.
What is he?
10-5-3, all spades. Zargaran peering down to see if he's got one. He doesn't. Does have a pair though. On this 3-spade board is going to bet and make it hard for hands like this. Canzonieri's gut shot.
Hey, give me that cup. Ace as well.
Nah, he wants to show that the limp can be anything. Have that.
Thank you.
Player missing here. Oh no, he's back.
Oh.
Candido.
Did he go for a blanket?
He's gone for a hoodie over the legs, sort of.
It's a blanket. It's one of the merit blankets.
Oh, it is a blanket?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Ah, the trophy. There she is.
Trophies.
Well, yes, trophies. But one we're more familiar with, the merit trophy. But the fancy IPO trophy.
I've been having an argument on this one. So
okay.
I know you're a fan of the new fandangled, probably Italian glass trophy, and I know Andrew Headley is also a fan. I don't know. I actually like the merit trophy more. I'm not a fan of stained glass. Is probably the reality here. I feel like it's gaudy, and therefore I'm going to take home the merit trophy every time. Just saying.
In case anyone's wondering, David does bill merit directly. He's keeping the marketing team nicely on side.
Just, I felt like there was unnecessary.
I'm not hating on the merit
disrespect.
trophy. I like seeing something different. I like seeing something different. Something that sets this series apart. I'm up for, like, let's theme all the trophies. When we're back here for the Western Series, why not win a horse? You know? Gangster, you could win a Tommy gun. Work with me here. I don't know what you win for Carmen, but that's your realm. So.
Fan.
Oh, there we go. A fan.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Could do with one back here.
It's true. It can be hot stuff.
It's balmy outside. A lovely evening. I've been on my break, sitting outside.
Do you know what's lovely is the breeze. Breeze off the ocean is absolutely heavenly right now.
Ah, we got to that point where the 6 left, we started introducing each other.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Ghazarian's like, yeah, we've been playing for 2 days, mate. Capello. It's been a torrid enough time for Candido. Looking to make hay in this favourable ICM situation since 9 left. And it's sort of been a case of 1 step forward, 1 step back in that endeavour. Well, 1 big step forward on the way for Ghazarian here, who can limp these kings and set a trap. This is a lot of hand right now. A gift from the poker gods, Greek or Roman, either one.
Oh, he's going for the tickle raise. Just so many hands, I guess he figures. Sahafi just kind of has to put chips in with.
Well, Sahafi's only got like 2 million here, 5 bigs. I would have just...
Limp or jam?
I just would have limped all day here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because 2 nice things can happen. 1, you can induce the Jack-9 to just stick it in first. And 2, if your opponent does have a hand that's really rubbish and does check it back, they can flop top pair and have 23%.
Or second pair, or third pair.
Or third pair.
Just flop anything.
You're right, anything at all, really.
I'm with you. I think if we do raise, probably just want to go all of it. But he's obviously doing some sort of exploit here with the kings, and he's just deviating, thinking, hey, look, is the guy ever going to fold, 6-7 when I'm in raise? Some yawning going on at this table. These players burning the old midnight oil. Of course, the first few days of this tournament, kind of very civilized early finishes.
Yeah, and they're being punished for that now.
I mean, punished is a strong word. They're guaranteed $29,750 each. But yes, this is the point. They had days without dinner breaks, just relaxing evenings up until now. But I kind of like it this way. So you get 6 guys, 8 guys, whatever, who have to play late the last night. But for the rest of the time, everyone gets to enjoy themselves.
No, I absolutely agree with you, James. I think it's a good way of doing it, and I really like that next week's main event is also sort of stretched out over 5 days. It's probably a 4-day structure, but they're going to play 8-hour days instead of 10, 11-hour days.
Yeah, all for it. Again, as I mentioned the other night on stream, it kind of works when you're somewhere as beautiful as this.
Yes.
Doesn't work. Again, I'm going to use the same example I did the other week. I'm going to throw them on the bus, but it doesn't work when you're in an industrial park outside of Nottingham.
Wow, you're going to throw them under the bus.
I used them as an example the other day. Our beloved Dust Till Dawn, of course. But friends of merit. But I'll throw them on the bus anyway. The good thing is I feel safe doing that one, because I think Rob used it as an example once himself. It's like kind of the least exotic place to play a poker tournament. He described his own club.
Okay.
But they make up for it by having amazing events and structures and bring the players. It's central in the country, easy to get to. Anyway, enough of that. Have you had the buffet at Dust Till Dawn? Doesn't quite match up with the...
I have had it.
I mean, does it have a view of the Med? Can you wander up all some steak?
There was no splashes.
There was no, free-flowing Prosecco. Maybe there is, I don't know. I haven't been for a while. Safari. Sahafi even, pardon me. All in. Hammy in the small.
Yeah, this feels like a call here, mandatory. Obviously, Sahafi's going to go with anything resembling a decent hand here for 4 bigs. Hammy, actually quite a similar spot to the one faced by... It was... Who was it earlier? Zargaran, who faced an interesting spot earlier. A similar situation, so... Oh, wow, that's tight.
Lets it go. We're obviously concerned about Capello behind. Wow, who has to fold or decides to fold. And look at that, you can see Hammy's sort of face there, like, oh, I was so sure if I folded, Capello was going to take him on. That whole collision equity being a part of the equation when you make a fold like that. I guess he figured Capello was just calling any 2 and didn't want to be the meat in the sandwich if he just called. And I don't hate that idea, because I think Capello is going to call close to any 2, but he decided 10-5 off. Not in there.
Yeah, it's not a terrible idea, though, that if you call, he calls.
Right.
Maybe.
It's more if he calls, does he ever, if I call, does he ever just raise it up and screw me over? And
but then he might have a real hand.
Right, that's
and
true.
Then that's good
but also,
news for you.
If I just fold, Capello is just going to do my business for me. He's going to call nearly always. Maybe knock out the all-in. I don't know. I can understand why he wanted to fold that one. I think that's still cool, but I get the reasoning.
Well, Sahafi now with 2.6 million. Almost 7 bigs. Still looking for a spot. Hammy, having turned that one down last hand, is going to turn down the King 7. But I want to point out here...
He sort of looked at Capello like, why did you fold the last hand?
Yeah, he did. Something very much worth noting is the awful seat that Hammy has here with both Zargaran in the big blind and Capello in the small. Capello's going to limp in here, and Zargaran's going to look at pocket 4s here. Can proceed both ways, I feel, but given what we've seen from Zargaran, would expect a raise here just to try to turn the screw on Capello.
Yeah, I like it.
And it's been rough, actually. Capello's in a tough seat.
He showed it.
Even though he's in a very good stack position, and while we would be critical of a couple of his light calls, shall we say, in the last hour or so, probably cost him 3 or 4 million between those 2 calls. He's a seasoned campaigner. Don't be fooled by the baby face. He knows his way around a poker table and a final table, and you know, maybe pound for pound will back himself as the best player left, even if he's in the worst seat and only second or maybe even third in chips now.
It really is a case of the haves and the have-nots here, isn't it, chip-wise?
Very much so. What began as a sort of a 2 big stack, lots of short stack affairs, is now sort of 1 huge stack, 2 decent stacks, and everybody else short. And, you know, when they're all short and trying to battle one another, they're all eyeing up 4th place, basically, which is 50 grand. It's an extra 20 grand more than they're guaranteed right now, and that's for just outlasting 2 more people. That's really the big goal for these short stacks right now. Big goal for Zargaran is trying to win a big pot with these queens here. He's going to 3x in the small. Canzonieri, who's been super disciplined all day long. And Zargaran has actually been a bit of a card rack all day, it's got to be said. He's had kings, he's had queens twice, he's had jacks, he's had ace-king a couple of times. Pocket 8s were at work at 1.2, so...
All right, go on, wax lyrical about the merit trophy, and we'll just ignore the glass. Go on, carry on.
I don't know. It's like a Giacometti sort of mannerist figure. It whiffs of like Champions League or.
I also did wax lyrical about the merit trophy, not the.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the other one.
I did notice that they've actually the base has got the sort of tiles that we have in the background on the LEDs.
Yes,
that's a nice little touch.
I really like that. I think that's what does stand it out.
Yeah, I like that.
Glad I'm turning you around here.
I was just looking through Capello's hand up. You sort of referenced him as perhaps one who feels like he's comfortable with the table. I'll come back to that because Sahafi ripping in the 2 5s. 6 and a bit blinds. Yeah, Hammy is very much hamstrung, isn't he, with these two are all short stacks. At least they're to his right, though, so he kind of sees what they're up to first.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Capello. Awkward seat. You'd love to be closing the action or almost with these sixes, but I think maybe right on the border. Wow, sevens, I don't think I fold ever. Sixes is literally the problem hand here.
I think sixes we still call, don't we?
I feel like it's the worst one we call, but
Right.
it's very close.
Oh, he's just going to let it go. Preservation.
Yeah.
The order of the day. Zargaran behind with nothing. I need to remind myself of the stacks here. Of course, Canzonieri here in the small blind. That's a much closer spot. Looks like he's just going to fold it, though, for the... A lot of respect he's garnered here for this 6 big blind shove.
Yeah, and he's earned it by virtue of the fact that he and Ghazarian have been the two players who've been willing to sort of patiently blind down and then get the occasional shove through. There's been nothing outlandish from them. They've been very selective, so I think people giving them credit for, you know, not a premium range. Obviously, they're far too short to do that, but certainly no nonsense in there.
Yeah, just want to come back to Capello and looking through his results and see his first recorded live cash came earlier this year. You're shaking your head. Let me know. Am I looking at the wrong profile?
We will have to send out the Hendon Mob investigators on that one.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm questioning whether
we had a quiet off-air conversation. I showed David a Hendon Mob entry, and he's not sure it's the right one. So we'll leave it at that. I'm going to believe the most recent result, at least, which is second in the 3K high roller at the UK IPT in Malaga to Sam Grafton.
Yeah, I was there. I contributed to that prize pool.
That's very nice of you. On more than one occasion, or?
On one occasion.
Okay.
I bust the hand after.
Did you fist pump that fact? You saved the dignity of not having to rebuy.
No, I wanted to rebuy.
When people see you walk out, David, you can still re-enter, and you're like, oh, I haven't.
No, I wouldn't.
3,000 euros
no,
on me.
I would have and wanted to re-enter. If I could have, I would have. Oh, sorry, it was the 3K?
Yeah.
No, I played the 2K, which Sam also, I think, won or came second in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So sorry, I'm mixing that up, but I do remember that.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, I'm looking here. Well, our man here also got deep in that one, coming 20th.
Yeah.
And Sam got third. You're right. There you go. So he came 20th in the high roller and second in the super high roller.
You see, it sounds like a very good bit of like trivia that I'm on the pulse of what's going on. But to be honest, if you're in a poker room and Sam Grafton's on a final table in the same poker room, you're aware of it.
You tend to know.
Well, aware of his ranges right now. Zargaran is opening up this ace-jack, but running into the queens of Sahafi, who has no fold equity here, so we're going to showdown.
Right, and I have to say, Sahafi's got a couple of jams through in spots, you know, where he would have been maybe called by the a6, maybe by the sixes, could have been out, and now suddenly, here he is, a 70-30 favourite to double up to 6.5 million, such as the curious luck that hides in our game, that he got that jam, those two jams through. Allows this situation to happen. Oh, and cool. Zargaran, of course, though, does have potential, and plenty of it. Chasing an ace. It's the man with 40 against the man with 3. No. It's a good flop so far. In that Zargaran has picked up outs, but the queen's still best. That remains the case.
The patient Sahafi waiting for a spot such as this one all day to get back into the hunt.
And there we go, he is. And yeah, like
2,750,000, right?
Just incredible, like I say, he jammed, got a6 to fold behind. Jams fives, gets sixes to fold. We thought that was the cuspy one. You called it, you said that's the one that's a decision. I think I would have just played it, but that may well have been a mistake. And because of that, he's now dealt into a situation, Queen's v Ace Jack, and is back in the game somewhat. Half average.
That's it, 3 more hands to the final table.
Yeah, they're bagging up in the background. I'm trying to remind myself, is that the 3K that's bagging up?
I think you're right.
Having a look here. Oh no, I think it's the Vamos Poker Cup Day 2.
Ah, Vamos.
I'm going to go with, which was a 200K guaranteed $500 event. I think that's right.
Yeah, it's been a feature of this La Dolce Vita festival that we've had slightly smaller buy-ins, maybe roughly half the size of buy-ins from a normal Merit in-house festival.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because OPE Classic also finishing today, which was the 3K. So that and this both finishing today.
Okay.
Vamos Day 2. Vamos final tomorrow.
Oh, a tight fold there with the 9-7 suited from Zargaran. I actually would have expected him to open that up in this particular situation. He can obviously just lean on everybody here with his chip lead. 9-7 suited. Has a bit of playability versus players who will allow him to realize equity a lot, given their particular ICM misery. Yeah, I would have liked to seen him open that one, actually.
Of course, tomorrow we're picking up coverage, or completing and picking up coverage of the Ladies' Championship.
I can't wait for that one.
It's one which is free to enter for your first bullet.
I have been trying to convince my partner, as were you actually over lunch today, to play that one.
Yeah.
Feels like there's 10K line out there to be won by somebody, and why not Sharon?
Why not?
Why not JD, who I think is also here on the Headley rail.
There's also a package for the winner to the PokerStars Women's Winter Festival.
Wow.
Includes a 3-night hotel stay in London and entry to the £400 main event, which is 100K guaranteed.
So 3 nights in London.
Yeah, I mean, that's worth a lot.
I was going to say that's like that's the buy-in is quite a small part of that overall.
Yeah.
If you're staying anywhere half decent in the central London area.
In fact, I'm reading about this event now. The Women's Winter Festival, including a mix of events, but one of them being a 50-50 male and female event. So
like
you have
that.
You have to like partner up to
I
get
like
in the
that.
event. You kind of
That's really nice. Letting the boys in for one tournament. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, credit to Merit for obviously putting on a wider variety of tournaments, shall we say. We usually cover the warm-up 2K, main event 3K, high roller 5K. But we had a look at the Mystery Bounty, which created a lot of excitement the other night. Ladies event, we're going to have a PLO tournament as well, I believe. So, yeah, just a bit more novelty, bit more variety. Variety is the spice of life after all, James Dempsey.
Yeah, and that PLO event that we're looking to cover is a PLO bounty as well.
Oh, wow. That will be pure carnage. Equity's running close. And...
But it's a straight bounty. So a 500...
So
that 1K with 500, 500.
So it diminishes as the tournament goes on.
As the tournament goes on, we lean much more towards...
No, nonetheless.
But those tournaments just at the start are wild fun, because now it is about just knocking everyone out. Right?
Totally.
I'm speaking alone.
Hammy has been very disciplined in these spots here and does choose to muck the King-6 suited, something that is very cuspy, but his seat is particularly nasty. Zargaran in the small can be fairly abusive here. Oh, and Canzonieri lurking behind with the pocket aces here. How will he proceed? His opponent, Zargaran, has just opened to 1.2 million. Do you ever flat here and set the trap? Or do you think to yourself, well, no, I got to put some more chips into this one, and maybe he'll have a 4-bet shoving range.
He's 3-bet pretty big as well, actually, it looks like here. If I've seen that right. Didn't waste too much time. Yeah, gone really big, 4.4 million.
Oh, you need to throw out some more rope here, sir. Canzonieri has been very circumspect. He's been careful. But this is a little overly cautious. These aces are such a gift.
I like the idea of trying to go for this in the sense that, in theory, he's not supposed to have too many hands that want a 3-bet go with it because of the ICM dynamic that's formed behind. So therefore, when you do get 3-bet, it doesn't really make that much sense. It's supposed to be... there just aren't that many hands that want a 3-bet call it off. Obviously, though, sometimes you do get dealt some of them. And for that reason, I'm with you. I think I just kind of don't ever really 3-bet here too much, other than maybe some 3-bet jams. Like, 3-bet jams some hands you just don't want to get 3-bet call with, maybe. I don't know. I think that one, we just want to lay the trap. But
it's such a pure hand.
Right. Ever a hand we trap with.
Yeah.
In position. Up against a wide range. But 3-bet, try and get it in pre. And there is some sliver of benefit to denying there. I mean, sometimes we do call with aces and we end up busting out in this hand. It is a final table. There are 6 left. It's not a factor. We're not worried about busting with aces, but it's a percentage. There's some value to just denying.
Absolutely, and that is 100% the counter argument. Hammy going to bump it up here with the 5s. Vulnerable sort of hand, not a comfortable hand to play. Canzonieri may decide with a small discount here to flat. He's got 16 million, but opponent is effective here playing 23 bigs. By calling here, you often will bring in the big blind and create a sort of better spot. But my goodness me, the aces, well, it's Ghazarian's turn to wake up with them.
Wow, the 2 short stacks, so patient, both getting dealt amazing scenarios.
And now that it's a squeeze spot, there's no thought to flatting here and being deceptive. You've got to throw out some sort of 3-bet. And obviously with 2.5 million in your stack, that's going to be all of it.
Well, he's actually gone for the non-all-in.
The kind of almost all-in bet.
Which is, you know, something we see in situations where...
ladders are possible.
Right, but in this particular spot, when you're 3-betting... Like, this is just in a spot I don't think where we need to have this move, but...
Sure.
Let's see how things go. We don't really want to encourage...
Have we called in both spots here? We have, because we made it smaller.
Yeah.
You're right, we put that extra 700 in. I don't think we see these 2 calls. I think we might see an isolation shove from the first guy, and we might get rid of one of these hands.
Specifically exploit with aces.
Yeah, maybe.
This is good.
Maybe this works.
As a general strategy, I don't think we really ever have 3-bets there that aren't just all in. But let's see. Gets a Jack 8-6 flop. That's good news.
Yeah. And obviously gets to put in this 750k himself here.
And Hammy, surely, as the first up, can he fold for 750?
I'm not sure either could fold for 750.
Right, but if Hammy puts 750 and maybe Canzonieri, does he ever get to fold? I guess not. He's getting over 10 to 1.
Getting 10 to 1, and your opponent who just called doesn't necessarily have to have it.
Right.
Like, you could be up against an ace-king and an ace-10.
Right.
Let's go.
So they do both call. Amazingly, he is in prime position for the triple up.
Yeah, he has actually just worked out the best way to squeeze all the value.
Or has it? Hammy picks up a gut shot straight draw. The other 2 quickly check it. Throw the 5 on the river!
Oh, this is cruel. This is so cruel. Poor old Ghazarian.
Oh, he's going to hate to see the bet coming in here as well.
He's just like, oh, he had 7s, damn. He already knows. Ghazarian already knows.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not sure it would have actually changed much because Hammy was going to probably isolate anyway or call a larger bet, so he can at least console himself with that. But very unlucky there, obviously, to get rivered. Ghazarian, he played tremendously well. You know, never really had an opportunity to fully get going in this one. Really did rely on his wits and his short stack ninja skills to get to 6th place. And unfortunately there, with the dream scenario and an opportunity to get back into it, so cruelly taken from him, James.
Yeah, he's the one that impressed me a lot yesterday in the coverage. I was very happy to see when I came back into the booth tonight, having gone out with 12 left, that he was still in here, but that was a cruel one because he was right back in there with a 10 million stack if the boots had done the business for him. And yeah, I'm with you. I mean, obviously in this instance, it wouldn't have changed anything. He would have got action from 5s if he jammed the lot in pre. Just very unfortunate. Nice for Hammy, though, because since I came in here, things have been working against Hammy. He's had a couple of pot spots where he thought maybe he would ladder up. Hasn't happened. Had dribbled down stack-wise. But now, back comfortable. Around average himself. Or slightly below now, of course, the average ticking up, having lost a player. Capello, solver bait. I'm looking forward to the day I win a big pot with King 6 suited. I've heard good things about it.
I was using King 6 suited back in 2011 in this fashion, and I used to get a lot of grief from my circle of poker friends who thought that I had notions and theories. Very pleased and smug to find out a decade later that our silicon overlords are agreeing with me now.
Did you just see a lot of 2, 3, 4, 5 flops back in the day? Is that what it was? The final 5. All guaranteed $36,700. Next pay jump gets you up to 49,200. It's getting very meaty.
It certainly is.
Oh. Is Zargaran deciding he's got too many chips, doesn't want to play this hand? Oh, good timing to sit one out. Capello with jacks under the gun. And if Zargaran's not in that seat, we can't see from this angle, maybe he got back in time, I'm not sure then. Oh, he did, okay. I say suddenly that raise carries less credibility, but it doesn't in this case. Was into the whole table. So Sahafi reclaims his spot as the table short stack by virtue of that ladder up. That's a happy trade-off.
Oh, sorry.
And Capello gonna fail to get action here, but drags in a little one there and getting his chip graph ticking upwards after a few stumble steps along the way here at this final table of the IPO Masters. 1100 buy-in this one. We guaranteed 500k. Well, was it ever in doubt? Over 900 players producing a huge prize pool, 146k up top. That is what these guys are all fixating on right now. Obviously, Zargaran looking like he is our favorite and by far the most likely to pick up that big score, but a lot can happen.
Yeah, far from a done deal. Despite the monstrous stack, he still has less than half the chips in play, which is obviously a big barrier, which once you get past that, you start thinking, hey, I'm going to win this tournament. Of course, having 38 million of the 93 minute at this stage is maybe arguably better than having half the chips heads up. I don't know, like, in terms of your chance of winning, because in theory you could, you know, run away with it with 38 million in chips. Obviously, you'd rather be heads up and having half the chips in play with 108,000 get locked up. I wasn't suggesting that, but just pure percentage chance of winning, maybe this is a better situation.
Well, interesting one now. Hammy, who has been trying to solve the problem of Candido Capello in the big blind. They've been in quite a few blind v blind confrontations so far. Deciding to small raise the king queen here 2.25x. And Capello not going to have a huge folding range versus that sizing. We saw him actually use a hand like Queen 3 and make it a 3-bet a couple of hours ago. We've seen some limp pots. We've seen some of these kind of raises as well.
Wow.
And wow, this one's interesting already. This could be a full-on clash, or it could also just...
9.
I mean, for now, it's a C-bet of 900,000, to which we imagine we're surely met with just a call, given Capello has second pair with no kicker, but the hearts, no reason to really swell this one just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot here where your equity's in a few different places. It's directly in the, I've got second pair, no kicker, so I'm good a lot. And then, of course, there are very nice ways that this one can develop for you and the 4 hearts.
Right, I mean, quite often you've got your opponent just dead on this flop, haven't you, when they come betting into you. No reason to raise it up just yet.
And it's the same logic here versus turn bet, I think.
Yeah, but obviously now it gets us... It's one of those hands where it's kind of nice because you know you never fold in this hand, but at the same time you start to worry about that jack being no good and how you're going to have a lot of difficult river cards to potentially deal with.
Yeah.
But for now, this is one of the hands that just surely fits as a call. And Hammy will kind of be enjoying this, right? You're up against a king a lot, some jack X.
Oh, there is the heart.
Oh no.
Hammy is going to be somewhat blindsided by this now. Stack to pot ratio about 1.2 to 1. Looks like he's going for check and assess and see where this takes him. I think he has to sort of go for check call if you're going for the check line. So
right, and
this could get nasty.
And there are plenty of potential bluffs Capello can still have here, right? He can have some of those backdoor clubs. He can have some straight draws.
Yeah, 9-10 and Queen 10 feel like the most obvious.
He's just gone all in. He's gone for all of it. Hammy shaking his head. This one has run out horribly for him. Obviously, it is the front door draw getting in, but as David references, 10-9, a likely one, Queen 10. And like I say, any of those kind of floats that had clubs, also potential.
Yeah, like
maybe even some just deuce X potentially.
Yeah, I like Queen 9 of clubs. That makes sense.
Well. This could go either way, I feel, for Hammy. What a horrible spot to find yourself in. Of course, the Queen, now not the best card to have in your hand. For that, we want to be up against some Queen 10s, but there's still so many combinations out there.
Yeah, if you're starting to count the bluff combos, I think it's going to be Queen 9 and 9-10 of clubs. It's going to be maybe all the 9-10s. It's going to be maybe all the Queen 10s. And then you start thinking about, okay, well, given the sizing on river, it's pretty much always a flush. That's value. And
right, we're not expecting Jack 4 to take this line, are we?
I don't think it would go for this size. But maybe. Maybe specifically just Jack 4.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you. On principle, I think we're in the world of pain here from Hammy. Also very keenly aware that his chip position puts him sort of middle of the pack right now, and this is like potentially an ICM turn of the screw. He knows how capable Candido is in this spot, how creative he is, how potentially deceptive he would be.
Well, I'm going to give credit to him whichever line he goes with here, because this is a tough one.
It's a really tough one.
And he's thinking long and hard about it. And
oh, it's a great fold. What an absolutely spectacular fold in this context, guys. That's so, so tough. Versus somebody so capable like Capello there. That one is very hard. And with that, preserving his remaining stack.
Yeah, I think maybe just
fight another day.
The presence of the Queen in his hand, making that maybe the tipping default. Maybe if he has a hand like Ace King instead of King Queen, maybe that would be enough for him to.
That's a great point. A lot of those hands I referenced did contain Queen.
Well played, sir.
Big moment there. in retrospect, maybe Capello feeling like he got a little greedy, going for all of it. But I think when you're someone like Capello, capable of pulling the trigger on all those bluffs as well, you have to go for all of it.
Right.
It would be a very specific exploit not to.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually, whether there was avenues for normal in there with that particular holding, but...
Yeah, like just sort of decide to yourself, this guy doesn't want to call off his tournament life here.
Yeah.
If I go 2/3, I'll actually get much more calls.
Right.
And that will compensate me for the times that he would have called the all-in.
Would that be perhaps a line that you would... Like, obviously, you want to be jamming most of the time with your flushes, right? Because we do want to be bluffing. But maybe specifically the Jack X flushes that do block 2 pairs, maybe they're the ones that we go smaller sometimes?
Yep. Yep. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
An intriguing night of poker continues here in the Mirror Crystal Cove. These 5 players are battling. They're fighting for every chip right now. Nobody wanting to yield an inch in pursuit of this 146,600 first prize. Candido Capello in the ascendancy now. 20 million, up to 24 million by the time this final table began.
Ooh.
Fell back to about 18 million, but is now back to 25.
Here's a fun one where obviously Zargaran gets to apply a lot of pressure, finds a really strong hand in 2 9s, but at the same time, he has to now be worried about Capello. Losing a big pot to Capello here gets really scary. This is the man who can not knock you out, but he could bring you right down below average. Does come in for the 3-bet.
Yeah, and I wonder if Capello feels like he has the kind of opponent here that if he can spike this set, even though he's probably not quite getting the right price, now does decide to let it go.
Yeah,
if you feel like your man will always give you his entire stack,
right?
Sometimes it gets tempting, but
you feel a little abused though.
You do.
So he looks over, but recognizing, hey, you know, sometimes you get abused. Final tables, little thing called ICM.
Yeah, good discipline there from Capello, recognizing that it was probably not the time or place to go set mining.
Hammy, he's under the gun.
Yeah, and I would expect to see an open here.
Sahafi's blind. Yeah, ace 10-0. Playing just under 30 now. Back to where he was before. Finding that 5 on the river.
Yeah, that was a nice 5. But to give Hammy credit, he stayed pretty active despite the terrible, terrible seat in which he's found himself in tonight. Look to get after it when possible. Coming with 2.5x here, trying to earn maybe just a little bit more credibility.
I think I like it in a situation where, you know, you're just under 30 blinds. You're not opening that many hands. You're repping a tighter range.
Yep.
Why don't we just size up a little bit, dissuade these bigger stacks from getting involved with me. Let me go after the short stack in the big blind. I like sizing up in this spot.
Yeah, I think there's good reason for it. And we see there that Zargaran, he's going to come along for the ride here, even at that enlarged price. Could be a little uncomfortable for Hammy now. I imagine Zargaran is not just going to have to connect with this one, but may also proceed with floats. He has connected, though, second pair.
Yeah.
Backdoor working, and very whiffy for Hammy, actually, the ace-10.
Yeah, I like this. Just give up here, I think.
Yeah.
What can you do? Like I just said, sometimes you get bashed around. Obviously, in this case, just like the last time where it was 9-3-3s, this time It's the pair of the ace high.
Yeah. And you said it there a minute ago, it's starting to feel abusive by Zargaran, but he's actually had it each time.
Right.
It's been fairly legit, it's been fairly responsible, Zargaran. He has been a bit of a card rack tonight, and that's probably most of the reason for his high VPIP and activity. And actually, there's a feature as well. He's been keen to show it because he wants to maintain the image of somebody who isn't stealing.
Because he wants to steal. Because he hasn't had the chances yet, because he keeps having it.
Yeah, that is pretty much what's happening here, yeah.
Alex in the chat asking, what's up top? $146,600.
Is there just a what's up top bot that just asks that question and no other questions? Ask a different question so that we know that that's not the case.
Victoria asked what nationality is Hammy, but Michael in the chat helped us out. Got there before I did.
Thanks, Michael. Candido Capello gonna kick things off here with the very attractive king-queen suited.
If we didn't have his flag there, what nationality would you guess Candido Capello was? Is it a particularly tough one?
You think he looks Italian?
I'm just asking you to guess with a name like Candido Capello.
No, so we do know his name, or we just see his face?
His name. I was just making a joke that he's clearly Italian on the reference.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, it was a bad joke at a late hour, and you obviously prepared for more highbrow.
I like that Icarus comment though earlier.
Yeah, and then you just shot me down by pointing out it's a different myth. But I was just working in your world. I didn't get the right lane, but I wasn't trying to get the right lane.
Speaking of which, have you solved the riddle of the sinks, which we gave to Andrew? It's written down in Andrew's handwriting there. Well, I take a look at this hand, which is developing here. Sahafi's gone for it. Ace-10 off. Remember, he's the guy with the tightest image, and he's shoving 12 bigs over a Capello under the gun, which is hijack, let's be honest. Range here. King-queen suited very close, must be said. For chips, you would be happy to do it, but with ICM, you might reconsider. It's very close nonetheless, and he might just take this spot, to be honest. If you think your opponent's ever doing it with some queen tens and queen jacks and king jacks,
right,
it becomes a slam dunker, I think. Lots of under pairs which are flipping, hands like ace 10, ace jack, which are basically flipping as well. This is very close. This is really, really close. Either way, can't be much of a mistake.
Some confusion there over the time bank situation. Just throw one forward. Buy another 30 seconds on this one. Rightly so.
I think he may land on call, but it's so close.
Such a pretty hand.
So close.
He does. He makes the call. Here we go. Capello looking to fell another. Sahafi in with the best of it once more, and a chance to get to 10 million chips, which surely would be his peak in this tournament.
Sure. Big moment for both players, 10 million in the middle. Sahafi's tournament life on the line. Capello, can he get to 30 million and close that gap further versus Zargaran?
Can he get the rest?
Probably not now.
Yeah. Backdoor diamonds are a thing. Backdoor Broadway as well. In before the jack of diamonds.
That would be the card.
No, safe. Give him the tick. Pass him the pot. Human Sahafi. Over 10 million chips, 25 blinds.
Yeah, hanging tough.
Yeah, he's going to resell himself now. Well, now he's in almost in the world where he can start to play the game with 25 blinds. And
yeah,
I just think those two jams he got through when he was on 5 blinds.
Huge sliding doors moment there.
Yeah. He had 5s, got 6s to fold for what, 6 blinds. Now, a real force.
So James,
well,
what goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 feet in the afternoon, and 3 feet in the evening?
Thing is, I could sit here and scratch my head and look really smart and figure it out, or I can tell you I'm familiar.
Ah, you knew it already.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Means you're a more worldly man than Andrew Headley, Esquire.
The answer, of course, being a human.
Correct.
Begin your life crawling around on all fours. You reach adulthood, you wander around on 2 feet. And then in later life, as an elderly person, a little walking aid. It's your third foot, third leg. That's that.
Yeah. Modern version, I guess, as someone who just came from Vegas. Exactly.
I was thinking that. It really should end with, and rides around on 4 wheels.
Yeah. We see there an array of beverages, lots of water, players staying hydrated. I saw a coffee and a tea. At this stage in the evening, I'm not surprised to see some.
I had a wonderful coffee out on the terrace on my break. I sat out there. It's a lovely evening. Humidity's dropped. Coffee. Gazing at the sky.
This is a beautiful picture you're painting here, James.
Yeah. And it's, you know, it's not boisterous out there, but it's not quiet either. It's like a lively hubbub, people coming out, little hookah lounge area. It's nice.
Not going to lounge here is Hammy with the ace-10.
No, it's been a pretty, since I got into the booth, this level, been fairly torturous for him in the hands he played and the hands he didn't. And look at this. Once more, he's up against it. Zargaran, ace queen.
Is he shortest or is he second shortest?
I think he must be the shortest now, right?
This could be.
Sahafi's got 10 mil.
He gets stuck in here. This could be kind of close. Like, I think you probably are happy to raise call ace jack every day, twice on Sunday against Zargaran. This is really close. This is literally the problem hand again.
Yeah. He's been dealt at multiple times with that problem hand. Well, tough spots certainly have been this man's to deal with.
And when you become the short stack, the question you start asking yourself, quite rightly, for strategic reasons is, do I just need to draw my line in the sand? I've been trying to survive. I've been trying to ladder. I've gotten to the top 5 now, but I really got to get moving. And I can't let these guys take pots off me.
He's decided to run it.
I don't blame him overall.
And just, you can see the frustration on his face before he even sees the cards. He's like, how do I keep walking into these things? How do I keep getting tough spots?
I suppose I feel like jam it or induce it, but don't raise fold it.
Right, okay. Yeah, I hear you. You're happy to go with it. I see why. Zargaran, though, once again turns over the goods. And even more so on a king-queen football, although...
Wow, hold your horses.
Although the ace of spades working. A gut shot to Broadway working.
This one ain't over yet.
More interesting.
Oh, 10.
Throw a 10 on the pile.
Yeah, blocks the jack as a scoop out, but remains as a chop out. Look how many of those outs are live. Only the 9 of spades folded, but the king on the end does end Hammy's run. And I have to say, obviously, personally, didn't get to see a huge amount. Came in at the start of this level, but it seemed pretty torturous for him.
Here's my review of Mohammed Hammy. He was given the toughest seat in the house at this final table. He was given the doom seat with the 2 big chip leaders to his left. I think he played extremely well, stayed active, didn't just allow himself to be handcuffed to the bed like so many players would in that spot. And he actually stayed positive, tried to accumulate, and I think that's the reason he made the top 5. And with a little bit of luck, he could have made it further. But I think that was a top effort overall by Hammy.
Speaking of making it further, Dinesh Zargaran now with over half the chips in play. That magical mark has been reached. Just 4 players remain. $49,200 locked up. And Human Sahafi, he's climbing the ladder. Time and time again, he survives. This fight certainly evening out a little bit between the three shorter stacks.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Zargaran just raise this up abusively here into the big blind.
No, you called it. And yeah, Canzonieri area is now the shortest, or
kind of equal short, yeah.
Yes, that's right, yeah. Because yeah, Sahafi got up to 10 mil, didn't he? So those two around 25 blinds each. Canzonieri with, well, plenty of chips himself, but is in that middle ground, isn't he? Where there's the two short stacks. He's the guy who gets abused, and he has the worst seat in that respect as well. So everything looking good at the moment for Dinesh Zargaran.
Yeah, and while these guys have chipped up to, what, 10 million, 11 million, and that seems kind of nice at this moment in time at Big Blind 400k, they've got a few more weapons, they've got a bit more wiggle room. We're 4 minutes away from the blinds going up, and they're going to be right back in the 20 big blind zone.
But it is deep now. It's a good point.
Yeah, it's a 40 big blind tournament right now because that's Capello's stack. It's going to be 20 bigs with the other two boys. And then, of course, obviously this enormous chip lead for Zargaran. He's going to be playing over 100, but that doesn't really matter right now.
I mean, it seems every time Capello tries anything, Zargaran does have some sort of hand behind. 2-3s at this instance, but he's just going to let it go.
Well, I'm a little surprised that he didn't flat that one at the very least.
Right.
Try and apply some post-flop ICM
because you just
misery on these guys.
You just get to realise those, don't you? Because how is Capello going to go blasting off into you ever?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that that wasn't met with a call. And actually, from what I've seen of Zargaran on occasion, how he uses his small pairs, how he deploys them, I've seen him 3-bet those kinds of holdings before too.
Yeah. That wouldn't have surprised me, the 3-bet. Maybe just thinking, hey, I've done it too many times.
Yeah, maybe that's true. And now a hand like pocket threes looks quite low down on your range, given the beautiful hands you've seen all day.
Right.
Well, we see that he would have got a board where he, you know, most likely could have realised a lot from. He flats here and sort of paralyses his opponent in a lot of run-outs. So, you know, something to consider for another time. As played, though, Sahafi did complete in the big blind and is getting sticky on this 6-6-2 texture. Look at Capello here, wondering if he can steal this one away. Probably figures his opponent to have some ace highs now, which may be better than his. Not going to be a lot of 6x or 2x defending big, so
1.4.
yeah, look at that. It's really good from Capello. We saw him find
a
very tough to find second barrel in a key hand hour and a half ago. He's done it now again, and actually that really does put Sahafi in a tough spot. Not to say he mightn't come with call one more time.
Well done, sir. Well done. Time for tea. 4 lefts. You got the big chip lead. Nice looking good. Here's a shot clock tournament though. Maybe fold the 10-3, then go back to stirring.
I'm going to say it now.
Okay.
I haven't seen a player take a tournament by the scruff of the neck quite like Zargaran's performance over the last 2 days. We watched him in the second frame yesterday, and I think maybe one of the later frames as well. We saw him for, you know, quite a bit of today, obviously on feature and final table. And he's a man who has just looked to take this tournament and drag it into his corner.
Drag it.
Reminiscent of a Steve O'Dwyer in the Irish Open a couple of years ago. Reminiscent of a Joe McKeon in the main event 8 or 9 years ago.
Look at this. Little trappy from Sahafi. Limping in with the 10s into Capello's blind. Recognizing that Capello, also of that mold, has applied a lot of pressure. Yes, it is a Capello checking back the ace-3, checking back on the jack-8 deuce flop with the gut shot. Sahafi now deciding, I think wisely so, that a bet is needed. There's a lot of danger out on that board.
Big bet.
Yeah, that makes sense, right, on this kind of texture. There's lots of gut shots, lots of flush draws. Now, does Capello still come with call, holding the ace high? Yes is the answer.
Yeah, maybe feeling that there's a lot of draws in his opponent's hand as well. Especially that goes that sizing and diamond on the river. 9 of diamonds doesn't really change much. Probably a check call plan from Sahafi.
Yeah, one imagines so, especially with specifically 10s and the 10 of diamonds. Feels like a hand we can never really fold.
Capello with a funky one now probably feels as though his opponent's not going to check over, no equity. So does he have to bluff his ace high? In the end decides he does not. Maybe didn't feel like he was going to be good often enough, but maybe also didn't feel like he could tell a good story. Slightly frustrated fold there by Capello, but he should feel like it was a let-off as well. Right. It could easily have got a bit messier. If your opponent like 3x's or 3.3x's into you, you might just lamp the ace-3 pre.
There was an avenue where he could just lamp the ace-3 to the limp. I mean, it was only 20 bigs effective, so he's looking at that going, well, you know, I avoided a trap. And had a shot. Ace or 4. Ace or especially a 4 on the river would have spelt some disaster. Blinds are going up, as you mentioned. Just as these guys got comfortable, we kick it up. 500k big blind. That's how things stand. 21 bigs, plays 22, plays 39, plays a whopping 104 blinds for Danash Zargaran. Human Sahafi. He's in here as the short stack. The 2 Italians in the middle.
Nine.
Well, I said 9, but 900 is not a valid raise because the blinds have gone up.
Okay, sorry.
So it is going to be $1 million from Canzonieri. Oh, even the shock is getting a freshen up. I like that. Shout out to the shot clocks of the world. The hard-working, never lauded battlers of our industry. Oh, 9-7 flop. That's quite good for 9-7. Canzonieri with reason to buff this board as the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, it really is.
He's going to be he's not going to be given the option to bluff.
No.
Zargaran with the rather curious lead on this flop. But look at this. It's bait. And Canzonieri's going to go for it. Oh, Francesca, what are we doing?
Wow.
He just thinks, why would Zargaran ever lead here with a hand, right?
Zargaran's world right now, unfortunately for his table mates, they are living in it. He's almost certainly going to assume that his opponent has something now and he can just get it all. Does send it, and quick fold from Canzonieri. Zargaran just, life is easy. Life is sweet. Life is beautiful.
I'm not paid enough for this.
Do you get paid?
In lemons.
Well, you know what they say.
If life give you lemons, walk to the diamond buffet and order whatever you want. No? Okay. You a fan of Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Good show.
Remember when they pay cricket in lemons? Well, they offered to pay him in lemons.
Offer, yeah.
He wanted money, and then he said, no, I want my $5. And so we're not giving you $5, do you want your lemons? And he's like, just give me the goddamn lemons. Don't know why that came to my mind.
Zargaran, blind v blind. He's been going with a raising strategy virtually every time, with and without it. And poor old Canzonieri, nothing he can do. 10 deuce. He's been pinned right back into the danger zone. 13 big blinds now. And
it's funny because
desperate for a spot.
He was going to lose money in a C-bet on the ace-9-7, and maybe Zargaran calls, and then he fires a turn barrel as well on some runouts. But it feels even dirtier when you just do the guy leads into you, you think, right, have some of this, and then just get lamped on. I know. It feels so much worse.
Zargaran really thinking of stepping out here, 7-5, but more importantly, 55 million chips.
Crazy, crazy scenario. Well, here we go. No decision here with the 2 6s. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. How have they done this to him? Francesco. So unfortunate timing here. Canzonieri ripping in those 6s. Sahafi waking up behind with the 2 queens. The man that was, well, shortest when I came in with 6 left, now has a shot to take us 3-handed himself and pick up a whole bunch of chips in the process.
Yeah, extraordinary turn of events there. We saw that incredibly tight fold that you pointed out, James, was a sliding doors moment in this tournament. It really did ignite Sahafi's engines. And now look, 15 million in the middle. He could have nearly 20 million at the end of this if these queens can hold up.
And that's what they're going to do so far on Jack 9-3. The only avenue is a 6, with just 1 pool remaining. Francesco Canzonieri is going to be our 4th place finisher. $49,200 will follow him home. And yeah, just a real rough run of cards there. Obviously made the move, didn't work out. First chance he gets to jam, runs it into the monster behind.
No, I don't know.
Then they were 3.
Look at this. Sahafi has kept himself in it, now finds himself 3-handed, 66,600 guaranteed. And now, as you mentioned, time for the merit quirk. The pay jump between 3rd and 2nd being larger than that from 2nd to 1st. Further solidifying this man's position as the chip leader, giving him an opportunity to move on.
How was the whole tournament for you?
Well, very, very good. Especially in the day 2, I had a lot of good hands, and I did some very good pot. And basically, I think I played a good poker, and I managed to arrive to the final table quite easily.
Are you happy with the result?
Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy about the poker I've been playing. Of course, there might be spots that can eventually have been played in a better way, but overall, I think I'm happy, yes.
Well, there we have Canzonieri, obviously a good sport, giving us that Busted interview.
Here we go. Capello. putting some pressure on. Last time Sahafi limped, it was a trap. This time the same, but not a trap that he feels is enough hand to be just limp hiding with. Obviously a lot deeper now than he was a few moments ago. Surprised though maybe that he didn't activate the 2/8s in the form of a 3-bet, having limped. Or cuspy for you?
Yeah, cuspy.
Well, he's generated a situation where Capello is betting into him with a far inferior hand on a board that he gets to continue on. $1.7 million the wager, swiftly matched. And well, what should be a brick for both players' ranges for the most part. The board pairing 5. I guess Capello gets to have slightly more of this as the razor. Check, check. On the turn, jack on the end. Not a great card for Sahafi to see, of course, in the form of another over, but I think it's not enough of a scary board that he's ever going to find the muck here. And in fact, it looks like he's going to try and squeeze out some value. Maybe get some ace high cry calls. Kind of a blocky bet as well. In fact, oh no, yeah, he did bet 2.7 million. Graphics catching up there for a second, yeah. All right. Capello now the shortest stack. Sahafi moving all the way up to second in chips. How's it happened, David? How? How was he there?
I know. It's
incredible.
It's amazing. You can watch a lot of poker, but it is that ability to survive and then get the spin going story
16
that is very appealing.
Mm.
Because you feel as though you were in one mode of being. You were in survival mode and you were trying to outlast the next guy, and you never really look beyond that. And then suddenly it's like everything opens up in front of you. You get a nice run of cards, you hold a couple of times.
Right, just, yeah. It's amazing, this game of ours. And then you see these other stacks that are reasonable just busting out, getting cold decked.
Thank you.
And a potentially dangerous one here for Zargaran, dominated by the ace-10.
He's, of course, going to take a peek at the next 3 cards. Well, neither player finding much joy on the 9-6-5.
Yeah, and it's a tough board to see bet here if you're Sahafi. So this could well go check-check. Even more so now, and maybe some recognition from Zargaran that he can rep this. Obviously, his opponent knuckled back on flop, capped himself somewhat, and it's very hard to continue versus this.
Yeah, big odd bet. 2.5 million.
Nice recognition from Zargaran as that texture changed in his favor.
$66,000 locked up by the remaining 3. A lovely haul from a 1K tournament, but kind of what you expect when you've got rid of 934 players.
Too long.
Yeah. How much is that? 250?
An incredible amount of chips in play. Sort of 180 blinds in play here. The average is
Try left.
60 blinds.
Con la mia destra 3 volte il nostro stack quella, forse 4. Abbiamo tipo io 16.
Testament to the structure, and of course, indicative of the fact that the effective stack for much of this final has been much lower than it would appear. Zargaran having a lot of the chips, but still reaching this stage with 180 blinds in play is something.
Yeah, and we've actually had virtually no clash, certainly no significant one between Zargaran and Capello, and that was the only time we could have been playing a deeper style of poker for the most part.
Right. This is, of course, the Merit Poker Dolce Vita series coming to you here from the Merit Crystal Cove in beautiful northern Cyprus. Astonishing time of the year to be here. We're very lucky, David, that they throw us a little summer event.
Yeah, it's no chore, this particular gig, spending time in the booth with yourself and Andrew Headley, and obviously later this week, or actually in fact, well, yeah, technically it is because it's past midnight. Later this week, Ali Najad, previously Dara O'Carney as well. Always a pleasure to spend time with my bros in this beautiful venue.
It's not a word I ever expect you to use unless in some sort of overly top ironic sense, but I don't think that was. I think you were being somewhat genuine.
Yeah.
Of course, if you are popping down here in the summer, please don't make the same mistake as our Scottish friend and do bring some sunscreen.
Well, all I can do is have sympathy there, because if I remember correctly, this exact week last year, I was the resident pink Celt who had overdone it on day one in the sun.
Capello in the small. 10-5 of diamonds. He's not thinking about the beach right now, but perhaps tomorrow he'll be found there.
Yeah. I have a feeling, should things go awry here and Capello fall in third, which of course absolutely may not happen, he will, in a self-critical sort of way, glance back at maybe 2 or 3 spots at this final table he could have played differently. I feel as though maybe just not the absolute sharpest I've ever seen him.
Okay.
That said, I think his sort of B game will still do the business in a lot of worlds and may yet,
well, right now,
finish these guys off.
His B card is doing the business. The 5 is paired. Going to fire a C-bet as the pre-flop raiser. See how frisky Zargaran's feeling with the 10 of hearts working. A Jack-High combo. Waste no time in matching the bet. Here we go. We're into the streets.
Yeah, we are. Oh,
Ooh.
and that's the card.
That is the card. If we ever recall the flop with Jack-High and the 10 of hearts, that's the one we go bananas on. Forget the lemons.
Well, you asked me about the lemons earlier, James. When life gives Zargaran lemons, he likes to make limoncello.
I thought you've been saving that one for a couple of days. Maybe we should toast the champion tonight with some limoncello. It'll only be right. Right now, Capello, I feel like this just is a card that you don't really get to continue on, do you? Oh, he does! Wow!
Very sticky.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, the size of the bet was certainly on the smaller side, but what do we expect to be ahead of here?
Well,
credit to him, because he was ahead.
Yeah, but realising was always going to be an issue. And now, well, his opponent's obviously just got there.
I was going to ask, does he ever now feel the need to turn his hand into the bluff here? Because how can he have anything worse? And
so Zargaran, third nuts, asking for confirmation of
he just wants the clock
engagement.
Yeah. Hasn't been reset. Going to reach for a bunch of chips here. We had that many. The quick craning in of some clay.
Capello down to 11 million now. Just 20 big blinds. And Zargaran, 62 million, James.
Approaching 2/3. I think this. It is 2/3.
Yeah, it's a dreamy situation.
A dreamy situation is getting to spend the early hours of the day in the booth with myself. This is close.
These are my dreams.
We're barely getting warmed up here at the Dolce Vita Festival. This is, of course, the IPO Masters final day. We are down to the final 3. One of whom is going to walk away with 2 trophies. But perhaps more importantly, $146,600. The runner-up will pick up $108,000, but all 3 are walking away with at least $66,600. And that'll certainly give you some ammo for the rest of the week. There are too many events to list, quite frankly, going forward.
Yeah, jam-packed schedule.
You can play 2 events a day here. Such is the nature of the schedules they put on here. The days, the main event of the day, as it were, starting at midday, always doesn't run too late, and then you bag and tag early and you go off to dinner or whatever you want to do with your significant others, your family. But if you don't want to do that, maybe you've had enough of your family, or maybe your family's not here, then there is the opportunity to register the evening tournament, which, again, has a short day. Bags and tags. The same process repeats throughout the week. And I just think it is the smartest and best compromise. I'm a huge fan of it, and I'm advocating wherever possible at events that other places do the same thing.
Yeah, I've made similar cases to Unibet down the years and people I've consulted with just to structure a day around, particularly when you want to sell a poker vacation, which I think, you know, this place certainly always is. And, you know, a lot of the tours obviously want to bring their players who qualify online to somewhere that they'll actually want to go to.
Right.
Playing a sort of 7.5-hour split day was, yeah, an idea I certainly pushed quite a bit. I think you would be in agreement here, where, again, a kind of a midday to 7:30 or 8 p.m. till 3 a.m. and people can be utterly degenerate and play through the whole thing. They can start the second thing late and give themselves a little dinner break. That's another option too. But they can also just kind of opt to be night owls or daytime people.
There we go. And yeah, I think it's important to do it at events and venues where I always think someone like Merit. If I've won a package to come to Merit, say,
yeah,
and I just brick everything, don't cash anything, I'm still gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's venues like that you can do this at. Obviously, like I say, some places you just kind of want to get the poker done and dusted.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my word.
This could be a big one here, James. And if it was to go Sahafi's way, that journey from short stack cockroach to actually being in with a real chance of winning this one, my goodness me, I can't really see a way this doesn't get in, to be honest.
This just feels like it has to. Zargaran is just going to 3-bet this combination. And Sahafi doesn't really have a hand that wants to do anything but 4-bet. Surely. There we go. A chunk thrown in. It looked like a call at first, but the right hand came to the rescue. And
it's a big sizing, so there's a lot in there. Even more reason to just send it with 10s.
Yeah, 4x. And just 10s is a combo that just doesn't ever want to flat here, isn't it? It's just it's the hand that jams.
Absolutely.
And wow, how excited is Capello going to be to watch this one?
Yeah, dreamy for him. He gets to potentially ladder here, and it's the big ladder we talked about.
The big ladder. The $42,000 or $41,400 if we're going to be correct about things. And we should be. Oh, he has found the non.
Oh, wow.
He has found the flat.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that because, again, I think you're absolutely right, James. It's the hand that doesn't really want to. Maybe he's just decided he's going to try and fade an ace or king flop.
Yeah, maybe just giving Zargaran the credit for the hand because Zargaran has had a lot of hands, certainly since I've been in the booth. And, well, this is the problem. The King Jack 5 flop is the one that now you're probably going to get bluffed off.
Yeah, this is a really problem spot now. He does have the 10 of hearts in hand. I don't know if that makes him sticky to a, 20%. Oh, wow, look at this.
Zargaran just dropping the hammer.
Would you do this with ace-king? I don't think you would. What's going on? I don't really understand this bet.
I don't understand it, but at this point now I've got...
Ace-queen of hearts maybe does this, but no hand wants to do this.
No, but this is so hard to ever call it off here. You just have to fold with this combination. And wow, what could have been?
What could have been, James?
A jam. Would have been called and he'd have been fading out still, of course, but just 2 cards away from it. Instead, Zargaran is even further ahead. My, oh my.
And that would have been a real difference. 35 million would have been in the stack of him, and then would have been like 45 million. So yeah, it would have pinned him right back.
Yeah.
Wow, game on at that point.
What a horrible spot Capello would have been, so far adrift of the other two.
Yeah.
Instead, Capello much more likely to get up to second now, given that 5 million chips went the other way. The two of them now not that far apart. I think 11 plays 14, something like that. But this really is now all about Zargaran. If it wasn't already, Capello, King 6 suited. He's going to try and get one. And he should against Zargaran this time with the Jack Deuce off. Yeah, these two. Wow, what a game we have within a game now.
Totally. I feel like Sahafi as well in that hand was just like very ICM aware, very conscious of this 40+K jump and didn't want to kind of end up in this massive ICM catastrophe clash flip type scenario with Candido sitting there with less than half his stack at the time.
It's a fair point. And in fairness to him, it wasn't a light 3-bet.
No,
and there haven't been like 3-bets from what I've seen. Every time he's 3-bet, he has actually had a hand. So, maybe that's reasonable. I still find it hard though. I've got 2 10s, so I'm just, in she goes.
Also pretty reasonable is to call this 700K bet, and that is what Sahafi has done here with a gutter and 2 overs to second pair. Capello with bottom pair right now. Ace pairing, interesting spot now for Capello. Obviously, 2 clubs on board, 6-7 texture. There is reason to maybe bet again. A small sizing, advanced blocker, servicing, different parts of the range nicely.
Alex to play coy and gets a river card that against Sahafi kind of really has to bluff with this combo, right?
Exactly, like he's basically bottom of range.
Yeah.
If he did have the 4-5, he would make a pair. So he's actually pretty much at the very bottom of range now. And yeah, I think compelled, particularly with club in hand here, to take a stab at this one. And very difficult spot for Capello now. Front door flush completes.
And he's gone.
This could be blockering, a king 7 or a queen 7. Oh, snap call though.
Yeah.
Great call from Capello.
I'd say he did. Credit to Sahafi for going for the sort of size that could certainly be a 7. There were 2 options there, right? He could go big and represent
size,
represent a lot of cards, a lot of big hands, or he could go small and represent much wider for value. And I think I like that line more.
But insta sniffed out.
Instantly. A 6 to the small size just has to call, right?
Sure.
You've got a pair. I mean, he's sort of trying to make the non-pair, particularly the non-pair, the king-queen,
yes.
king-high, sorry, queen-highs. have to fold or have a tough decision.
That makes sense.
I don't think for that size we're ever expecting a 6 to fold. And he probably didn't necessarily think his opponent always has a 6, because as you mentioned, a lot of the 6x and 7x might still bet that turn, just because of equity denial and all the things you mentioned. So I like it.
So that one will level things up at the bottom of our table. Capello and
the game within a game.
Sahafi sort of in a race to the bottom, perhaps, or at least that's the way Zargaran would like to frame it. Probably let this one go.
I mean, look at this man came dressed. He was always going to win.
Yeah, he was wearing the Panther cap last night.
Oh.
I pinned him as a sort of a young Michael Mizrachi in his vibe and mannerisms and look. Today, very different actually. Very sharply dressed. Now, Battle of the Blinds here with Zargaran passing his button. These guys can tussle. And actually, Capello has flipped it. I thought it maybe leveled them up, but you know, it was quite a decent-sized pot, as they all are now. And this one, unlikely to get Capello into too much trouble here. Queen Jack specifically of spades, no backdoors. Sahafi, top and bottom. Minimum defense frequency, do you have to peel one? You probably do for this size, just one big blind.
Yeah.
But no, oh, now trouble.
Uh-oh.
Now some trouble for Capello.
Yeah,
he's going to face a big bet, I suspect, and he's going to have to call a big bet.
1.7 into 2.5.
Yeah, nowhere to go but flat here for Capello, who is drawing very, very thin indeed. Needs to find one of the two remaining jacks. Probably thinks the queen outs are clean. If he's behind, probably feels like he's ahead a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it might be ahead in the flop. It's going to feel like he's certainly ahead of some very potential bluffs here. Namely, the turn diamond combo is probably the most likely.
Stack to pot ratio of about 1.2 to 1. River card is the 8 of clubs.
What a dreamy card that is for Sahafi to see.
Yeah, brickiest of bricks.
Doesn't touch the board. Throw it on the floor. No one's got that.
Maybe wondering what exactly he's targeting here, and I'm not quite sure what my target hand would be. Do I go for all of it against another king? Obviously, combinatorically, not very likely.
Wow, he's just gone for the Zargaran style. That many. Throws in all his green chips. 5.5 million.
So pot-sized bet. And this one's tough. I guess the ace-5, the ace-4, the 4-5, the 5-6, maybe some backdoor diamond combos.
Yeah, and I love the size as well, specifically when we've got this hand, because, you know, we're no longer saying we've got one pair. We're declaring two pair. And, you know, the Jack Deuce, Jack 3, 8 Deuce, 8-3 ever in here? Probably not. Like,
Wouldn't King Jack and King Queen have raised pre?
Right, it's the two pair combos are like King Deuce, King 3, King Jack, King 8, right? But King Jack, like you say, might have just jammed it in pre, might have done something. Like I say, I think the Jack Deuce, Jack 3 offsuit combos would have just folded pre-flop.
Yeah, serious stare down here from Capello, who is trying to get a read on his man, who is happy to make some eye contact. Sometimes a sign of strength here, but it's got to be said here, Sahafi's shown himself capable of bluffing.
Yeah.
I think the call's coming. It is, yeah.
I think it's a good call. Obviously, it's two pair, but I think that's a good call.
Yeah, I do too on balance. I think it's a tough spot against a capable opponent who will find the right bluffs. And yeah, just a tough situation for Capello, who now finds himself with just 5.8 million, 12 big blinds. Tough spot.
Yeah.
A frustrating day, must be said. It was nice for a frustrating day to end up in a top 3 finish, regardless of what happens from here on out. But Candido Capello obviously would have been hoping for greater things when he brought 24 million to this final table.
Yeah, he just, again, even furthering it, he had the Jack of Spades, so there isn't even a Jack Deuce or Jack 3 combo in there.
No.
There's just so few two pairs, and it looked like it had to be two pair or a bluff. Very well done by Sahafi. Getting the max, and now Capello down to, what, just 10 or 11 blinds himself. Sahafi, the improbable climb up the ladder, is now a big favorite to get heads up in this event, having nearly a 4-to-1 lead on the third place stack. Capello just having to give a walk with the Jack 4 off. Zargaran will take that. Yeah. Not been Capello's moment. It's funny though, this tournament is so deep that he has a 1/6 of an average stack, but still has over 10 blinds, David. This could go a long way still. He's gonna need a little help to get the recovery going. I don't think 8-6 offsuit is that help. Zargaran now, I guess, just gets to drop the hammer so often here. I would like to see him just 3.5, 4xing basically range from the small. I don't know how you feel on that one, but well, he just gives a walk. Oh, he gives a walk to queens. Would you believe it? I would genuinely just think Zargaran's raising any 2, 4x, have that. You can't really ever call me, but he doesn't, and he gives queens a walk. Capello just franking himself lucky they didn't find anything to jam 10 blinds with on the button. High percentage of his range would have been jams there. Zargaran on the button. Is he? No, he's not folding Jack 10, surely. Again. I like this. Here's the 4x that I was advocating. I like it here from the button. Making Sahafi just to have to fold super tight, dissuading the speculative peel from Capello in the big, and obviously happy to go with it if he needs to. Capello 7 deuce off. Certainly was not going to peel for any size. Very, very nicely done. I like the adjustment for Zargaran. I would have done it a hand earlier myself, and I would have lost 4 blinds.
3 blind? Yeah. You got tired. Huh? Yeah.
So then we continue with 3. Sahafi in the holding pattern, 8-4 off. He's happy to fold that one. Capello 9-7-0 in the small. He's just gonna run his equity.
And plenty of hands will make the call here.
Right, but also plenty will fold as well. Zargaran doesn't hate this scenario where he's got the super short stack in and the 40 big blind stack that just...
So true.
We often mention kind of handcuffed, ICM jail, all that, but this is a really extreme example of it. And so often when we see it, it's someone's on, you know, 17 blinds, 16 blinds, and someone's on 3 or 4. But this is actually like the deep stacked version of it.
Sure.
So you get kind of even more leverage in this spot. Although you have to do it a lot more times to gain the same volume of chips.
And now Zargaran can be pretty abusive here.
And here he goes again. This is what I like to see. Again, Obviously, there's an exploit going a little small here, but I just think 4xing every hand from the small here will be a print. Does Sahafi even want to call with this? I mean, he does, but I guess it's going to get tough. I guess we're still, what, over 30 blinds deep. And like ace-8 probably is too strong to fold. But it's not an enjoyable situation playing this one out.
Yeah, very tricky. Similar to that tens hand from a moment ago.
Well,
where, you know, we felt as though he sort of tried to navigate it a bit too carefully, perhaps, because he's conscious of the ICM. Well, by flatting this, he's allowed himself to flat second pair, but Zargaran with a lot of equity here, backdoor flush possibilities, 2 overs, gutter. It's just a lot of outs and a lot of outs to have more outs.
I love it, just continuing to ramp up the pressure, betting 2 mil. Not a huge bet, but certainly not small bet, half pot. But having done that on the flop, I wonder if we'll see him slow down now here, because Sahafi is definitely declaring that he has some sort of hand.
I wonder if we'll see him shove again.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, because this has been his way. Big bet poker, all the pressure.
Wow. Zargaran, take a bow. Take a bow. Mr. Lappin calling this one. Calling the nonsense shove. I see a masterclass. Furthering the argument, I mean, again, I changed my mind. I said with Sahafi, I probably do call this one in game, but you can see why it could be a fold pre-flop if you just get this happening to you. Can he ever make this call? Like, it feels like we've got the best hand a lot, but we're probably up against some sort of combo draw when we see this size, are we not?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, our opponent has good equity here, but probably the worst hand. It feels like, why would he do this with a hand that's better than mine?
Right.
Why wouldn't he just massage the pot and try and, you know, get my 8x to call?
I'm feeling like I'm up against, yeah, 7-9 of spades.
Yeah.
6-7 of spades. Just some overcards and a flush draw. Maybe some. I wouldn't think I'm up against this hand. You did, though. You called it.
Only because I saw what he did a few moments ago with that big shove with the ace-queen, the king-jack texture. I just felt like, okay, that's what he's decided is the way to go about stomping these guys, the way to go about finding extra fold equity, using the ICM situation, using the, 42k pay jump. Ooh, careful with those chips.
Wow, there we go. I think Sahafi smelt the rat, but it's a big ask to call here with your third place player on just 10 blinds.
Yeah, oh no, it's absolutely brutal because of that situation, but I think the fact remains, would your opponent ever do this? Unless it's kind of levels on levels.
Right.
Would your opponent ever do this with a hand that beats your ace-8 right now? I just don't think they do.
Yeah, I think if I got myself into the situation of being in that spot, that far, I've called pre, again, I think I would do in game, call the flop. I think I'd probably do just call, and if you've got it, you got it. If you've somehow leveled me into calling off.
And I also think that that's the way you punish him back. You've taken the passive line with ace-8, so you've actually sort of played it in a way that you have to then get these overextensions from him to pay you back for all the times you under-realize.
Right.
Look, it's very tough, and it's easy for us at some level as well, sitting here with no money on the line, shouting at our TV screens. But, you know, he's in the arena, he's the one battling for this very big immediate pay jump and ultimately 146k, and it's incredibly tough when there's a guy sitting there beside you with 10 bigs. However, here's the issue: 10 bigs is not that far adrift, and you might get sucked in a moment anyway.
Right, it's not 3 or 4 bigs where he's always going to be all in a couple of hands. But let's see. Sahafi on the button. I like to fold. Just get out of the way. When you get out of the way, this guy jams around a third of the time, and the other guy calls, well, around a third of the time of that. Not going to be this time, though.
9 deuce.
Timing is everything in this game of ours.
Yeah, and that's even more frustrating for Sahafi here, seeing Capello get the shove through. Now he's in the big blind. It's just, yeah.
Look at just pictorially the chip stack here. It is ludicrous. It's like the old days of individual antes. That stack. There are 180 blinds in play, but we're playing, what, 27? Big blind. Oh, he's found kings now blind on blind.
Well, time to trap.
Do we? Or do we?
Because we don't trap ever, can we just keep raising like we always do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I prefer that.
And we're going to get jammed on at some frequency. Oh, my God.
Well, it's a cooler.
Oh, my word.
It's an absolute cooler. What a
He does just rip it in, and it's a snap call. Capello on the rail, watching this hand play out. Is he about to ladder $40,000? Kappa Kappa a Sedona. That's about all the Italian I knew.
And all you need to know in this situation, absolutely horrendous cold deck for Sahafi.
The man who'd lathered up to this situation where it looked like he was certain to get into the heads-up encounter has been dealt into a situation that could not be avoided. And a 9-7-6 board makes third place all that more likely. Sahafi needs help. Capello, Zargaran hoping he doesn't find it, and the king ends it. That's it.
Wow, what a weird game this cruel game of poker can sometimes be. Sahafi had 2.6 million when the FT began. He was our shortest stack. He nerdled his way up the ladder, each rung seeming like a result in and of itself. But then suddenly the spin began. He ran it up, and then three-handed, we thought victory was actually in sight for him. But those two key hands, the pocket tens that he could have just played faster against the ace-queen, of course it would have been a flip, but we saw, as we saw a partial run out, that it would have kind of looked favourable for him. Then we see that ace-8 spot again. We're looking at breaking down the ranges, and does a better hand ever take that line? Probably not. He missed that spot, and then, okay, yes, nothing he can do in that last hand.
This one, they just dealt him out. And can you believe it? Candido Capello, who, when I came in, was clear second in chips. I would have bet that this is the most likely heads-up match that we would have seen, but it doesn't tell the full tale of the tape.
No.
A lot of swings in between. This man, though, has got himself to the position that he's laddered up, both of them getting 108,000. They're playing for an additional, what, 40,000 or a shade under.
Yes, please.
And it looks like the players are just going to take a very short break before getting heads-up play underway. There are only 12 minutes until the schedule break, so it seems reasonable. Heads up, they'll settle, check the charts, perhaps go to the laptop on the rail. I jest, of course. No laptops on the rail here. But this is what we have coming up for you after the break. A heads-up match that starts off like this. 13 blinds against 170 blinds, 85.2 million chips in the stack of Zargaran. So, guys, please don't go too far. Myself and David will be back in around 5 or 10 minutes for this heads-up clash.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my this is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1,000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like, only 3 outs, yeah. That's it. And the last hand, 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it, finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them, or you take?
No, I will.
Once you bust it out,
if I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. If I've got one burning a hole in my pocket, 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
She said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100k bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taking all day, frankly. Samavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from further behind this in time.
61, right?
Yes.
Here we go, an ace-queen-8 flop. What looks so good for ace-jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck. Just one card to pull them. Samavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Kolotiuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Going to look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Ghassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Ghassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what
fans.
we like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Ghassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And of course, any chance of a raw flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Right smile from Ghassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades. River. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds. And then there were 2 in what was a dramatic last hand. We lost Sahafi 3-bet jamming his ace-queen into Dinesh Zargaran's 2 kings. And really, perhaps the happiest man about that development would have been Candido Capello, who has now maneuvered his way to a heads-up matchup, but he holds just 6.8 million chips. And I say 6.8 because Dinesh Zargaran has 6.8 million as well. But his number has an 8 in front of it. He has 86.8 versus 6.8. That is just the volume of the lead here. As I mentioned, Dave, before we went to the break, this is kind of the heads-up match I expected to see when I came back in here with 6 left. These were the 2 big stacks, but a lot has happened since then. Zargaran all the way on the up. Capello basically on the, I guess, the shortest stack he's probably had all final. I can't imagine. I think he came in as second, did he not? I know you've got your cheat sheet there. Yeah, it looks like he came in with
24 million.
Well, there you go. So the fewest chips he's had on this final table, but he's in the best situation you could be in. You're playing heads up. You've got $108,000 locked up. Now, we are still playing 250, 500. We have 11 minutes left on that level. There's still a lot of poker to be played.
Potentially.
There are a stupid amount of blinds in play. 188 blinds in play. 187 blinds in play. This could take forever if he gets the spin going. Of course, could be over any minute now. Because right now, we're playing that effective stack of, what, 13 blinds.
So far, so good. Capello gets the walk.
There we go. It begins.
With the worst hand, too.
Yeah.
So if that just happens 188 more times?
I'm going to bet that's probably not the way it's going to go.
No.
But you never know. Maybe. Zargaran just gets 7 deuce every hand.
Yeah, it's been a while, final table. Sahafi, I think, very much playing one of the big cameos in this one. Obviously came in short. It's a roller coaster day when you think about it. Came in short. Probably would have been very pleased with a 7th or maybe 6th place finish at best. And now probably walking away with a bitter taste in his mouth after the way it sort of went right at the end.
Yeah, when he won that pot with kings up against Capello's turn second pair of jacks.
Yeah.
Kind of felt that was the moment where now he had like 19 million versus 5. Zargaran, of course, had all the other chips, and that was the moment where it looked like, well, now you're destined to get second. It's just a matter of time. And yeah, it probably will feel very unfortunate that he didn't get there. What's happened here? Capello with the limp, Zargaran with the jam, suited connectors, or one gappers at least. Makes sense. You'd already given me the sign.
Yeah.
All in. The one-hand shove.
Well, I feel
like James, you're talking, but I want to say something.
I just feel it's simpatico with this man now. I'm sort of on his wavelength. I think I know how he proceeds. I think I understand the way he goes after it now. And, why not?
Am
I his coach?
I was about to say, you his Scaramucci to a Trump.
My Scaramucci. That means I only have about 6 more hours of employment.
Well, there is that, but just a man who claims he, yeah. Zargaran, king 10 on the button.
May just send it one more time here. Keep applying the pressure. Oh, a limp trap, I feel.
Oh, yeah, it must be, right?
11 bigs effective here. Capello probably with a good one to knuckle back.
Middling cards always seem to sort of do well in these spots, don't they? Check back, take a flop. And, well, find nothing on ace king 10. But do we perhaps ever elicit a bet? Nice, checked it back, going super trappy. Zargaran kind of makes sense, right? It's very hard for Capello to have... Wow, he's checked again. Does this not look suspicious that he's not bet this flop?
Yeah, I think when you've been such a relentless machine as Zargaran has, it almost feels more frightening when he slows down.
Right. This flop was supposed to bet, isn't it?
Oh my God, hasn't used to bet.
There we go.
Wow, just everything going right, and now all of it.
Oh, I love it. The fast-moving crane that this man operates. Also, really on point.
He's got some swagger.
Doesn't have many buttons, though.
You have expressed concern for some of the Italian players and their lack of buttons.
Yeah, spreading to Iran by the looks of it. I just don't think there are many buttons on this island.
Was Marco last night you spotted without like virtually buttonless actually?
I think there were buttons on the shirt. He just wasn't utilizing them in the way they were designed.
Gotcha.
Marco, of course, operator of the Imperium in Milan. Oh, here we go. Capello on the button.
This could be it. Oh, probably isn't. 9-7 won't look pretty enough. Little does he know he's dominating.
Yeah. Although, hey, maybe what's going to...
Wow! He does! He just has a sixth sense today.
How was he cool with 9-7? And how is 9-7 dominating?
That is poonage right there.
I mean, Capello can only laugh at the situation here. How has he called me with 9-7? And how does he have me dominated? You're scrunching your face. I mean, Zargaran just taking a shot. Wants to get it done.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe thinking the first one's a freebie.
Courtesy double up. If he gives this to Capello, it's not good. Obviously, he's actually found himself in an amazing spot, dominating him with 70% now. This could very well be it, guys. Buckle up. Here we go.
See, all my friends, they're sleeping. Fuck them.
No rail for Zargaran.
I love that. We hear Capello's rail. The Italians here in force as we see a king-queen-jack board.
Oh.
Some
chop possibilities.
Not a lot, though, are there, really? That's a double pair-up situation.
It's a very bad flop.
Maybe, yeah.
That door closes now.
Yeah.
10 make me
the 5 makes a chop, right? And then just the 7 as a chop as well. There we go. An 8 would win it for Capello. But Zargaran, 88% to finish it here on the first all-in of heads-up play.
5 for a chop.
And the deuce, 9 high, wins this one, David. Somewhat of a fitting hand to this final table.
Extraordinary final table, it's got to be said. Capello, you know, let's take a moment to give some respect to that man. He oozes class. He's a player who is putting together an impressive resume, it must be said, in this room and beyond. He's had a tough seat at this particular final table, out of position to the one guy who covered him, you know, that probably meant for a somewhat restrained performance. On the other hand, Zargaran, wily, tricky, relentless. Yes, he probably had the best hands, more than his fair share of good hands, certainly, but nonetheless played them with aggression and a hint of unorthodoxy.
Hang on a second, how fancy is this? We got fireworks going off. We got Dinesh on the big screen. He's admiring the situation. This is top level stuff.
Before we see the trophy presentation, double trophy presentation, I just want to point out, I've been doing this for a couple of years now here in this booth, and I don't think I have ever seen a more dominant final table performance. That was the definition of crushing all comers.
Yeah, because even when I came in, he had 35, 40 million on something, which was the big lead, 6-handed, clearly, because it was fewer that, but it was still, I mentioned at the time, you know, we say it's a huge lead, but it's still less than half the chips in play. There's still a long way to go, but it didn't take him long to cross that half the chips in play. Then it was 2/3 of all of a sudden. 3/4, all the way up, never looked back, never lost a significant pot.
No, never did, actually, and that's what's key. There was no hiccups. It was just relentless winning of pots. That man, well deserved of his lead, of his win, of his trophy, of his title, of all that money.
Well, we do have, in just a minute's time coming up, interviews with both our winner and our runner-up. But for now, David, I guess it gives us time to wrap up the stream and advise everyone that we are going to be back tomorrow night, are we not?
Yeah, back tomorrow night for the ladies' final table. Maybe the entire tournament we're going to cover.
I think we're picking up at the first break or something of that.
Excellent stuff. Well, delighted to see that. Obviously, those guys are going to be treating us to what I imagine is going to be another excellent final table. Again, pointing out that, you know, normally at this venue, we cover the warm-up and the main event and the high roller. But, you know, at this particular festival, Dolce Vita, we're going to give the ladies some love. We gave the mystery bounty hunters some love, and yeah, very much looking forward to watching that stream tomorrow.
Well, with that in mind, myself, David, and Andrew will head off to bed, and we'll leave you with the words of this man, Dinesh Zargaran, our winner.
Congratulations on very nice score. How does it feel to finish second in this tournament?
No, I feel good. I feel good. I started like second in the final table, but had some bad ends, and the chip leader was running good, and like in 3 left, I lost so many hands and so many chips, and I finished second. It's a nice score. I feel good, yeah.
What are you going to do with the $108,000? Any plans?
I don't know, just play poker. It's my job, it's my passion, and I don't know. Like, it's nice timing to have holidays now, yeah, but let's do some grinding too, yeah.
Congratulations on spectacular performance and taking down the tournament. How does it feel?
I feel happy, and I feel like I took what I supposed to take. So I think I played it well. I was lucky because when you want to win the tournament, you have to win at least 5 coin flips. But I played it well, I think, and I'm very happy.
How many coin flips did you win?
I think more than 5. Yeah. Ace King versus tens versus Ace Queens. But most of the hand I showed down, it was like more than 50%.
Any plans with $146,000?
Actually, I'm in a crypto business, so this money, it's good, but I hope I will use it in pokers. So.
Any significant spots worth mentioning?
Yeah, once bottom opens, and most of the time these late positions, they have weak cards. With ace deuce, I pushed all in, he had like pocket sevens, so ace on the flop came and I was lucky. So for sure you have to be lucky. 1,100 player, you have to be at some places lucky. So